Finally here. Draft day is upon us. Merry Christmas to all those who celebrate. Thank you all for joining in on today's stream. We're going to be here all night. It's going to be a lot of fun. I hope it's I hope it's exciting. We'll see what happens. But appreciate everybody who has been in the queue waiting to get in as we go live tonight. When we'll see what happens. Like I said, we'll be here through. I think Jeff's going to be here through pick 74, which is the end of the night. I will be popping in and out for the press conference with the Guardians on Zoom at 7:20 after they make their pick, and then again at the end of the night. But we'll see how that goes. Jeff, how you feeling?
It's always like just a lot of nerves right now. Like I guess more so, I don't know. There's that degree of like wanting to get your mock right. There's also that degree of like they have this pick and I don't want them to blow it. But yeah, it's exciting. I mean, I am very specifically. I haven't had a chance to eat dinner tonight. For those who want to see it, I'm wearing the shirt. My son this year, who is turning 3, was obsessed with Elmo's Nutcracker. So I got this best Christmas ever because it's Christmas, right? So I'm wearing the Nutcracker shirt. Make sure I kind of am as well, Pino. I'm not gonna lie to you. I kind of am as well. We've been going back and forth on this thing, and like I'm kind of. So on the reason it's going to be JJ is Kylie and Keith both have Bazana and they never get
get Cleveland right. Yeah.
Vegas flipped. I know people are saying I'm making too big of a deal of it. But on the other side, there's one prominent writer who I'm not going to call out, but who has ties to Weatherholt's agency, who has not announced the pick yet. And the minute that guy knew, he would run with it. So there is ways on both sides of it. Oh, Weatherholt's gaining even more steam. On the
gambling side. The gambling side, see, that's the thing I don't buy about that is because Vegas shifts that once a certain amount of money goes towards one side. So like they're going to hedge their bets and try to not get screwed on the pick. So of course they're going to move the lines because of how people are betting. So I'm not necessarily too concerned at this point on what Vegas is saying, but by the way, most of the consensus last year on this day had Wyatt Langford, and I want to say, didn't you say that the betting odds favored Skeens at the last couple minutes?
Oh yeah.
Well, there he goes.
Brooks Lee in his draft here. It's not been. I think Henry Davis, we had consensus. I don't feel like there was a great one before that.
Yeah, I'm not sure I trust Vegas on this one.
I could be putting too much value too in like that year that they shipped. Oh, thank you, Landon. That's very sweet. I appreciate that, bud.
Wow.
Big shout out. Thank you.
More than
the year that they changed, and I'll get his name wrong because I'm not a big NBA guy, but Pablo Banchero. Like, remember, like Vegas got out in front and they got that. And whoever was the NFL pick that year, they got like 2 in a row. And I think I started to give them too much value. No, you don't need to have your TV on to CJ. Who is, because we're going to be like, and listen, I have a stream on. I don't know why. They've got, I'm going to vent here for a second. MLB has like some absolute horses. They've got Callis, they got Mayo, they got Carlos. We know our buddy from the podcast.
Jeff was on the MLB.
Yeah, we know that Jeff Ponce is down there. Like they have some absolute horses. Instead, they're running with like a miniature schnauzer with Showalter, O'Dowd, and Harold Reynolds. Like it's such a bad crew of not knowledge. So,
I don't mind O'Dowd. Showalter's okay. It's
O'Dowd. Dan O'Dowd.
Joey
Bart was the number 1 player in that draft class. That was his quote. His statements have been
Joey Bart. Yeah.
I mean, he's got some interesting hot takes.
Yeah.
But
so let's run through some of the rumors we've gotten this morning. So heard from a pretty reliable source this morning that JJ Weatherholt's floor is 5. The White Sox supposedly have guaranteed they're going to take him if Cleveland doesn't. That doesn't mean Cleveland's out of the picture there, but that's kind of the rumor we heard today. And I trust that rumor pretty much. I tried to source that to a second rumor or a second person, and I didn't hear any specific feedback on that back saying that it was confirmed or not. So, that's why we always say when we do the show, we always run it. If we have any sourced info, we want to source it through a second person because that way we can, I didn't have a second source on that, but I'm comfortable sharing it at least that we think Weatherholt's floor is 5. But Jeff, you said that was probably good for Cleveland, right? If his floor is 5, because that gives him a little more bargaining power and his agent, it might be more willing to take that 8-something million at 5 versus Cleveland's 1. Obviously, at Cleveland, no agent's going to want to take 8 million at 1. Nobody wants to take 8.5. I'd be surprised if whoever Cleveland takes is 9.3.
I guess Taylor is here to join us.
Yeah, we got Jeff's friend Taylor.
We got
Taylor hanging out, so let's bring
him
in.
We're gonna bring in Taylor.
We might have some different guests throughout the night. Hey, Taylor, thanks for joining us.
Thanks for joining us.
Absolutely.
We're discussing just all how nobody knows anything outside of the fact we know that I got to do a new mock because William Schmidt is going to LSU.
I know everything, man.
You do? Okay, so who's
spill the tea, man.
Vontae Mack, no matter what.
What?
Oh man.
So,
I didn't even see draft day, and I don't like that reference.
Oh, that's bad. Well, I just wanted to jump on and say hi to you boys. Jeff, obviously, it's been over a decade working with you on this, man. And Justin, you guys have done a great job, and I'm really happy seeing what you guys are doing. So just wanted to jump in real quick, say hi, and I'm in the process of getting ready too. So
yeah. So who are the Angels taking since you're our Angels guy? I saw Montgomery in your mock.
Travis Bazzana, you kidding me?
Yeah.
He's at all to 8.
Bazzana's falling everywhere now. All right, great.
Everybody wants it. It's just funny how everyone wants him to fall right now, except for
no. I think it's realistic. I think whoever Oakland skips on is kind of in that category. It's JJ Weatherholt, Braden Montgomery, Nick Kurtz. One of those 3 is probably going to end up falling closer to 8. And if they don't, that means you're talking about Hagen Smith. I don't know about Jack Caglianone, but even maybe Jack Caglianone falls to 8. Bryce Rayner. Maybe not so much when it comes to Angels, but definitely that group that I think is there.
Whoever they take is going to be up in September. Are we still doing that? Is that still an Angels thing, or do you think now that Ohtani's gone, they're not doing that?
I think Neto. They didn't have a shortstop, and they needed a shortstop, and that was pretty immediate. And I was surprised how well he did. But Nolan, they did not have a first baseman, and Nolan Shanwell was the only first baseman in the organization above Lowe. So, you could have placed him plugged, but why not give him a chance? And I don't know if I agree with him being up all to start the year and all year so far, but it's I don't think they're going to be worried about getting the guy up by September to make sure that Shohei Ohtani doesn't walk in free agency this year.
No, it's and if they take Montgomery, it can't be him, right? The ankle injury.
No.
Yeah.
I wouldn't rule out high schoolers. I think I don't know about Griffin so much as opposed to Rayner, but I think it's on there as well. Now I got to ask you guys: Are you watching Network or are you watching ESPN?
I have Network on.
I have Network. I don't even know who's on ESPN.
I can tell you in a second.
Kylie was on the Network for a little bit. I wonder if he switched over or not.
Well, Urangelo Sainja is on air right now, but
okay. So lack of big names going to the draft. It's so disappointing how little, like Bazzana's and Corvallis, Weatherholt's there. That doesn't necessarily mean anything, obviously, but it's just such a bummer. Like there's very few guys that are actually at the draft.
Looks like it's mostly Kylie and Eduardo and a couple guys that I don't necessarily recognize, but I'm not a ESPN guy as it starts, so I don't know.
Yeah, same here. I don't even have MLB Network. I'm watching through the MLB app, so
I've got streaming through the website.
I could do without it. Yeah.
Only aircraft carrier first round pick since 1990. I don't even know what that means.
Aircraft? What?
Aircraft carrier, according to Dan O'Dowd.
I'm guessing, is that a sponsor?
I'm assuming. I assume it means like big time because it's like it's Manny, it's CC, and it's Lindor. So I'm assuming it's some kind of weird Dan O'Dowd terminology.
I thought it was like a sponsor. They had because if I building submarines as a sponsor, I'm like, who's doing that? Like that's an interesting sponsor.
And then, of course, they had to show the guys who Cleveland have taken second overall, which is the luminary work. Steve Dunning, Rick Manning, Mark Lewis, Paul Shuey, and Greg Swindell.
We don't need that in our lives.
We don't need that in our lives. I'm going to throw this out there because we got almost 200 listeners. I still think the best thing is I believe it's Swindell and Lewis. They picked second each of those years. The in-between year, if they'd been bad just 3 years in a row, the first overall pick in between, because he used to go AL, NL, was Ken Griffey Jr. So if they had just been consistently bad, you would have had Griffey on those great 90s Guardians teams. Instead, they got Calvin Murray, uncle of Kyler Murray, who didn't sign and went to school. So that's how that worked.
We got a comment on Hunter Saunders like Baz or JJ. I'm pretty sure there's no either. Like that's gonna be the only pick, I'm sure. Although I don't know. I'm not gonna roll out Condon, but I'm kind of
boys
out.
Enjoy yourselves.
Yes.
I've got to run and take care.
I know you got some work to do. So
half hour before, but just wanted to stop in and say hi. And
and I know I will talk to you this evening.
Yeah,
later on,
Justin, feel free to, and good seeing you guys.
Yep, good seeing you. Have a fun draft.
We'll do.
I do want to throw out one piece of stat work I did earlier this year, just to point out how important being first overall is. The first overall pick has a median WAR value of 32.3. That median WAR value, this is from, I believe, 2000. From 2000 to 2015. That is more than the next 4 combined. That is more than 2, 3, 4, 5 all combined in terms of the median WAR value. Or I'm sorry, it is less than them combined, but you have to combine those next 4 spots to equal the value at 1. So that's why, you want to just go ahead and make sure you don't get too cute. You just take the best guy.
Let's put some good news into the universe. The Twins lost today. They just finished losing. So Guardians will remain. Yeah, Guardians will move. We'll go into the break 4 up. So let's start with that saying.
It's not 4.5.
I think it's just 4. I think it was down. I'm sorry. It's maybe this isn't. It is final 51, 54, and 42. It'll be 4.5. So they'll be up 4.5 in the break. That's good. I'm not okay. Let's talk about this real quick, Jeff, because I've been playing through this in my mind about what the Guardians do. First of all, we've talked about this multiple times, but the Guardians' first round approach, I feel like, kind of varies from what they do the rest of the draft in some ways. And again, the whole JJ Weatherholt thing of it all, like the injury situation. So let's look at like Brady Aiken. Let's look at Espino. Let's look at DeLauder.
Gavin Williams.
Even Gavin Williams is in this picture. Those guys were all high on their board. They were, multiple people considered all those guys. Obviously, Brady Aiken did go 1-1 overall, and he didn't sign, so that whole thing happened. But those guys all came into the year with some 1-1 hype, right? And I think the reason Cleveland took them where they did is because, again, we've said this multiple times. Cleveland picks between 15 and 25 most years. They don't have access to guys that are 1-1 talents. Like Chase DeLauder had a lot of 1-1 hype throughout the year before he got hurt. Right. But Cleveland was picking 15 that year. They've been picking the 15 to 25 range, whatever it was for DeLauder. Was it 12?
He was 14th, anyway. I want to say. 14th pick.
Okay. So
first 14th pick in franchise history, I want to say as well.
All right. So the 14 to 25 range is where they've been picking. They picked guys that had 1-1 talent that fell because of injury concerns. So they've surprised us before doing that. That's not necessarily what they do in later rounds. Like there's different traits there. So like that's why I'm saying like, okay, obviously maybe they won't screw around with the injuries because of picking 1-1, so they won't worry about Weatherholt. But at the same time, they could surprise us. They could do that. And that's one reason I'm not necessarily ruling out Condon either. I don't think either of us thinks it's going to be Condon, but
I think they're not going to go. They're not going to give someone the highest bonus. That's just kind of.
I agree, and he wants the highest bonus. Yeah. So like that's the only thing I can think of is like Cleveland sometimes will take a very weirdly big swing in the first round. That would be a big swing, but that also favors more Bazana than Weatherholt and Condon a little bit. So I'll say that like nobody had Ralphie last year. I know you were one of the few guys that really liked Ralphie last year. Nobody really had him. That necessarily was not a typical Guardians pick, right? Like he was a late riser. Not a middle infield guy,
but he was an up the middle guy. He was a catcher.
Yeah, he was a catcher, but he's not a catcher anymore.
Might be because of health. Like, I don't think he's necessarily getting back there, but you might have given him a longer.
I don't think not if he's going to the outfield. I don't think he will, but I don't know. I'm just saying, like, I think what Cleveland does in the other rounds doesn't necessarily mimic what they do in the first round, and I'm just hoping that all those reaches, because like you said, Espino was off the boards for a lot of people his year because of injury concerns, and even Gavin Williams fell a lot of boards because of injury concerns. So I'm just hoping they won't mess around with that with the first pick. But and I don't want to denigrate Weatherholt that much. The only reason we're sitting here saying Bazan over Weatherholt is because of injuries. If Weatherholt played a full healthy, well, okay, not necessarily, but
small. Bazana's got greater power. He's already changed his swing with Weatherholt. Weatherholt right now has a Tyler Freeman-esque swing, right? Like, yeah, it's great. He has 90th percentile exit velocities, but he's not using it properly to get into that power. Bazana's already
So they would need to
weaponized
change
his swing.
Yeah.
He's already weaponized his swing. He's stronger. He's bigger, and he's slower. He's not quite as fast. Like, there are negatives as well.
Yeah.
Weatherholt's fourth. Like, he's a good prospect. He is fourth on my board, but this team has had such bad luck with injuries. I don't want a guy who had 2 hamstring injuries in a 365-day year. One of them being severe enough to miss a month. Like,
right.
So
we're saying the gap exists because of the injury, not because of the talent.
I think even if there was no health, there'd still be a gap because of the weapon.
I would still prefer Bazana, even if Weatherholt was healthy. But I think the only reason that anybody sitting here saying like they don't like Weatherholt only has to do with injuries. I don't think it has anything to do with the fact that he's not a talented player. I think everyone's just scared of the hamstrings.
He's got so if I do like 90th percentile, someone told me when I was doing my live stream earlier with my mock, hey, there's our buddy Carlos, and they got who's the Lance?
It's Lance. Yeah,
Lance is awesome.
Formerly of Prospects Live.
Lance is big, and Lance and Carlos are both awesome. But when I was looking at my mock, do you know what baseball Bleacher Report? Someone asked about the Bleacher Report did comps. Do I take a guess what their Bazana comp was?
I would love to. If it's not Jason Kipnis, it's probably Chase Utley. I don't know, or something.
No, Chase Utley is who they comp to Weatherholt, by the way. I know. Weird. Grady Sizemore for Travis Bazana. Grady Sizemore.
I'm sold.
That's all the more reason.
Turn it in.
That's my Grady Sizemore signed baseball.
Anything I've ever said bad about Bleacher Report, I take back. I'm sold. Thank you whoever wrote that. I love Bleacher Report. I never said anything bad about them.
But yeah, so I thought that was fun. Here's the thing, like to me, like the high outcome on Bazana is Chase Utley-esque. And I don't know if I want to give a full comp because I don't think he has quite the power, but like there's definitely some Trey Turner to Weatherholt. Like there's definitely some Turner there. He doesn't maybe have quite the same level of speed or physical tools, but there is some Trey Turner there. So like he is good, but the problem is
hamstrings to do that.
There's a tier 1. And it's 2 guys. And you got to go Baz, you got to go
Bazana Condon.
Yeah.
That's the tier 1 guys for sure.
Sizemore was 10x the athlete of pretty much everyone. His baseball reference comps pre-injury were Barry Bonds and Duke Snider. He is one of the great what ifs in the history.
Killing me. I mean, that's if he moves to center field. We both think that we can. We think that we can move. They can move Bazana to center field. What I'll be curious to see is this: if they draft Weatherholt, they'll definitely announce him as a shortstop. If they draft Bazana, a second baseman has never been drafted 1 overall. So will they announce him as a shortstop? Will they announce him as an outfielder if they take him? I would.
Or maybe they just say second baseman and like, hey, it's our first time ever. Right. They're gonna. Yeah, that's what he played. A lot of times it's more about what they played than what they are. I mean, Nolan Jones was announced as a shortstop, right?
Because he was a shortstop in high school, right?
Yeah.
But I mean, but the thing is, nobody believed that Spencer Torkelson was going to play first base in the pros or third base in the pros, and he hasn't. But they announced him as a third baseman anyway.
Yeah,
so it happens.
No, it does happen. Well, heck, they announced Will Brennan as a 2-way guy.
Did they really? I forgot about that.
Yeah, he was announced as a 2-way player.
Yeah. And I bet you the pandemic screwed that for him.
Yes, that's what I say. That's a pandemic situation.
Yeah.
I thank you to everyone who's come. Another shout out to Landon who gave us another super chat. That's amazing and awesome. So
appreciate
thank you for that. Shout out to all of you. We're at 243, so we're monetized. So we appreciate that. Hopefully, as we get closer, this will get up to 1,000. Well, it's too late to trade a competitive balance pick now. Like you had to trade by 5 o'clock.
Happened.
And that's done.
That was 5 o'clock today. That's over.
So that's done. They're not. You can't trade it. So it's here. That was a crazy trade by the Nationals. And for people who missed it, I'm just going to say this: like I'm working another mock here because of William Schmidt, but in my mock that I did today, I had them take Weatherholt 1 and Connor Griffin at 36 because they're going to have close to $5 million to spend with that pick. So, like that's, I don't believe, like I saw someone saying that, they're going to take Weatherholt and then they're going to take Morlando and they're going to take Griffin Bullhalter because they all belong to Belange. I don't buy that. They
don't
have a lot of
anybody.
They don't have
Yeah,
I like Belange. Paul Coe, who's their like PR guy, is fantastic. He gets guys on the show for us. Like we're all for that agency, but we also know there's not a lot of guys in the system because we've had I think Gaddis and Cooper Ingle, thanks to them, and that's it. Like they don't have. And on top of that, the Guardians
those are
draft
not
from very
high round
specific.
guys.
Yeah, they draft for very specific areas. They have not drafted a Virginia or a South Carolina kid in Lord knows how long. I would have to go dig up when they've taken, like, that's not
Virginia kid. I have to go back to God. Was it Mike Pappy or Ernie Clement?
Well, no, I mean, I'm saying you got to find a high school kid. These are high school kids.
Oh,
like
prep. Prep. Yeah. I don't know. Well, Virginia, I guess Virginia area kid. I was going to say, what's his name? Jackson Humphreys is a Virginia area kid, isn't he? Or he was North Carolina.
I think he was North Carolina. Count,
right?
No, he's the kid from Virginia. Because it's just like I'll try pulling it up as we're discussing. But yeah, I don't think, and as Mike said in our chat, it'd be pretty unethical to do that. But it's a situation now where it's all a show. Everything is a show right now, and we're trying to hope that they are going to make the right plays and that we're not going to sit here and be the sad sacks for part of the draft while it happens. And here's, no matter what happens, we're going to talk about some positives. Don't get worried. This is going to go negative. Whoever they take today is likely to be their number one prospect. And whoever
I can't imagine anybody isn't
is likely to be in their top 5. Like this, it's not quite as deep as it once was here. So, yeah, there's a lot of interesting bits and pieces. I'll say this. I had a team reach out to me today, and I can't say for what team, but they told me that William Schmidt gave them a terrible interview to the point that they wondered if it was intentional, that he didn't want to go to school and was using the combine merely as a way to get more NIL money. So that is interesting that we're now getting to that point with the MLB Draft Combine that
yeah, I could see that. That's pretty wild. It's pretty wild.
To one of our great everydayers I see in chat here, John, I can do this, right? I don't think you can. I don't think you can make a case for him independent of Cleveland's second pick, because the whole reason you're taking a lesser guy is for the money. Yeah. So it's all dependent. I can't make that case.
And as we've said multiple times too, like Cleveland, no matter who Cleveland takes, they're not paying. I 9.5 is the absolute ceiling. I don't even know if they're going to get there.
I would be shocked if they did more 9.3. That's kind of like, okay, maybe they beat one
I agree.
Guy, but that's
again, it's the 9.3, you beat Skeens' record, and we're not going to know that number tonight, probably, by the way. But they can say like, oh, you beat Skeens' record for a minute, whatever. At 9.3, you still save $1.2 billion. Like, again, at the Orioles draft, we've referenced this multiple times. 2020, or was it 2019? Rutschman and Gunnar Henderson. They ended up taking Rutschman. They only saved $600K or whatever it was. What did the Pirates save last year on Skeens? It wasn't 1.5. It wasn't 1.2 million, right?
No, I think it was only like 400, 500,000. I think it was like 9.7 a year ago.
So no matter who they take, they're going to be saving probably the most money of anybody at number one. Like they're going to go more than $1 million under slot. And I can't see a world where anybody pays Bazana more than 9.3, right? Like that seems impossible to me. And we have the whole rhetoric of, okay, it looks better for Bazana to make 8.5, 9 million at pick 4 than it does for him to take 9.3 at 1, because he took a 1-2 cut at 1 versus getting overpaid or over slot at another position lower. But at the end of the day, I would think that for him, for a guy who wants to win, a guy who might like the profile being 1-1, and the fact that he would still get the most money in the draft, maybe sans Condon, I don't know. I feel like that makes too much sense. Like, you're still going to save the money. You're not going to get paid better than Cleveland's going to pay you any lower. The only difference is you're going to get over slot if you drop. You're going to get a mega under slot at 1. So I don't know much about Excel Agency. Do you?
No, and my one reach out to them was met with absolutely no response.
Yeah, I don't know much about Excel. I want to say one of our buddies told us Excel doesn't really negotiate. Like they're pretty hard liners, but
Yeah.
I don't necessarily know any Excel clients, so I can't say for sure whether I believe that or not. And some of that info also is coming from a source that is secondhand sourcing, and I necessarily don't trust the firsthand source. So I don't know. I don't know any Excel players.
It's
Does
just
Cleveland have? I wish there was a list we knew that Excel.
yeah,
Cleveland had an
it'd
Excel
be
player.
nice if like that was listed somewhere, but weirdly that's one of those things that like for whatever reason does not exist, even though you would think like it would benefit agencies if teams knew like, yeah, we are we representing all of these guys.
I would know, and I'd like to see where this rumor came from, Nolan, because yesterday, okay, so Travis Bazzana did this podcast. I forget what the podcast was, but there were people quoting saying he said on the podcast he wants to come to Cleveland and be part of the playoff run this year. And nobody could send me the clip or a live, like an actual quote here. It was a deleted deleted graphic from FanDuel. Nobody could reproduce the graphic. Nobody could find the original audio. So there's a lot of rumors out there about Bazzana that I don't buy because there's no actual proof behind it. So I don't buy. Look, no, I don't think anybody's taking 8.5. I think any agent would probably look terrible if they got 8.5 at 1. I could be wrong. We could be wrong, but I just feel like this is the highest ever. I can't imagine they're going to allow their player to go 2 million under.
Yeah, it's because what it comes down to is you're like, why does that matter? Because it's a bigger win if you, it's a bigger win to essentially get slot in some regards. Like last year, I can't say the player. There's a player who went in the 20s and took less money to get full slot in the 20s rather than go in the teens and make a little bit extra.
So Matt Angle here is saying it's an Erica Hosmer's podcast. If you could find us an actual clip and tweet it to one of us, or I want to hear the actual audio because somebody did send me audio about from the podcast about Bazzana talking about Stephen Kwan. They asked him about alums, and he was talking to Adley Rutschman. He's seen Adley Rutschman on campus, and he's seen Stephen Kwan on campus in the offseason. So that quote exists, and people were trying to run with, Bazzana's talking about Cleveland. Well, he was talking up Stephen Kwan because he's seen Stephen Kwan there. That doesn't necessarily mean anything about Cleveland. But Matt, if you have any actual physical evidence of this, I would like to see it before I necessarily run with it. Apparently, the Giants walked off the Twins, and apparently it was a very, very disturbing ending. What happened? It was a fly ball. I know where this is not draft related. Oh, Byron Buxton just dove and completely whiffed on a ball, and a runner scored. Was it an inside the park home run? Was it a Little League homer? No, it was a leadoff triple. And then it was a triple, and then it was an error throw to third base. So Mike Yastrzemski got to walk home. Little League homer. They deleted the podcast. See, why? Why do they delete the podcast? That's sketchy to me. I don't buy this any sourcing from that if they deleted it. So I don't buy that. Yeah. I see this quote coming around too. That I don't believe that quote exists. I would have to see physical proof. Nobody again, nobody has been able to reproduce this. And that's a rude comment. You're gone. You're gone. Bye.
What did someone?
No, I'm not going to repeat it on the air, but they're banned from the chat. That was
totally
rude.
missed it.
And that was, yeah, you don't need to see it. It's fine. They're gone off the air. Yeah, I want to know why that was deleted. I want to see some. Yeah, clip the quote. Everyone's saying they made the video private. Why? It seems fishy to me. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah. Or they didn't want to give up some negotiating point and was asked to be taken down.
Maybe. Oh, Han Solo Dolo. I wish. You know what? I know I was so excited about Mary Kurt Smith last year, but it's not happening. I wish. No, even I could not. I am the driver of the Mary Kurt Smith bandwagon, and I cannot make a case for Kurtz over Bazzana or Condon right now.
You know, we kind of missed something. They took a kid from Virginia high school last year.
High school, Virginia?
Yep, Virginia high school last year.
Well, that would be our buddy's area. Where was that?
Ryan Marone from Freedom High School in Chantilly.
Oh, who they
did not sign.
Yeah, he didn't sign because they gave the money to Alex Mooney. So
yeah, But there we go. So that is one guy there. And then let's see, we've got isn't Morlando like is he South Carolina?
Yeah, he's from South Carolina.
Yeah, I'll have to. So let me go the other way.
Our buddy Adam, who has been talking baseball with me since the pandemic, and IBI post game after dark with John Fanta. He wants to know who has the best shot to be the MLB roster the fastest. I mean, it's Bazana, right? I think Bazana is more ready than Weatherholt. Just because, like, here's the thing, like, what I'm curious to what they'll do with Weatherholt, because he's got to ramp back up if he's going to play, and that's a hamstring thing right there. I don't know. I don't think either of them, no matter which of these two guys they draft, they're not going to be up this year.
Yeah, no, I'm tempted to agree with you. By the way, I can't find them ever. Feels wrong. I don't know. Maybe I should look and see if there's like an old. Because I got to look at Indians. That's the problem. So if I look at Indians, high school kids from, I'll come back around on this. A lot from the junior college rank I'm seeing. See, they took Christian Powell in 2009 out of a high school. Adam Matthews in 2008. 1999, 94. Irmo. I remember facing them when I was doing Quiz Bowl. Pep Harris. Remember Pep Harris? He was a 1991 pick out of Lancaster High School. So
I was too. So no, I don't remember that.
Yeah, the one thing I'll say, like, no, Condon doesn't feel like he's in the conversation because he's expensive, and listen, if you go look at my big board, maybe I'll drop it here in chat. Like, there's more concerns than data shows. Just because, like, guys his size actually are a bigger risk. Like 6'6" guys don't typically age well. There's concern about the environment in Georgia and how it was beneficial to their hitters there. If I can put it nicely, there's stuff like that. So, there's again, he's my number 2 player. He'd have been the number 1 player on my board every year outside of last year. He's really good, but he has enough little question marks where Bazana is just one of the cleanest sheets I've ever seen.
Yeah, like Bazana probably doesn't have the upside that Condon has. But Bazana has a higher floor, and it's very much likely he's also got a good ceiling too, but he's just much more likely. I think there's very few paths. There's very few outcomes to me where Bazana is not an above average player. Like I think Bazana is a multi-time All-Star, and I just think it's very likely he gets there. Like I just see so few outcomes where Bazana fails. I see more avenues for Condon to. I think Condon will be a major leaguer no matter what. I feel like there's not a lot of avenues where Condon ends up being a bust and doesn't make it. Although, I don't know. I mean, even Matt Laporta made it, right?
Good. Yeah. So I think he's going to be solid. I don't think either player. Here's the other thing too. It's like college stats are junk this year. Like there's so many issues with overall stats and production and like records being broken that like teams don't know how to properly evaluate it. But I would not expect. JJ Weatherholt on TV right now. I don't want to draft him just for his outfit.
That's an interesting get up there.
Not loving that, but maybe that's
interesting tie, the 10-gallon hat. That's interesting.
But yeah, I saw someone ask about like, could they trade the player they draft? They could. Those rules are gone. They're not going to. And in terms of who they could get, I honestly have no idea. Like, we don't see a lot of guys traded after they're drafted.
Trey Turner was like the last one, and that's why that rule.
No, there was. I'm trying to remember who that was who was traded in the offseason. I mean,
Sean Manaea?
No, it's like Justin Boyd. I mean, was one offseason after, right? Like we don't see it happen too much because, I agree, and I agree.
Quan wants Bazana. Yeah. I talked to Quan when he was also rehabbing his hamstring, by the way. And he wanted Bazana. He said he loved what he's doing. He said that there's a lot of good guys, but he likes Bazana. So, Okay, back to the podcast thing. So here's an interesting point. Could be multiple reasons it was taken down. Again, I'd love to see someone reproduce the clip just to be fair, but I remember an Ohio State center from this offseason did a podcast in his home state. I forget where the state was. It was Carson Hinsman, for anybody who's an Ohio State fan. I forget where his state was. He did a podcast and he did some kind of complaining about what was going on in Ohio State, and he kind of let in on some things, and it got deleted because it was a bad look for what he was saying and for the program, so it deleted it. So there's that possibly. So,
but it doesn't sound like it was a bad look. I would say if you want a positive sign on this, that maybe they're going to do something else. That would be the.
It wasn't. Yeah, it wasn't a bad look. It was just more. I don't know. Again, I'd want to hear. I would need to hear the. I would need to hear the thing recreated because I just don't know if I buy it. Why did FanDuel still take down their graphic if that graphic was even real? They could still put that up unless somebody made them take it down, a partner or something. I don't know. Latest pick from Fangraphs, if you really are into that kind of thing, is Bazana. So chances are it's not Bazana.
No, I mean switching this late, it might be.
Here, I'll just read it live for those who haven't read it. I haven't seen it. A lot of buzz today about Weatherholt. Eric used to be one of the best in the business, and now I don't know, but a lot of buzz about Weatherholt. Wrote in his first mock, he is a guy to cut an underslot deal with. He has Weatherholt first on his board, be fine, but the rumors smell too strong today as they're a last-ditch effort to drive Bazana's price down before taking him. He's saying Bazana here purely on intuition, so he has no dope, but he's saying he thinks it's a late smoke that they're trying to get Bazana's price down, which probably was the case all along if they take Bazana. Like, oh, someone just gave us the quote on Twitter, so hang on, I'm gonna maybe I can share my screen. This is risky, but I'll try to share my screen. Let's see if we can do this on here.
Close down all your adult content.
Oh no. Oh, here we go. All right. Let's all see if we can play this. I can't even hear it right now. Can anybody else hear it? Because I can't hear it.
I'm not hearing anything.
It's a screenshot. It's just a.
Oh.
All right, I'm going to replay it because it's a. So Eric Hosmer is saying a little bit of this good laundry right now because once we got done, we hung out with him for about 10 minutes, continued to talk to him. And he was like, man, my goal is to get drafted number 1 by Cleveland. And I wanted to be up there in September and October to help them win a pennant. All right. Good share. I don't know. I mean, if Eric Hosmer is saying that on a podcast, and I mean, that's all could be a ploy for Bazana as well, for him trying to hype up his own stock and his own money. I mean, and good for him. He deserves it. But okay.
FanDuel
thank you for sharing that.
Draft bets completely.
It's too late. The pick is in 20 minutes. That's why.
Yeah.
The pick is 20 minutes. So, I mean, I feel like maybe.
I mean, I'm not seeing anything so far on Twitter. I'm just trying to quickly. It keeps unfortunately crapping out on me. Let's see. I just got a text. Good source. I just got someone. Just heard. Okay. Just heard. Bazana goes 1. Just heard Bazana goes 1. Good source. They got me Jurstad news, but very much unconfirmed.
I cannot confirm, Jeff, but
I just had someone text me that one.
Holy crap.
And I just got another on its Baz.
All right.
Just had 2. So yes, according to this, it's 2 people text me. It's Bazana at 1. So backflips, excitement.
I cannot confirm or deny.
I just had. I'm getting multiple texts. Bazana at 1.
All right. Well, I was a little hard to hold my excitement in there after you said that. I was like, oh, don't say it. But you had someone that told you could use it. So
I had someone tell me I could use it. I don't know if I can say the name. It's someone you and I know. But yeah, at the same time, I got a few texts. It's Bazana at 1.
All right. Well, that's awesome to hear. I mean, let's see what happens. But
we'll see. Maybe I'm wrong here, but
yeah, I pretty much trust whoever is telling us this. I I pretty much trust whoever it is. By the way, was also talking to our friend Jason from Lynchburg, just talking about some prospect stuff. It sounds like there's a good chance that Churio might be going to Lake County after the break. We'll see.
And if people are like, why aren't you more excited? Like, I'm waiting for the confirmation on it.
I mean, you tweeted it. It's out. The internet lives forever,
I know.
Bud. You tweeted
I know.
it.
I'll take the cost, but I'm gonna run with it. Like I said, and Justin, actually, like I said, before I got your text, because you had texted me, it was that I had from someone else who was telling me it's them. So it's gonna be super long, Brian. It goes all evening. It doesn't mean
we'll be here all night.
It doesn't mean we can't get anyone to 36, but it means that like it depends what the cost is.
No, again, they're gonna if they take Bazana, if they wind up taking Bazana, they still are gonna save over at least $1 million. I cannot see them paying 10. Nobody's paying 10 this year. I think in the end, Condon gets more money than Bazana. But
yes,
they're not going to pay 10. I don't think anyone's paying 10 this year because nobody wants to set that precedent.
No,
once you start setting that precedent, it happens over and over. Teams want to keep money low. That's colluding, but it's not colluding because they're not talking about it. It's just something all teams want to do. They want to keep costs down. No one's going to pay 10.
What this means is like the interesting thing from this point forward, if this is true, I want to thank you to everyone who's joining us. That Jack is the player who's in a bit of a weird situation now. It means he is the guy that could be on the Scalide.
I just had someone else also say they didn't say it's going to be Bazana, but they think it's going to be Bazana. So they're not outright saying it's going to be Bazana, but somebody else just texted me and said that they believe it's going to be Bazana. So,
yeah,
I don't know. No guarantees. Again, no guarantees, but I think we both feel pretty good about it.
And like most people here are having positive reactions. I understand. Like there are going to be those who want power, and logically there is a reason to go with power because it's the most expensive trait to purchase in free agency. It's the thing that is the most expensive thing to add. And like, but I still think Baz has a chance to have, 20, 25 home run power whilst getting on base at a crazy amount. I think there's power there. And like and if we're going to also like, can we do some conspiracy theory? I don't have my tinfoil anymore. I got rid of it, but tinfoil hat, if I loaded up this hat here, like if you're the owner, Bazana is the person you want because adding him is going to definitely juice sales, right? It's going to open up a whole continent to your team. He is a player that is multinational. And maybe that's not what people want to hear. He's a legit prospect no matter what, but he's got a whole continent on his back because he wants to perform well for them. And, it's also something that this is going to be financially. I don't think there's any.
Guardians will make the pick in 10 minutes, by the way. It's 7:10 is when they're expected to make the first pick.
And here's the thing, since I don't know, I can go back to draft night where I was like, if you want to find the player that is, where I said Bazana is the guy, and I shouldn't have let myself be talked out of this. But, he feels like their guy if you make a draft pick in a lab. That this is the guy that made the most sense.
It does. Yeah, absolutely. I'm just curious to see what the money winds up being.
Yes.
But I'm pretty sure, again, no matter what they did, they're not paying full freight. Like they're still going to save $1 million, so they can.
No one's getting $10 million. No one's getting $10 million.
They're going to save $1 million. Again, nobody saves $1 million. What did you say Paul Skeens got last year?
He got 9.2.
But what was the
I believe that's about 500,000 under, 400,000 to 500,000 under.
No, okay. Most teams at 1-1 do not. How much do they save on Henry Davis?
I would have to go pull that up.
Because I'm thinking that's got to be the last time it came this close. But again, when you save $1 million in round one, that's a lot of money. And let's remember that 2 things. Let's say they save exactly $1 million in round one, that Bazana gets 9.5, which I think it's 9.3. But let's just say for round numbers, they save $1 million. They have $18 million in the draft. So this is what? This puts them down at $9 million, right? They have 18.
Yeah,
so
I mean,
9.
but
I'm sorry,
because we know they'll
8.
spend full freight, so it's like 18.2. So it's actually 19 million. It's 19.1 is what they have to spend.
Yeah, just the over. That's what I was going to say. So you have the overage. They're going to pay the 4.99% over the 18 million that they have to spend. Right? What do we did the math a while ago? I still have the thing up.
The overage is 916,000.
Yeah. So here's the money. Cleveland has 18,334,000 to spend. They can spend 4.99% over, which means they have over $19 million to spend. 19,25699. Subtract 9 for, let's just say subtract $9 million from this, 9.5. That's still almost $10 million to spend the rest of the draft. They're going to have a ton of money to play with if they go that route.
And they're going to
they
take
can
a few
still
guys
get a
at some
good player
point
down there
that are a little bit.
They're still going to be
slot.
senior signs. Yeah. I hope Daniel Egan is one of them. Yeah, your guy Nick Brink, I think you mentioned.
Yeah, I like Nick Brink quite a bit.
I wonder what Luke Sennard's going to take. Like that'll be an interesting one. That's not today's thing to talk about, but
it is. He's one. I mean, I gave him a grade for today, but no one else has. So. Watch this be wrong, just so I look like a jerk.
I think we're pretty right. I do think we're pretty right.
What is this? Oh, this is what the Bobby Witt thing they're showing. I'm going to put in my little earpiece and listen to the live so I can comment on the terrible comments that get made by the broadcast. So why should you be excited, even if this was not your guy? Because this guy has the work ethic of Kobe Bryant. Like that's kind of the lazy go-to. We got that from Jeff Ponce. This is a guy who the only thing he believes in is baseball. It is his girlfriend. It is his extracurricular. It is his religion. He drove 4 hours each way to fix his swing. That's why I believe he averaged a home run every like 9.8 at bats, where Weatherholt was over 20, because he all of a sudden started pulling the ball like crazy. He changed his swing to get into his power. And he did that while playing in one of the best pitchers parks in college baseball. Yes, the competition was lower, but that's why the Cape data is also really important. So I think he's a special talent. He would have been my top overall player. The only debate is if it would have been last year. He would have been the best player on my board. I really like Skeens and Cruz. I don't know if I would have put him above those two guys. I probably would have had him over Langford, if I'm being honest. But since Rutschman, there's no one I would have rather had. Yes, they can still get sorry, that got super loud. I apologize. Yes, they can still get a top guy. They have the money to get guys. It's just a matter of who's left.
Just going to say, Jeff, you made somebody upset.
Did we get a nasty tweet in here? Or someone who...
I'm just going to text you.
I tell them it was not from them.
I did.
Okay. I'm going to tell you.
There's a lot in there, but yeah.
No.
Oh, yeah. Arthur just pointed out, too.
I tell him. I just texted you who I got it from, so you can tell him where I got it from.
Okay.
So he's not mad at me. Tell him it's not from him at all. So I don't want to burn bridges. Tell him I'm gonna I'll DM him. I'm sorry, but it was not from him. Because it's someone I really respect and like, and I don't want to burn a bridge. Burke is going to join us maybe later this evening. Burke Ranger, he's doing some future stocks.
Yeah, we've got some other feelers out to some people who are potentially going to join. We'll see how that goes, but All right, you're good. And here come the boos for Rob Manfred with Adrian Beltre, who I'm sure will bring up the things a little bit. Joe Doyle is now saying it's not JJ Weatherholt, so that means it's Travis Bazana. That just further confirms it.
Yeah.
So Henry Davis is 1.9 million under. He was 8.4 and he signed for 6.5. So I don't think Cleveland's going to save that much, maybe. But either way, they're still going to save at least over $1 million, 1.2. And the Pirates again? That draft. I'm sorry, that draft of the Pirates
was weak at the
stunk.
top.
It just
again, it was weak at the top. Like
it stunk. It was a bad draft. Was that the Bubba Chandler draft?
Yes.
Okay, Bubba Chandler looks really good. Henry Davis, that whole draft, the jury is still out on it. I won't sit here and say it's a bad draft. It's looking bad. Like Solometo had terrible control issues going into the draft, right? Like I didn't want anything to do with him.
He had okay. It was just average at best. And again, I want to say we were the first ones to have this here, and like just months ago. Like you and I have been talking about for so long. So
we've had Bazana. Yeah, we've had Bazana.
I want to gather our flowers and give us credit, but like I also think that like, in fairness, it's like
we had help to get here.
Yeah.
I will say I was the driver of the Nick Kurtz train, obviously, back when this first happened in December. We got the lottery fell to Cleveland, but obviously it made sense to go with Bazana here.
Now I'm trying to do like a speed mock very quickly before the pick gets out, and it is just it's awful. I'm not loving it at all.
We won't know. Well, we won't know until for probably a few weeks until the picks someone's asked about how much money. It'll probably be a while before we hear money. Guys have to sign by the end of the month, before the end of the month, actually.
Yes, it's like, it's the end of the month.
But it's going to be soon. I know Arthur will chime in and tell us when they have to sign by, when they have to be added by. Hey, friend of ours, Marla Goldberg, friend of Guardians, people all over. Appreciate that. Bullpen's in great shape this year, Jeff. Just going to say that. The bullpen's been in great shape this year. We know why.
We do.
We do know why.
We have a fantastic bullpen coach.
Yes. Who we like very much, and he's from the great state of Ohio. Everyone's scared. Everyone's worried. I'm not worried. I think I'm almost 99.9%.
Yeah,
And I already turned in my. I'm doing coverage this year for the News Herald. I've already turned in my capsule, so I told him what it was going to be. So if I'm wrong, I have to quickly write and fix that. So I don't want to do extra work. So I better be right. We better be right.
I just DM'd our friend who was mad at me to try to.
I let him know
that over.
Here's the question. We know who it's going to be. Are they going to wait the entire clock out for this?
Because
they're on the clock.
Yeah.
The pick is going to be made here. The pick is going to be made here in 2 minutes, less than 2 minutes. I'm guessing we'll not hear from our friend in Arizona.
No, none of our friends in Arizona.
So here's the sign deadline, August 1st. Here it is. August 1st is the sign deadline, guys, to be roster within 15 days. So that's August 1st to sign, which means we will find the money out. We will find the money out before that, obviously.
And it's interesting because, like, I know the community had Bazana as like 2 and Condon 1, but everyone I talked to was not that. Like, can I just state that for the record that like all of the scouting friends, all of the people, no, it was Bazana than Condon. It was the opposite of the media community. Like that was one of those things. I know there's going to be people who aren't, but like that is just the way that it lined up. It was interesting. But yeah, I am.
Pick is in. The pick is in. I was super pumped when we got the draft lottery fell to us. I could not.
Here
I
is
could not. Charlie Condon and Chase Burns are not going number one, according to Joe Doyle. So there's that. Just again, I'm just more curious what they're going to announce him as. Are they going to announce Bazana as a second baseman? Are they going to announce him as an outfielder or a shortstop? That's the only thing left to debate, right?
I'm throwing out a tweet I found. Apparently last August, I tweeted out Bazana is the Guardians guy 100%.
Again, you said it. He was pre-made in a lab for a draft.
I don't know, like
pre-made in a lab for them.
Okay, and then this is.
Should I just go ahead and? Yeah.
Sorry. It's I don't know. Like I put in all the effort all the time, and it's nice to have this moment. My December 5th after they won it was guys. Travis Bazana does not swing and miss, does not chase, plays for Oregon State, and won the Cape MVP this year. Just go ahead, put him on the board. The Reds are on the clock.
Keith Law also says Bazana, so here we go. Jeff, yeah, you're good. Jeff, you're good.
I don't know. Like I said,
all Jeffs are happy.
Yes. Like I said, I don't know. Like I said, it's one of those things you put a lot of time and effort in. So if number one in system, we're talking 15 to 25 overall. Thanks, Jason. I'm sorry, I don't quite understand your question, TD.
He wants to know. I think he wants to know if this is in a top 100. Oh. I think Bazana is a top 40, maybe top 50, maybe top 20.
Yeah, I think he's in the top 20. Yeah,
I agree. Yes. He's going to be so close to. He's going to be so close to Major League ready. Like again, I don't think you're going to see him this year.
I think he could. I have stated that before on the podcast.
Man. I just can't imagine that stadium. If they call up Travis Bazana before the end of the year, that place is going to be nuts. Just absolutely insane. Can you imagine? You have to come back home, Jeff. You have to come back home. You have to come back home. Just saying.
I don't know. I'm just, this is my, like, I spent the whole day being frustrated and like, this is.
Oh, everybody was frustrated. I got so many texts from friends who
were
not
like, trading Bazana for starting pitching. There's like, it doesn't make guys, you're not trading this pick. You don't trade a guy you took first overall. Like this is a guy who's going to be a chance to be the next face of their franchise. Like you're not trading.
They're hugging in the draft room in Arizona. So
this was their guy. Like he always made the most sense. He's the number one player.
Here we go. Here comes Rob Manfred to a bunch of boos, quickly replaced by a bunch of cheers.
There we go.
Yes. Second baseman, the first second baseman to go number one overall. That has never happened. The first ever second baseman to go number one overall in the draft. Let's give a round of applause to the Guardians. We're not homers here. We try to keep it fair. We love this pick. I mean, let's just be honest. Like, yes, here we go. Russell Hart, love this. Fear the Roo. As a proud Akron alum, sometimes I'm proud of that. Sometimes I'm not because they suck at certain things. But Fear the Roo. I got to bust out my Zips hat somewhere. This is great. This is awesome.
He is a quick to the majors, on base, hitting machine, absolute. They announced him as a second baseman because that's what he's played. And historically, they announced like what guys were. Like Will Benson was a two-way guy in school. Nolan Jones was a shortstop. So this doesn't surprise me as much that they made that call. But I think tell this kid he can't play shortstop well, he probably can't. Let's tell him he can't play center field because then he will be center. He'll be a center fielder. Like.
The reviews are good, by the way. Everyone on Twitter is pretty happy. I'm glad Guardians fans can unite. I'm also glad, by the way, we had a lot of people who were like, oh, it's going to be Jack Caglione. It's going to be Jack Caglione.
Problem with Jack Caglione is his go look at kind of like Salvador Perez, where like his high chase rates are a big issue in baseball. And for college players who perform well and then don't perform well, even with low K rates, it's because of high chase rate. But this is the guy. He's been number one on my board forever, pretty much from the start. I I got a comment. I see someone in this chat who I think set me up with my first ever interview. I think I see a person who set me up with an interview with their son about 10 years ago. It's my first ever interview. That's cool. So, Justin, I would just watch the volume so we don't get demonetized.
Oh, sorry. I turned it up for the pick, but
yeah.
All right. 7:20. I'm gonna flip over to do the Guardians.
Yeah, I'm gonna
press conference.
I'm gonna listen in one ear, so I'll be running it here. I'll be taking questions. I understand people want power, but he is a 50-55 power. He has the ability to be a truly special middle of the order guy. He's a 2020 player.
Possibly for 25 home runs.
Yeah.
I think you can put 25 home runs there, and I'm not saying he will. I guarantee it, but I think it's there.
Someone just pointed out, I didn't know that they put 200 on Baz when I got the text and just made $600.
You're welcome. Look at that. You made somebody money earlier this year on one of our sponsors.
No, I almost did. Edmonton didn't win, but I almost did. 60 power, 65 hit. I mean, I'm not going to necessarily, I don't disagree with it. And like, you don't have to remake the swing. There is no health concerns. He is an absolute unit in terms of his build. And yeah, this is the smart pick. I'm to the moon.
Everybody, by the way, I did hear from a friend in Arizona, and
apparently they're interviewing Baz on ESPN right now.
Oh, I'm not flipping over, but oh, I guess I will flip over. No, I'm not flipping over. I have a Roku, and it just takes too much darn work to do that. So, Todd, let us know what they say.
Yeah, David Van Kirk, I'm jealous. A signed Bazana home run ball. I'm jealous.
Man, that's great. That's great. All right, now how do we get Nick Kurtz down to 36, Jeff? That's the next topic of discussion. I still need my Merry Kurtzmas trademark. I need my
he had almost the same OPS as Condon.
My Nick Kurtz bobble or my body pillow.
Just to go through like advanced batted ball data. When you're looking at this, he had the 7th best chase rate in amongst these draft eligible players. He was in the dark green. I think he was like 10th in contact, and his exit velos were also in the green, very strong. Like there was only 5 or 6 guys who were in the green in chase rate, contact, and exit velo, and he was one of them. Like this is a special performer. And like I said, honestly, if they had gone Condon, I would have been a little disappointed, but like I still would have been happy. But you had to take one of those two. You had to take one of those 2 players. And make sure you're staying with us. We're going to have content through ever. I see our numbers dropping now at the pick's over. You're missing out. Chase Burns, number 2 to the Reds. Chase Burns, interesting.
All right, let's get weird.
It's already getting weird.
I heard from a friend earlier today that nobody has a good grip on this top 10, that they're pretty sure that a lot of things are going to go upside down. We heard Nick Kurtz to Oakland, possibly. Which again, when we heard Nick Kurtz to Oakland, that made me start thinking that they knew that
Bazana was
out. So yeah. And Condon's on the board. So we expect Condon's going to go to the Rockies because there's no chance Oakland's taking Condon.
You and I talked about on our crossover, maybe off the air.
I feel bad for our friend from the White Sox, by the way. Yeah. I feel bad for our friend from the White Sox, though, because this almost guarantees that Caglione is going to
not unless weather holds
the White Sox.
But here's the thing.
Oh, never mind. I did hear from a source. I think we said this earlier. We did hear that Weatherholt's floor is 5. So if Weatherholt's going to get the 5, he's going to the White Sox.
But
I'll say it now. It's
interesting because Burns was in person for the Guardians and the Reds game, and we wondered how much interest there were. But this is a team that last year went high with pitching. Like they have gone high. They spent all their high picks on pitching a year ago, and now they're doing more pitching here. And he's not, the biggest one in the world. He's not Skeens, but he has great stuff.
So the rest of this order is very predictable now, by the way. We're going to get chalk for after this. So Condon's going to go to the Rockies. Kurtz is going to go to the A's. And then we're going to get Weatherholt to the White Sox. And then
there's a world where Weatherholt goes to the A's. We'll see about that. Because I have heard both that he is going there and that also he is sliding. So I'm curious to see.
Who's that?
Kurtz. So I'm trying to see what the press release.
I'm banking on what I heard earlier about Weatherholt. Well, our one friend did give us good info on
was trying to remember. I think for a short period of time, I was doing some work for the Blue Sox, and I'm like, I can't remember exactly if that was a team or if it was someone else, but
all right, I'm going to jump into the Guardians draft room here and
fair
kind of
enough.
listen in.
I'm going to listen in as well. I'm going to pause the
You're
live
going to have to
stream.
carry the show while
I'm going to
out.
carry the show. I can carry the show and listen. But
I'm going to mute myself here.
Yeah, that's fair. And I have my earbud in, so we'll see if.
But guys, stick around. We're not going anywhere.
I'm not going anywhere. I'm still listening and talking. I'm going to answer questions.
As soon as the Guardians are done, I'll be back.
So I think one of those things too that we have to talk about is like people are like, oh, why not Condon? Cleveland puts a ton of value into the Cape, and when you look at that, Condon's Cape was a very small sample, so it's hard to judge, but Cleveland values the Cape so much that they're going to go for the guy who dominated in the Cape over a guy with even if it's a small sample size, there's not much to it. Like that matters. Cleveland has been so Cape heavy. Right now, my general view is I think Condon to Colorado. I think the other thing we're talking here is Cincinnati wanted to save money. By all reports, Condon wants to be the highest paid player in this class. So, 9.5. I should probably pull up my MLB draft order here. MLB draft tracker. I'm just going to bring this here so I can tell you the exact amount of money that they have to spend at full slot. If you look at it last year when Wyatt Langford fell out, he got, this doesn't have slots. Of course. Why would it have that? That would be useful. What was that sound for? Last pick tonight is 75. I had a beep and I lost track of where I was going there. But yes, it was to see the slot value, to see how much they can offer Condon right now at this selection. It is slot here is $9,070,800. I'm kind of curious to see. Final pick, I believe, is 75. Listen, there is reliever risk with Burns, but I don't think he's necessarily a reliever. There's going to be someone fun at 36 and 48 is happening tonight, dude. I believe, unless they've changed it, that it's going to be, the second round as well. It's a long evening. I think the one thing I would say about the comp pick is it's just going to be, we have to see who's there. I wouldn't be locked in the idea of an arm. I wouldn't be locked in the idea of a bat because they still have, like I said, I could be wrong. They are going to have a decent amount of money, but they can still get someone there. If someone slides, there's nothing that says that they can't get one of the top 20 or so, but they got their guys. The ability to do that. That's why this is kind of a
Sorry, I'm back. I guess I'll wait to see when the Guardians actually start talking, then I'll jump off. But
the organizational side.
They haven't started talking yet. So.
Okay. That's good because I had to update my Zoom.
Yeah. Third pick is in, and Charlie Condon to the Rockies, as we thought. That's good for the Rockies, man. Let me tell you.
I'm curious just how much they're going to have to spend with that pick, because the slot there is $9 million, and instead they're, the rumor was he wanted 9.75. So this could mean they have to gimp some of their other selections, as it were.
Yeah. Condon's going to work right. That's going to be a good pick for them.
That
honestly.
Is a good pick.
I mean, the money we'll see, but it's going to be a good pick for them out there for sure. I mean, hard to imagine Condon not hitting well in that environment. Funny enough, they've already got the mature version of Charlie Condon and Chris Bryant. Right? So,
yeah, I've had
now
that.
They have the broken version of Chris Bryant, and they have the good version of Chris Bryant. All right, Guardians are coming on now.
Right now, like I said, the Athletics pick, I still think it's Kurtz, could be Condon, or not Condon, Cags, but I'm thinking right now is likely Kurtz. They're spending a lot of time talking about just how, all the parts of Bazana right now on the show, other things he does well. It's not a pick to save money, Rusty Wagner, not at all. This is the top player in the draft that they took. Kurtz at 4. I think Weatherholt's the pick at 5. He's going to go out as a second baseman. That has been announced. I just think right now with the way things are working out, we won't know them. We won't know the number for a bit. Like that's one of those things that we just won't know. So, but I'm betting he's over 9 million and not 10. So somewhere in that range. Yeah, he is. Did ever say why Condon better home numbers? What can I say about Condon's home numbers that won't get me in trouble? There was some questionable information that came into Georgia's dugout in the middle of games. We were informed. I don't know how much of that I can confirm or go into, but I'll say there was that. That is, if that's known to us, that is known to others. And the one thing that is very interesting that when you're looking at Bazana overall versus Condon is how much people who liked Bazana still liked Condon, but that the Condon people were all no comment. So this is going to be JJ Weatherholt, is what I believe. I think there is a benefit because it's an open market. There's more to it. He's a second baseman now, but he could definitely play left field. He could maybe play outfield, and then AG could definitely play shortstop. So it's you don't worry about that part. I don't know if we can say 5 million, but I think we can get close. It depends if you're willing to like maybe take someone like Cole Mathis in the second round and shave another million, maybe. It's about manipulating your picks. If you went senior sign in round 7 through 10, that's 800,000, a million, and then 900,000. That gives you like 2.7. That gives you over 5 million. So it's possible. I'm a little behind. Do we have the White Sox pick yet? Honeycutt wouldn't be a guy they would draft. I'll just be honest. His chase and his strikeout percentage are so poor. There's no way that they would draft him. He's not their type of guy. So even if he's there at 36, they wouldn't pick Honeycutt. I think it's very interesting in the podcast. They just said that that it's not just analytics; it's everything. That he takes every bit of information, everything he can find to maximize his abilities and get so much better. That is a big thing. I do for some things. If you need to mute me for the draft, I totally understand it. But yes, I'm not putting spoiler alerts out there because I don't necessarily have the time to be able to do that. And the other thing I'll say is like looking into data. I know everyone's like right-handed power bats. I've been hearing it for the last 15 years as a writer. But the problem with a right-handed power bat is if they don't work out, you have a weak platoon bat. A left-handed, but 80% of the innings in baseball are from right-handed pitcher. So it's going to be. I just like how in the interview there's asks about injuries. You unfortunately can't right now. I'm giving you guys some inside baseball with the media related one. I do think it did, Jack. I think it helps. I think when you come from a good program, that stands out. You know, it's the same reason I'm a little bit lower in Virginia guys and Vanderbilt guys, because in recent years, those programs have not produced Florida. You can go through and look at programs that do well and don't do well. Thank you, John. I appreciate that. I think he's got to be top 20, top 25 prospects. We'll start in the lower minors likely, and then there's maybe a chance he gets up there this year. I think you want him next year to start, so you have a chance at the first overall pick, so you have a chance at a bonus draft pick. I think he is a guy where you're going to, because of his hit ability, has a very good chance of winning. They take Hagen Smith, so I was wrong there. Well, JJ sliding. This was the concern for him, but so, I'm not sure. I maybe the Cardinals. Yeah, Dave, I think that's fair. Around pick 16 is probably, we know he's falling beyond 14 to 16. I doubt it, Cleveland, but you can always hope. Hagen Smith. It was interesting. I'd heard today someone said that Hagen Smith might slide out of the top 22 or out of the top 10, and now not so much. I think it's just about seeing who slides, Caleb. I think it's just looking at who slides more than anything else than focusing on a singular position.
I dropped off the rest of the press conference because all my questions got sniped before I could ask them, so that's cool. I tried so hard to ask a question a couple times and never, ever got the ability to jump in, so it is what it is. I am stunned that JJ Weatherholt is not a White Sox.
I was getting ready to ask a question right there at the end about how the importance of the cape keeps showing up in their drafts, and then he's like, I gotta go.
Chris said that?
Yes, he's like, I gotta go right before I can even speak it.
Okay. Nice. I was going to ask about the makeup going over, and I was about pushing him over. And of course, yeah. And I was going to ask about MLB Network's got Bazana on now, and I was going to ask about the bonus pool, but somebody, I think Paul Hoynes ended up asking, how does this set you up the rest of the day? And you probably heard he was talking about how they still want to bring in great players and they still want to manage their, this whole bonus pool. So
they made the right call. I think you and I are both kind of like, this is. And here's the thing, like,
this the rumor. By the way, the rumor is that he did take a significant amount under slot.
Yes,
that's what we're hearing. Is he did take. So as we knew, he wasn't going to take 10 million. Whoever that guy was arguing with me on Twitter the other day, saying they're going to pay 10 million to someone. I was like, want to bet? And he didn't want to bet me because I was right. They were never going to take him at 10. He's going to be in under slot.
He is so marketable for this franchise. Let's be very honest about that too. Like look, watching the interview on MLB.com, like this is on top of the fact that it does open up a whole new market. There's going to be Australian reporters covering this team as soon as he is up. Like he's a big deal. Yeah, and it's like, and here's the thing, Karen, like Condon or Bazana, you had to take one or the other. And we were bigger on Bazana because he's safer and he's such a good hitter, and the work ethic is like anything I have ever heard ever reported by a prospect. He's something different.
Yeah, this is a franchise changing pick. I mean, what did we say, Jeff?
Rusty, it's not about saving money. You clearly don't understand how the draft works. So I'm gonna boot you out soon. If you want to have a discussion, we can have a discussion. But the reason you save money, it's a quote unquote equivalent of a trade down, but they still took one of the elite players in this draft. No one was getting full slot. Like, you have to not think about this draft like other drafts because it is not like them. No, you don't understand the draft because your comments make that very clear that you have no idea how the draft works.
Jeff,
so
here we go.
I'm gonna say goodbye because you don't know how it works. So you've been banned because you're just making statements to make it clear you don't know how it works. So
this is franchise changing because what Jeff just said, he's an international marketing sensation. This is not going to be just Cleveland. People, look at what happened with Japan. How many people in Japan were covering the Mariners because they got Ichiro and other Japanese players, other teams? The media was all over those teams because of that player. Okay, that's going to happen to Cleveland. You're going to have a lot. I mean, I realize Australia is not as big of a baseball market as Japan, so we're not going to say it's the same level.
Okay, there we go. So no slide there. So the Cardinals for Weatherholt.
Wow. All right. Well, hey.
Thank you to John, who's keeping us up to date since we're not paying as much attention as we should.
Or John is saying Bazana won't be that good. Yeah, okay. And they announced him as a two-way player, by the way. The Royals announced Cagliano as a two-way player. I could see the Royals doing this, by the way. I could see the Royals trying to.
The Royals noted great pitching development people.
Oh, There are no two-way players. There was Shohei Ohtani, and there's everybody else.
No, there's no two-way players.
It's going to be a mistake to make.
So I think a lot of this though is he was a two-way guy, so he was announced as two-way. I bet Carson Bench gets announced as two-way as well. I think a lot of it is what they did, and I just want to go back because I don't like banning people. I don't like to get into those arguments, but this is how the draft works. The last player to get full slot with the top overall pick, that player was Spencer Torkelson, and that's worked out great, hasn't it? You need to kind of look at the whole thing. No one was getting full slot. There is some monetary savings, but when you're taking Bazana, that's not the savings pick. If you take Bazana or you take Condon, those aren't the big savers. If they took Weatherholt, that would be saving to get and it's not to be cheap. It's so you can use that money on a player later in the draft because Cleveland every year goes over their slot. So they're going to have money to spend. So I just want to go back to that. If anyone's like, why is Jeff being a dick?
They didn't.
That's why.
They didn't go. If they were going to be really, really pinching the money on pick one to pick the rest of the draft money-wise, they would have taken Weatherholt because he would have taken less money in theory.
Okay.
But Bazana was the best player. Okay.
Yes,
he was the best player.
He was. It's one of those things too. Like I said, it was caddy corner. So it was listed that Ben Lively had options when he signed, and we made jokes about like, well, we're probably signing him and giving him extra money because it's a guy the Reds cut, that he has options, like they could send him to the minors and kind of have depth. But then it turned out he didn't have options, so it became just this internal joke of like, he's got options in life. He is, he's a single dude. So I'm just like, he's got options. Yeah, he's not Bryce Harper. Jack Caglione has the worst chase rate in college baseball. It's almost 40%. There's a cat. So it's just a situation where when college players fail and you're like, hey, he didn't strike out a lot in college. Why is this not working in the pros? It's chase rate. It's contact rate. His contact rate's good. His power is fantastic. Yeah, it's the same cat. You can tell by the coloration here.
By the way, I just want to
his
put that
high chase
back
is
up
just
there
a
from day
concern.
one.
Yep. So his high chase is a concern. And yeah, no one's a two-way guy. Ohtani is just a miracle.
Yeah, there are no two-way guys. It's Ohtani and everybody else.
Then in terms of, I've seen a lot of people be like, position. It's like, well, you got to figure out, right? Like if Angel Martinez keeps playing well, like maybe he's your second baseman or an outfielder next year. If Freeman starts picking it up and being up and down, then he's your center fielder. I think the nice thing too with Baz is that he can play a lot of spots. So in many ways, they can just react and move and go based on kind of need, which is a weird thing to say because you never talk about need in the draft. But I think his flexibility gives them that.
Hey, Ben Lively's got all the options in the world now because he pitched very well against Tampa, and the offense didn't show up. So.
No, what's an offense? Good. Thank you, Scott. Scott's one of our everydayers.
Yeah,
just another kind statement.
Scott.
Thank you, Scott. Like we already brought up John, one of our great everydayers. Yeah, Jimenez was a very good.
By the way, the coverage at MLB Network, the analysis is kind of coverage.
Lassoing.
The coverage has been lacking from an analysis standpoint, but Andrew's right. Entertainment is pretty darn fun. That's pretty fun.
Okay,
by the way, it looks like we're split now. It's Weatherholt, and one person's saying Weatherholt, and the other person is saying, the other person is saying it's going to be Christian Moore.
Yeah, I mean, people.
The Guardians do have an agreement with Bazana. Chris Anthony did share that on the thing. He's already in.
So just this question here on the player, like offense, defense, and strikeouts. He doesn't strike out. That's one of his big things. He had one of the best contact rates, one of the lowest chase rates. He commands the strike zone. He went and spent lots of time last year revamping his swing so he could get to more power. He's got a 60 hit, 60 power. And defensively, he's a strong defender at second. Most people think he could be a center fielder or he could be a left fielder and be strong there. So he is a kind of a complete guy, no weakness. Weatherholt to the Cardinals. They did go with Weatherholt. So that ends his slide.
Jeff, somebody who DM'd me the other day who was saying not nice things about Bazana was the one that said that this was going to be Christian Moore. So more proof that we don't have to listen to that person.
I'm just trying to remember who that was
over here.
I'm trying to remember who that was who did that, and now I can't remember who. Oh, that guy. Yes,
that guy.
That guy. I unfollowed him.
Christian Moore He had Christian Moore to the Cardinals, and he was wrong. So
yeah, he's been wrong.
He tried to tell us that Bazana was not a good person.
No,
sorry. The Guardians don't take those kind of people. Not at 1-1 anyway.
Because everyone is a money savings player. No one gets full freight. That is why it is Caddy Corner. So, and he's probably going to have the second highest bonus. Stop it, cat. You don't need pizza.
Just Sorry, cat's getting frisky over there.
My cat's trying to rip open the pizza box over here. I didn't get a chance to do dinner yet, so I got a pizza box sitting here, and my cat is trying to rip it open.
Yeah, I ate before we came on because I knew we were going to be here all night. So here's the real question. I don't think anyone's going to want to talk about this, and I know we shouldn't go here. But the real question is, I think we have to bring this up, Jeff. And Zach did tweet this from the press conference about the agreement being in place with Bazana.
Mm-hmm.
But when do you approach Travis Bazana about a contract extension? I think you got to do this immediately with him. I would get him. I would sign him. I would try to get him signed him. This has got to be a pre-debut deal. I would try.
Like
like
an extension. I think it. I mean, yeah. I mean, you're saying give him the Churio deal? Yes, I would try to give him the Churio deal. Yeah. No. 100%.
8 years, $90 million. Book it right now. Do you think he takes 8 years, $90 million? That was what the Churio deal was, right?
Can you get more? Can you do like 10 and
I would do
over
10.
100?
Yeah. I would sign to the Andres Gimenez deal right now.
Yeah.
That's how strongly we feel about Travis Bazana. Like, okay, here's the one downside of things. And Chris Anthony said they plan to send him out as a second baseman. They think he's athletic and they think he can do a lot of different things, but the plan now is second base and they'll adjust from there. But second basemen do have a tendency to wear down a little easier. That is a position where attrition sets in quickly. Well, I guess Baerga and Kipnis aren't a fair comp because Baerga ate himself out of the league. Not that I have room to talk about shape, obviously, but he ate himself out of the league and partied himself out of the league. Yes. And Kipnis also, there were rumors about him not necessarily taking care of himself the best as he could, even though we love Jason Kipnis to death. There is that side of things. So maybe moving him to center field drives down some wear and tear, but I don't know, didn't really help Grady Sizemore. But
Grady Sizemore is a freak situation.
We got the next Grady Sizemore.
We did,
because he played 110% all the time, and you can't necessarily play 110% all the time. So that was my only thing about maybe trying to lock him up early and that being a risk, but maybe you can also use that. So I don't know.
So everyone's asking, what level do you think he's going to start at, Justin? You're better at this question than me.
Almost nobody skips high A. So I'm selfishly, because I am closer to Lake County. Not that Akron's that far of a drive for me, but I think Lake County's 45 minutes and Akron's an hour from me. I'm going to say Lake County. Almost nobody skips Lake County, but I could see a scenario where he goes to Lake County and he's literally there for like 10 games and he's in Akron. That's my guess. Like, it could be very quick. I would guess Lake County, outside shot Akron, but I would be stunned if he does. I mean, I think he could reach Akron by the end of the year.
Angels are taking Christian Moore.
I like that for them. I like Christian Moore.
I had him there in one of my mocks. I actually had Christian Moore there in my earlier mock.
Travis is on with the media right now, by the way. I don't know if he reopened the Zoom, but he's on right now.
Oh, Travis is? I did not.
Travis is on the Guardian Zoom. I'm going to open that back up and just listen while we're talking.
Yeah.
And I'm going to not have my mic or my camera on, but he's talking right now.
Yeah, I'm going to launch that over here and then see what we can say, but
just remember, Jeff, no tweeting live audio.
Yes. Yeah, it was just my tweet there was about Christian Moore. So one of my favorite sleepers is Luke Sennard, a pitcher from Indiana. Numbers a year ago were great. He's been hurt and he's got crazy spin. So that's one of my favorite sleepers.
Bazana's super excited.
Yeah. I think they'll try to get him signed as quickly as possible because he is such a valuable name and player. That part of his value is just kind of having this and how he performs. So it looks like
Riley, he's already signed. Riley's saying expected to sign soon. Guardians aren't cheap drafting. They already have an agreement in place. Chris Anthony said they have to go through medicals, but
I don't think it impacts
in the Cape Cod League.
Yeah.
By the way,
I don't think it impacts anyone because he's the top guy. Like, you know. But Landon, you guys are so good at farming out pitching prospects to other organizations. I know you were a real big fan of Whitman a year ago. So that was Purdue guy. Thank you, Connor, for your kind words. The pro comp is always been Chase Utley to me for him. I don't know if it affects Quan, but you know, I think it's got to be fun for him. And hey, there's also Justin Boyd in system. Don't forget about Justin Boyd.
Oops.
So Braden Montgomery and then the high school kids are the best available. I just think Bregman started to fall apart a bit. You know, if we don't get the like health issues and the fall apart and some of the questions, I could see that.
Jeff, here's a quick thing we should ask everybody. Does everybody want us to come back and do this tomorrow for round 3 through 10?
I think it just always comes down to our numbers, right? It's those things. But yeah, if people show up, we'll consider doing this some more. I just always, you know, I love the draft, so I'm going to be here for this. I mean, nice to have you, Joseph. Thank you for joining us. Aiden Harris does have absolutely huge power. He's more of a day 2 guy, though.
I like Aiden Harris.
Yeah. I'll be here. And he's right now, Bazana's giving a lot of credit to his coaching.
He also talked a lot about the Cape.
Yeah. So it's
for those who think the Cape doesn't matter.
Yeah. It's going to be interesting to see now who starts to fall. I think you're on Connor watch after the Giants is when you can start getting a little bit into Connor watch. But right now, that's the thing is we got, to me, James Tibbs is my number 1 player left. Braden Montgomery is another standout. Then the 3 high school kids, as well as to me, I think Cam Smith, Waldschmidt, like these are all guys that Ryan Waldschmidt are high on my personal board. But Tibbs is 7 on my board. Montgomery is 8. Cam Smith 11. Ryan Waldschmidt 12. Connor Griffin.
We have the same
13.
7 and 8, Jeff.
James Tibbs, fun fact for those who didn't follow college baseball this year, for a long time, had more home runs than strikeouts this year. I think for Puppy Brand, I think that the coverage is just like MLB.com. Anything we're getting interview wise is from our media links. So we're here. We're your coverage.
Yeah, we'll be here all night. Stick with us.
Yeah. I just think so. We're getting on this question a lot, so pop this up. I think they're going to go with who slides. Like we don't know who's going to be there. If the hitting is better than the pitching in this class, so I think it's just a matter of who slides. Like that's what's going to stand out. That's going to be who they go with. It's like they are waiting to pounce because they do have, you know, they played the game. They played the game super well. And it sounds like they got a good offer that, you know, it feels like kind of Travis wanted to come to Cleveland. Like that's also like that matters. Like as a Cleveland fan, doesn't it? You know, think about it. Like we love Jose because Jose wanted to be here. That's one of the great things about Jose. We've had so many guys go, or so many people who don't want to, or you know, like Ichiro making fun of Cleveland, and like we see so many years of people kind of picking on Cleveland. He wanted to be here. I feel like that podcast might have gotten taken down because of negotiating positions. But in the end, this is where he wanted to be. He wanted to be the first overall pick, and it sounds like there might be more money savings than we anticipated. So that 100% then gives them the ability to maybe pull someone down. And to Joseph
Pirates
Rhodes,
went with Connor Griffin.
Connor Griffin. Okay, interesting. I thought they might go. So you can officially take Griffin off the watch. Yes, this is the pick. This has been our number one guy the whole process. Since March. He's been my number one guy since December. And then, I don't know, would you say about March or February took over for you?
Once the season started, I switched to Lozana. Kurtz was my number one in December.
Yeah, it's the cat will be pairing a lot, Matt Thinker. She's very focused on the fact I have human food. She's a weird cat. She plays fetch and steals food. She eats goldfish, not like the fish, but like the children's cracker. So I have to be careful. Was it 2-3 years ago? I think it was the Espino draft because I was back. That was the last time Locked On didn't do a draft show. She actually stole a whole thing of pizza from me. And we turned around and there was like 3 pieces dragged around. Yeah, I think, with this pick, yes, Bazana's number one in their system. It's not even close. Is it close? No. Because you look at the other candidates, like Manzardo is playing really well, but he's a first baseman. You look at DeLauder, it's like he's hurt, right? Again. There's just a lot of question marks. Is he a replacement for Cruz? I'm sorry, Andrew, I'm probably missing something. Is who a replacement for Cruz? You'll have to specify. That cat that keeps jumping up is Cinnamon Arthur. My other one is Vanilla Bean, if she decides to join us. Connor Griffin is fascinating. I just want to say this at the 9th overall pick. I had him 13th. There is a world where he is, one of the best players in this class. There's also a world where Connor Griffin in 3 years is Vance Honeycutt. And I'm going to go back to some data I did earlier that if you draft a high school, I went through from, I believe, 2000 to 2000.
Okay.
They're done. They went from 2000 to 2000. I went from 2000 to 2015. And when you looked at high school players versus college players taken in the top 15 of the draft, not only did college players have a better chance of success, but college players would perform at a plus level, an all-star level, at a greater rate than high school players performed at an average level. So when you take a college player, you have a better chance of not just getting an average player, but of getting a star than you have of even a high school player being average. So you want to go with, we get, prep talent in the top 10 is like taking a wide receiver in the NFL, right? That's one of those things that you get excited by and then disappointed. Like it's the not smart play. Maybe that's changed. I kind of checked out of the NFL a few years ago. It'd be like taking a center in basketball nowadays. It's that situation. If Espino didn't get injured, Bazana would still be one because Espino would be with the big league team. He'd already be up if he didn't get hurt. If he was healthy in the system, he wouldn't be number one by now, because if he was healthy and still in the system, then there'd be an issue why he didn't get called up. That's an interesting draft room where they all have matching Hawaiian shirts. Is that the Pirates?
Oh, I'm seeing the Zoom interview with Condon. That's interesting.
I mean, I'm on a little bit of a delay here, but let's see.
But so yeah, people asking what we want them to do at 36. I'll just say I was saying before because you were going on. I was trying to listen to what Travis Bazana was saying on the Guardians media stream. You and I both had the same 7 and 8, which is Tibbs and Montgomery. I'd trade you Savage 9. Someone asked us about what they'll do at 36.
Yeah, I've got you Savage. I've got you Savage 10. So I kind of.
I had Jack 10. I had Jack 10. And I accidentally wrote Bazana was from Oregon, not Oregon State. That'll piss off people. Don't want to do that. if we have that one extra $1.5 million to offer. I mean, we'll have to see who's there. You and I both. I mean, I don't know. How do we feel about Slade Caldwell? That's kind of like the generic name we've kind of seen.
I mean, I have him 15th on my board.
I'm 16th,
like him 14th,
so there we go.
14th on mine.
Yeah.
He's probably 5'5", 5'6", but like if he was 6'1", he would be the number one guy amongst prep.
Bryce Rainier still available, but I bet you
yes.
this is Bryce Rainier right here to 10 to Washington.
I don't know. So the Washington Nationals, they tend to, if they follow their typical way of doing it, it's like who was the highest guy at the start of the year. What's interesting is all the guys who were high at the start of the year are now off the board. Like Montgomery's not a pop up, but was not like necessarily a slam dunk top 10 this year.
Could you see them with Trey Yesavage here?
Yesavage. I could see Yesavage here.
I could see Yesavage. I think Yesavage or Rayner. I wouldn't be surprised by Montgomery, but you're right. Those Montgomery and Tibbs popped up during this season the most. So you're right. I don't think they make the most sense. Brian says he heard Seaver King is being put out there. So I could see Seaver King going here.
I don't think he's going that late.
I liked Seaver King. We talked about him as a sleeper 1-1 coming into the season. His chase rate was just so aggressive early on. He did tamper that down later in the season.
He got better.
I liked him a lot.
And Seaver King just went to the Nationals, so that's a no.
There you go. Wow.
So 10.
What do I have Seaver King on my board? I have Seaver King.
Seaver King
on my board. This
is the first overdraft on my board. I have him 18.
Yeah, I got him higher than you. I like the athleticism from King. I mean, he could play anywhere on the infield. He can play center field. He makes a ton of contact. He's going to be a 20-30 steal guy for sure. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, and he might be one of the rare up the middle players in this class. Like he might be a shortstop. He might be
which is why we thought he was a potential 1-1 guy. Someone just joked. I said, "Well, that's great." So the Oakland took my guy and Nick Kurtz, so they can trade him to Atlanta in 5 years.
Yep.
Right.
Yep. That's how they work. And get nothing out of it. So
hopefully the Guardians still trade for Nick Kurtz.
That's 3 Wake players in the top 10. And Seaver King was a guy we thought would be a top 10 pick at the start of the year. I am curious.
Mason Wynn is his comp. Interesting.
I'm curious to see if I think he's probably under slot. So like, what does this do for them at 39? Like, are they going to try to float someone down?
Yeah. Well, you said yesterday, Jeff, you were all over it. You were saying that them acquiring that pick and the money for that pick said they were going to try to get creative and try to get someone down. They're going to, I mean, the funny thing is William Schmidt's off the board now. So that takes that out for one. I don't know. Like, look at Ryan Sloan. I don't think they'll do Theo Gillen. And Ryan Sloan, by the way, would be a guy for Cleveland at 36. I would love to get Ryan Sloan down to 36 with the money saved.
I like him quite a bit.
I know some people said Cam Caminiti. Cam Caminiti is going like right now to the Detroit.
Yeah, probably.
If Cam Caminiti doesn't go to Detroit, it's going to be 13 to San Francisco. But I think Caminiti is going to Detroit here. That just seems like a real good fit. Someone said Ryan Johnson at 36. We both think Ryan Johnson's a reliever. I don't think he's a 36 guy. I would look at him as a 84. I wouldn't reach on him.
Yeah, because he's probably a reliever. Brody Brecht is. I just don't think Brecht gets there, if I'm being honest. Because much like Seaver King, Brecht and King both showed some good improvement in the final month, which gives them.
Yeah. I would look for Slade Caldwell. I would
Braylon
love
Doughty
to have Ryan Sloan.
Someone.
See, I don't know. I know Braylon Doughty has had some hype into the top 30. I feel like Cleveland really wants to pull down a big guy, so I don't think they'll go 36 on him. Depends on who's there.
Doughty. In every single mock, I've had him gone before 36. So
I know. I just feel like that's his range. I think we're talking about.
I mean, that's also Caldwell's range. I've had Doughty go before Caldwell in every single mock I've done in the past week.
What about Kellen Lindsey? If he gets there.
I mean, yeah, if he gets there.
I like Kellen Lindsey at 36. Is that Kellen? I keep getting these two shortstops confused. If you've been listening to the show, we've been talking about the shortstops. Is Kellen Lindsey the injury one? Has he been getting hurt?
No, Kellen Lindsey that's Theo Gillen. Kellen Lindsey is the former high school quarterback. Yeah,
I really like
really good
Kellen
speed.
Lindsey.
So this is a very good point.
Yes, Jake, they have the money for Braylon Doughty. They definitely do.
Yeah. Oh, 100%.
There's no doubt.
Good point here by Urban Horex.
That's a great point.
Yep. So if actually they'd be picking 11, not 10, they'd be one pick later. If they don't win the lottery instead of Travis Bazzana, you know what? We're probably sitting here pretty excited. Like they're going to take James Tibbs or Braden Montgomery. Like that's what we're excited about is that, which is, I like both of those guys, but I've got them, lower on my board. So this is, getting Baz instead is huge. Dax Whitney is fascinating. Idaho kid. We've got an Idaho, Alaska, and I believe a North Dakota, which rarely
Dax
happens.
Whitney would be good. Is Dax Whitney a third? I don't know if he's a 36 guy.
He could be. I mean, I've heard some rumors he might go in round 1, that there are some believers. He might be a 48. He could be a 36. So right now the cat's being cute. It's like, okay, so yeah, I'm a friend. Just how much longer till she smacks me in the face? That is the question. Are I super big? Am I in danger? No, I'm not in danger. But so let's see. Are they finally announcing the Tigers here? I've got it muted.
I've got it up a little bit.
Bryce Rayner. So there we go.
Cam Caminiti. Wow.
Okay,
so Rayner's off the board.
Rayner's off the board here.
So that means Caminiti, I think, is going to the Giants at 13. Because I expect Boston to take Trey Yesevich here. That's my guess.
Boston, I mean, you got Tibbs, you got Montgomery, you got Yesevich, you got 3 interesting college guys. Because Christian Moore jumped early, and that puts people down, push people down the board. You got both high school kids going when there were some concerns that one of them would slide. So you've got 3 really interesting college players, honestly. You have 3 of my top 10 still available at this point in time. And I know people will probably ask, Montgomery, it's not so much about the ankle injury. It's guys with K rates over 20. Chase, and it's on top of that, like you can be successful with a high chase. K rates over 20%, striking out over 20% of the time, and he's barely over 20%, but at 20 or above or 7 or lower is a bad sign for a player. So he is over 20. There's still that concern with him. So I think that
he's a great talent, though.
He's a linebacker. I mean, if you give him to 36, I'll be doing. Well, I won't be doing backflips because I'll just break my body and that'll be the end of the show. But
you'll have the same ankle injury as him.
Here we go. Andrew's clearly not talking about us. So,
yeah, no, not us. I love Bryce Rayner, by the way. Bryce Rayner is I like Bryce Rayner more than Connor Griffin. I know a lot of people love Connor Griffin. I am not really Connor's a great talent. Don't get me wrong. I think Rainier. I love Rainier's swing.
There's more risk with Connor. Like, let's just be like, Connor is high, like, what's the old expression? Like basement floors and cathedral ceilings.
Yes.
So that's Connor Griffin. Let's see if I can get his name right again. Durangelo Cincha. Did I get it right?
Look at that. Jeff. Jeff's having a great day.
I've been trying
to the Bazzana pick right, and he can pronounce Durangelo Cincha, who is like the hardest name to pronounce
right now with Trey Yesevich sliding. That helps because the rumor was Seattle for Yesevich. Or Cincha with Seattle. I still think it's going to be hard for him to get past everyone else. I think he's a top 20 talent in this draft. So I think, unfortunately, he is not. Detroit is going to be very good in a few years, potentially, but it's also a lot of risk. Like, let's be honest. I don't care what anyone says. They blew their first rounder a year ago. Like, Max Clark might be good, but like not taking Wyatt Langford already looks like the wrong move. And if Detroit had beat Cleveland or if Cleveland had beat Detroit in that final series of the year, if Cleveland had finished second in the division, we'd be sitting here with Travis Bazzana going to Detroit and Cleveland probably drafting James Tibbs if I had to place a bet.
Yes. Can we go back to that? Let's say it again. Everybody here, how many times did we say it? We said it in the last episode of the season, or the regular season on here. We said the Guardians need to lose that series. They did, and they did. And everyone's like, no, you want to, not never, I shouldn't say everybody. We had a lot of comments, people saying, no, they should want to win and finish in second. There are no pennants. There are no trophies for finishing second place in the division. You know who brings you trophies? Travis Bazzana brings you trophies. That's who. Not finishing in second place in a meaningless season. Tito did the right thing. He helped the team lose at the end of the year last year. That was Tito's plan all along, wasn't it? Tito loved Travis Bazzana so much. He's like, you know what, guys, we're tanking my last season. We're not going to win, and or at least after they just stopped the second half, I should say, so the team could get Travis.
Or it might have been,
or did he want who's the best player in Arizona? Is it Clark Candiotti?
Oh,
Jackson
it
Kent?
might be, or Jackson. It's Jackson Kent.
Yeah. This will be interesting. I've got a list too. I don't know if anybody on Twitter. I've got a list of draft follows. If anybody wants me to share that list, it's got 69 names right now. Someone told me I'm at 69 names, and they said, "Do not add anybody." It looks like Braden Montgomery is the pick to Boston.
That's a nice pick here.
Boy, Trey Savage is going a lot lower than I thought. So now my guess is Cam Nitty to the Giants, and then Savage to the Cubs.
Cam Nitty, and then
Aaron, I didn't say
Savage
20. I didn't say 20. I didn't say 2024. I said it in 2024, but I didn't say it's going to happen in 2024. I really want to know how Australia's feeling. If anybody, we do have a listener from Australia. That's I think it's Pete is a regular listener. And Pete was saying he was going to get on here and hold on for the first pick, and because obviously the time difference. But I don't know if he was going to stay on throughout the show. But I'd love to hear if anybody's in Australia, if Pete's on here still, if how people in Australia feel right now. Are they big Cleveland fans? Because again, international superstar. This is why this pick matters.
Yeah, it's so much. And like I said, Braden Montgomery is a fantastic kid. He's a linebacker in right field. There is some swing and miss. He is not fast. Like people keep saying, "Oh, he's fast." It's like he's not fast, but he is strong, and he is a strong kid. Big arm, two-way guy. There's a lot of I don't want to say jack in his profile because they are very different. He doesn't chase as much, but he does miss more. But there's big physical tools there. This is a nice pick by Boston.
He's a fun player.
Number 2 player on my board. And, that's just because I'm high on Tibbs, but I have no issue with taking you're going a little more ceiling with Montgomery. And Montgomery, in fairness, I think Tibbs is a more complete hitter profile. Montgomery's going to be a better defender than Tibbs. And he's going to be a right fielder where Tibbs might be a left base or first baseman. I actually don't know how long. Is it like it might stay 5? I should know this, but Robert, you stumped me. How long between picks? That's one I don't know.
I have no idea. That's a great question. All I know is 11 o'clock is when the next Zoom is with Cleveland. So there's that.
Yeah. So they're expecting 11 is when they get to 36, maybe, or get through 48, probably.
Yeah. Boston will trade Montgomery into the Dodgers in 5 years. That would be brutal. Why is Boston not acting like a big market team? They are. That's bizarre.
I don't know. Someone asked Gregor Wolf here, do you think floating a high school? I mean, traditionally, floating a high school player is easier than a college player. It's just
he's talking about Kevin Bizzell, I bet. Kevin Bizzell is a draft eligible sophomore.
Well, no, he's saying, do you think it's easier to float a high school kid?
Oh, college junior. Oh, yeah, junior for sure.
I think
I have Bizzell 32 on my board, by the way.
Well, I think the high school kid is easier to float. College guys tend to go a little bit quicker.
Yeah. That's what you're trying to do here. That's what you're trying to do.
So this would be a great pick for the Giants. It would just be interesting because they've been kind of conservative the past few years. So if they take Tibbs here, to me is the highest rated player left on this board. I have him 6th. No, I have him 7th on my board. And I kind of debated moving him around a bit. He's bat first. He's not a great defender. He's okay, but man, we talked about how Bazana controls the zone. I talked about like guys who are green in contact, chase, and exit velocity. And there's not a lot of guys. When I say green, it means that they're in like the high level of it. Like how many guys are at the high level and do all of those? They don't chase. They have excellent contact in the zone, and they have exit velocity numbers. And Tibbs is one of those guys. Again, until like until May, he had more home runs than strikeouts. He cut down on his chase and increased his exit velocity this year. His contact in the zone was his weakest of those 3. And actually his exit velocity, while good, was not as good as Travis Bazana. So again, Travis Bazana, but he is a really good player if the Giants take him there. And I think he's one of those guys that's very, very safe if he is their selection.
Like you said, nobody data-wise was in the best position as Bazana. Like,
yes,
improved exit velocities. Nobody compared to him in terms of chase rate. I mean, but Weatherhold's chase rate was like as close as it was going to get. Nick Kurtz's chase rate was right there. But contact rate was above and beyond almost everybody in this draft. And was he the highest 90th percentile exit velocity improver this year?
He was. He had the largest increase in 90th percentile exit velocity between 23 and
just
24.
above Dylan Drayling, by the way. Who I still want Dylan Drayling.
I know. I'm not opposed. Just to go back into the chat here, someone pointed out with Fryman and Hafner, we have a good history with Travis's. That's here.
I mean, the one with Hafner, I didn't end as low as I would have liked, but yeah.
So bigger dudes don't age well. Spirit Seeker, thank you for joining us. Realistic top 3 for the next pick. I think the guys I always bring up are Caldwell and Doughty. Though I will say, I can't say there's an AL East team or two that really like Doughty, and I don't think he gets it there.
I'll say Kellen Lindsay. I'll say Ryan Sloan.
See, I think Lindsay is gone. I think Sloan could be there. Wyatt Sanford is a guy I'm higher on than the field. I think he could be in play there.
I have Sanford below those other two.
I have Sanford 20th on my board.
I have him 25. I have him below Gillen and Lindsay.
I've got Lindsay at 30 and I've got Gillen at 26. I mean, maybe they're saving all their injuries for Gillen.
Cash Mayfield, that's an interesting question. Cash Mayfield has seen his stock go up today just because of William Schmidt pulling out, by the way.
Yes.
That's good news for Cash Mayfield. So I would bet Cash Mayfield will not be there at 36.
It does hurt.
And he's older.
Oh, Theo Gillen is off the board. Is that what someone is saying?
Wow.
Fino.
Really?
Is that Fino? Are you saying that he's drafted or that just we're talking about him? If it's Gillen here, that would be okay. So Theo Gillen is a top 15 talent in this draft. Absolutely. But Theo Gillen has had a labrum injury, a knee injury, and a groin injury. Oh, no. So it's James Tibbs here. Oh, that's who he wants. Sorry, at 36. I am okay. Yeah, I would love Theo Gillen at 36. It's a risk, but you took the safety earlier, so I'm fine with that. So James Tibbs, I think I've already explained, highest rated player left on board. It's a fantastic pick here. I think he is, the comp is Michael Conforto, who's there already.
That's a good pick for the Giants. I like Tibbs. You were the high man on Tibbs early on.
Yeah, I was out in front on him.
You were first to move him up pretty good. The data is so good. I mean, they announced him as an outfielder, so that's good because I think there's a risk of him playing first base at the end of the day. But this kid can really hit. I like what he can do. I mean, the data shows he doesn't chase, he makes contact. I think there's a little more swing and miss in his game than a guy like Pizzana or Weatherholt, but yeah, good swing decisions overall.
Yeah,
solid exit velocity.
And he came in like him and Cam Smith. I like Cam Smith is also high on my board. So it's like they were a really good combo. I kind of like James Ferrier as a day 2 guy who's got big power. I think the crazy reach is Seaver King at 10. And it's not bad. I think I had him going like 14 in my mock, and I have Matey on my board, but that's the biggest one. Thank you, David McDonald, for the kind words. Always appreciate that. Here we go. That's you. I just, you want to take that moment, talk about Prager?
I don't know. There are some people who do think Prager is a top 30 arm. Someone we trust did tell us they think Prager's a top 30 arm. If Cleveland really likes him, I wouldn't be opposed. I would not be opposed of him. You don't think he gets 36?
I don't think he gets to 48. I think there's a chance he gets to 36. My last mock, I had the Brewers taking him because the Brewers have been taking pitchers in round 2, and he does fit as a Brewers type of arm to me.
That's fair. I would not be opposed. I think it would be a little bit of a reach at 36, but it all depends on who's on the board too, right? Like it's not a pick if there's nobody else that makes sense.
Yeah.
Like if Sloan's not there, if Theo Gillen's not there, if Kellen Lindsay's not there, you like Sanford. If those guys aren't there, if Doughty's off the board, I don't think it's a reach to pivot to Prager there.
Cam Smith to the Cubs is what I'm hearing, who was the number 2 player left on my board.
I still have Benj. I have Benj at 13. I've been higher on. No, Trey Yasevich is still there, right?
I know, that's why Yasevich is my 1, and then Cam Smith is.
I have him at 9. I have Yasevich at 9. So God, I didn't think Yasevich would get this far. So I wonder if Yosevich goes to the Mariners or the Marlins.
Yeah.
But I have Yosevich 9. I have Carson Bench 13. If you want a guy who might, not a two-way player, but a guy who actually could do both, I think it's Bench. And you also said that too. I love Bench. I think Bench needs some swing work. He needs to hit the ball in the air more. He needs to pull it more. So
and he needs to get some more. His exit velos were not.
Yeah, he needs to add some strength. So I think Bench to the Milwaukee at 17 would be a great fit. That I've been mocking him to the Milwaukee for a while because I trust. You and I both love what Milwaukee's been doing in the draft the last couple of years. They had a great draft last year. They've had great success with college hitters.
Last year they had the best draft in the whole dang league.
I agree. I think they would be an organization that I trust to help Bench take off as far as swing changes and exit velocities. And if they decided outfield wasn't work, they could go back to pitching with him. And I think I trust them as well. So I have Yosevich 9. I have Bench 13. So those are my 1 and 2 left. I have Cam Smith as my third on my board.
So, okay. I have a lot of my top 20 is honestly gone already. So I just made a tweet. So I'll grab it here. I'll copy it and drop it into chat for my best available.
By the way, really quickly, I just want to say thanks for everyone sticking with us. We're at 2 hours and we still have over 300 people tuning in. We really appreciate that. Like the fact that you guys have stuck around, have been so excited about this is the reason we're doing this. So Jeff and I love talking draft and we would be doing this anyway, but it's much more fun with you guys around.
Oh, 100%.
You guys make it fun.
If not, we wouldn't still be doing it if it was not for all of you here. So it didn't format well, but I had Yosevich 10, Ryan Waldschmidt 12, Slade Caldwell 14, Carson Bench 16, Durangelo Cincha 19, and Wyatt Stanford 20. So I can hear my little ones upstairs yelling.
Oh no. Like the stream. The warden's right. Like the stream, share it if you can, subscribe, all that good stuff. That would help for sure. Tell a friend if they need to. If a friend doesn't know anything about Travis Mazzana, if they just want to know more about the draft in general, send them our way. We're happy to go back and restart all the stuff we've already said, even though some of you might hate it. But I'm still ready to celebrate. Like I'm still ready to go back and relive that first overall pick because we had so much fun leading up to that. Man, I'm still overjoyed with that pick. I really am. Did we say Cam Smith?
Yep.
The Cubs?
That's like I said, he would have been my number 2 player, number 1 bat left. So I get that.
Yeah, I think there's some swing and miss concerns there.
No, his is pretty good. It's
was it?
Yeah, his data we thought that, and then we looked at the data, and it wasn't like terrible. So Cam Smith, he's got some of the best exit velocity in this class. His contact is good, and his chase is just average. So
that's what it was. The chase was a little bit iffy, right?
It was average. It wasn't like bad. It's like,
and he's a draft. Gray?
Yeah, it's in the gray. It wasn't in the red.
I don't see him on the board. I'm looking through our data sheet, and I can't find him. I could not be lazy and do a control F, but
he's at 21.20%, 21%, which is like he's still pretty far from the red. Yeah, so it's like he does everything. He's a draft eligible sophomore.
That's a great question from TD Sky or Ski. Mazzana the best prospect since? It's not Lindor, is it?
I mean, I was thinking Lindor.
I think it is. I think he's the best prospect since Lindor.
Yep, that was my.
I know that sounds really crazy, but
my gut reaction as well.
Oh, hold on, I gotta, I got a phone call I gotta take coming in. Can you carry us for a minute?
I can carry us. Yep, I will. I will carry us. Vance Honeycutt to the Twins at 21. Maybe. There are. I don't know. There's some pretty serious concerns with Honeycutt's battered ball profile. Like anyone over 20% K rate is not ideal, and he's at almost 30. there was not real improvement over 3 years. He kind of changed what he does, and was kind of the same player. And then his chase rate is horrendous. He's Bradley Zimmer right now on paper. So yeah, people tend to get power and ceiling are exciting. But sometimes we have to realize that there's always power and ceiling. You can always find those guys. Jurangelo is 15. I got that one right in my mock. So I'll talk about Jurangelo here in a second. But it's the safety is that thing you can't get later. You can't find safety later. You can find ceiling. You can't find safety. I can give a shout out to Courtney. So shout out, Courtney. Hope you enjoyed it. So just to go back to Jurangelo Cincha, he's a natural lefty. His dad is right-handed. So his dad was a professional baseball player in the Netherlands. So he started to be like his dad, throwing right-handed, throws both ways. He's a righty. He's definitely a righty. He's undersized, another draft eligible sophomore. He's 5'11", right-handed pitcher. It's tiny. I would have, I don't know if he's going to switch pitch. He's going to be a lefty. He's going to be a lefty, or he's going to be a righty. He will be a lefty in terms of, maybe against guys who really can't hit lefties, but I think there's not a whole lot left in terms of he's a low end lefty, but a really good righty. Just let's see. I'm working my way down. So this is kind of an approach that they took. You're not wrong, Keith. You look at last year's draft class, it was solid, and some guys are really showing up, like CJ Kapis. And Cooper Ingle. And they went for guys who maybe didn't have power yet, but they thought that they could work with them to gain power, weighted bats, various things. So sometimes we're seeing it show fruit this year, but there's definitely been kind of a more low end ceiling on some prospects, which is also what happens when you're picking late in the draft and you like to spread around your bonuses in the international market, which makes sense because you're signing 15, 16-year-old kids. It's hard to get it there. So that's tricky. So here's the thing. This happened, Jude Fabian was taken by Boston Red Sox. One pick Baltimore was going to take him and didn't sign. So then you lose the pick. You might get a comp pick if it's the second round, or in the first round, you get a comp pick, but then you lose a year of development on that player. So that's a pretty big deal. And then on top of that, you are ticking off an agent and you're showing teams that you're not the most trustworthy team. You don't want to start anything. You don't want to have bad blood with people you got to work with. So you're not going to draft a guy and then, because here's what it comes down to. Let's say I am a draft eligible player and I tell who's on the clock right now. It's the Marlins. And I tell the Marlins, hey, I've got an offer of $4 million. Don't draft me. If the Marlins call me back and say, hey, we'll give you $4 million, then I'm probably good with it. And it's hey, whatever. Sometimes, like I said, again, I know a player who took less money to go later and get full slot. And because they specifically wanted, and they told that other team, no, don't draft me. So they don't want to dirty the well. They don't want to have a bad relationship with people. So it's not worth it. You're not going to draft a guy and get them angry and get the agents. And then it gets all the agents angry at you because you're violating what is essentially kind of like a sacred trust with it. So yeah, no, that's why you don't do that.
Did you explain the Jude Fabian thing? I didn't.
Yes,
I caught it late.
yeah.
Did you? Okay. Yeah, the Jude Fabian thing that pissed off a lot of people.
It did. It was not.
A guy.
You don't want to do that.
A friend. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Oh, go ahead. No, it's fine.
A friend of mine who radio host just called me and asked me we were catching up on what happened, and I said, hey, if you want to join us on the live stream, I'll send you the link. And he goes, with all due respect, House of Dragons is on tonight. We just got blown off for House of Dragons, Jeff. So I told him that's the last time I stopped the recording to take his phone call. Troy, thanks.
I know Troy. Troy's had me on back in the day.
Yeah, it's Troy. Yeah.
Yeah. I think either of these work. I think these work. Either one's Zave. Do you think? I think it's just kind of like where they need him. Like, I think it's going to be one of those things where they evaluate. I think it could be either position. I would love this, Devin. Can we make it happen?
Third best pitcher on the board. Yeah. I mean,
top 10 talent.
I can't believe I know there's no way the Marlins are going with him, right? No, I know the Marlins like high school players recently,
but
right?
It's a new front office. Peter Bendix, not Lou. Yeah, you lose your slot value too, so then you don't have that money to spend. Yes.
From
can
what?
you give?
I'm sorry, I missed that.
So this, I assume, going back to that one, you lose the slot too. Yes, I can.
What do you
Yes, I
mean?
can shout out Chase as well if you don't sign your draft pick. Someone was saying you lose your slot if you don't sign. You don't get to keep that money.
I agree. I want to see this podcast now.
Yeah.
I'm really interested to see that. You know what? Now that might have been why it got torn down.
That's now why it got pulled down.
The betting lines and negotiations. Wow, that's wild.
I would argue here that left field, not right field. If there's one knock on him, it's the arm. It is kind of middling.
I think the big thing here for Bazana, you're talking about the arm and where he might end up. I think there's just the thing we have talked about it, but Jeff Hans told us time and time again, Kobe Bryant work ethic. Like,
yeah,
if you anything you say negative about Bazana in terms of what he can and can't do, that guy is going to work his butt to the ground. Like, he is going to grind his rear end off until he is good at it. Like, that guy is relentless. So I would not put anything past him. Like, if you want to talk about how he puts ceilings on guys sometimes, and it's not always a good thing, and you don't always know. I don't want to limit Bazana's ceiling because you just don't. And not only does he work hard, he works on the right things. Like, he had a great sophomore season, and he could have just ridden on that and still been a top 10 pick off of what he did sophomore year. Instead, he played in the Cape. He won the MVP. He was just, everybody loved him out there. And then he went to Driveline on his own, and he worked on hitting the ball in the air more, doing things that actually matter in Major League Baseball these days. Like, he works on the right things, and he works his off, and that's so important.
I would argue the draft hasn't gotten full weird yet, so I think they can still capitalize. If this is true, this would be kind of shocking. I had Morlando in the fall going 11th at 16. It would be a big shock. Thank you to Kenneth Rossi for another
awesome.
a super chat. That is just amazing that people are willing to do that. Thank you for the kind words. We appreciate that. Oh,
did we get to 3K follower or subscribers yet on Locked On? By the way, if any of you around here haven't subscribed, we still want to get to 3K. We're still at 287. So if you're not subscribed, please subscribe. We're trying to get to 3K by the end of this week with the draft.
I mean, I wouldn't be opposed to this right now with the way things are going. I don't know about you.
Oh my God, are you kidding me? Yes. Are you kidding? Juan Brito's doing a great job at Akron. I would not be surprised if Juan Brito, though, is a trade candidate with Bazana. I know you don't think of when you draft someone how they impact another level because you're drafting the best guy available. But we know that Brito's defensive position is very limited.
Mm-hmm.
I would think that this maybe puts Brito as a trade chip, and he's having a great year in Columbus, by the way. I would think
slow start and then came on strong.
Trade candidate.
It is Morlando here.
It's a bad April. He's been hot since.
Yeah. So I want to get real quick.
Is that a reach?
It is. The super chats go to us, not to Locked On. They all go to us. So I'll say that. That is, we get all of the YouTube revenue.
Yes.
So I really like Morlando. I had him 30th. He is a guy who uses the whole field. 34. He had a fantastic summer. He is 19 years of age, so he's already an older prospect. His grandfather played for the Cleveland Indians in the 80s. I believe his mom was born in Cleveland in 1982. So he has some ties here. He was one of those guys, if you remember the hot Belange rumor that they were going to take Weatherholt and then Morlando. Clearly not the case.
Burkholder's still there, though.
He is. But listen, Morlando looked great at the combine, and he's got big time power. People got a little too in the weeds with him, I think, in fairness. Like, there were some moments where people thought there was just some small weird stuff, and I think people got too in the weeds. I think, listen, I'll be curious to see if this is under slot, how much under slot, but I think, wow, John Turner, that's maybe the most shocking pick so far. The Brewers taking Braylon Payne at 17.
Whoa. They did not go college bat.
Like that would be off. So we're seeing, and Trey Yesavich is still sitting there on the board. This is kind of crazy.
We had multiple people telling us today that that this draft was going to be upside down. Like people, and I think early in the draft it was not chalky, but it was not crazy. But now it's getting weird, right? I think we could say it's
yes, this is very weird. Braylon Payne did not make my top 60.
I had Payne. I did not have him this high. Where did I have Braylon Payne? Again, I'm not doing a control F search. I should. I have Braylon Payne 78th on my board. Not that I'm an expert, but I put together a list of guys and I was like, do I like him more than this guy? Do I like him getting more than this guy? And I'm like, yes, I like him. Braylon Payne, where is he on like pipeline? I don't even know.
He is. I mean, he's fast and he's 17.
I mean, the Brewers do take a somewhat Guardians approach to the draft, so that would have been like a Guardians type move, right? At some point.
I mean, this early though. Ooh.
I'm very surprised. Braylon Payne was 53rd on the pipeline board, by the way. So for him to go from a guy who was a second rounder to 17 overall is crazy. But you know what? I am not going to doubt the Brewers. The Brewers have been doing a great job drafting and developing, so I am not going to knock anything the Brewers do until I see what happens. But this is crazy.
Yep, he's kicked. Don't worry, people.
Yeah,
that guy's gone.
Jeff pointed this out multiple times, JRB, that he was driving 4 hours one way to get to Driveline. Like he was Corvallis, and Corvallis isn't that far from Driveline, but it's pretty far. And that was on his own, right? Like he was doing that on his own accord. Is Braylon Payne a Carson Tucker? Ooh.
No,
Brewers, don't do that. We have a friend at the Brewers. I would hate that happen to the Brewers. We have a friend there.
Carson Tucker was higher rated than Braylon Payne.
I never saw Carson Tucker play in person. That's going to be really hard for me to grapple with. I never got to see Carson Tucker play in person. I've seen all the Guardians first round picks play in person since like going back to Tyler Naquin. Never saw Carson Tucker. So bummer. Update on slotting. Here's a good question. What would Trey get if he had gone 8 to 10? Can the Guardians match it at 36?
I mean, probably close to like $4 to $5 million. Cleveland can match it. Yeah.
We're at pick 18 right now, which is the Rays. That's $10 million. And we know nobody's getting 10. I'm sorry, the 10 million. That's the full bonus pool for the Rays. Not it's 4.3.
Yeah.
Guardians.
There's a world where Yesavich isn't so much sliding as Cleveland could have a deal. I'm just gonna say it.
If
they pull that off, like I don't know. It's going to be
insane.
Elkins High School in Texas, 17-year-old. He can fly, but that is a shocker among shockers. Plus, Milwaukee hasn't taken a high school kid in the first round since Bryce Terang, but I guess Terang's playing well.
There goes Theo Gillen. Theo Gillen's going to the Rays at 18.
Okay.
I like Gillen, but God, if you're getting Trey Yesavich at 36, I don't even care, Jeff. I don't even care what happens to 84 anywhere else. Bazana and Yesavich, holy crap, that would be straight up coup.
Yeah,
Trey Yesavich is the third best college pitcher in this.
Some could argue even more.
Do you have Saint over him at the end of the day?
No. I think you can make a case for him.
I'm about to text our friend and ask him why Yesavich is still there.
Our friend was just like, not an issue. Glad you got it. Congratulations. You got the best guy. So I don't think he would care that I shared that part. So,
yeah, I said, yeah, he goes, we're super pumped. Yeah.
So our friend Taylor, who was in here earlier, I'm just going to read his scouting report because I didn't bother doing one on Payne. which is speed, model, darling, left-handed hitter, prep outfitter, slap, dash, high contact with approach and speed to lead off, swing refinement to find balance, tap into sneaky pop, plus runner with aggression on the base pass, center fielder, lead off hit, lead off threat. A Houston commit, though. Like, it's kind of weird to see a guy go in the first round who's a Houston commit.
That slot is 4.5. That's got to be way under. So what is Milwaukee trying to do here?
What they did last year.
Did they underslot it? They didn't
$1 million. They saved almost $1 million on Brock Wilken.
And I love Brock Wilken. I wanted Brock Wilken at last year, but then at Guardians pick.
Then they went, their comp pick, they went underslot, and then they went underslot in the second round. And they got Cooper Pratt in the 6th round, who was a first round value to me. Day 3 of the draft, they went prep pitcher crazy. Because one of those things, to explain to people who don't know the draft super well, is that when you on day 3 of the draft, it's easier to sign a high value player because it's every dollar over 120, over 150,000 now, I think. So if I sign a guy for 300,000, it's only 150,000 against your draft pool. Whereas if I sign that guy in the 10th round, it's 300,000 against the draft pool. So it saves you and gives you some more wiggle.
Yeah.
So that's what they did a year ago, and that's what I guess they're doing now.
Do you think, Jerry, Jeff,
listen, I really liked Andrew Lantrip. It didn't work out there. Houston, do they still have their coach who I mean, for a while there, Lantrip, Seth Romero, they had a lot of guys who were just perfect Guardians types, high command, some growth. Lantrip was the same class as Savali,
also
and Bybee, and just health.
Was Lantrip also an Australian guy?
I don't think so.
Was Andrew Lantrip? Okay, you know what? Andrew played in the the Australian Baseball League. Arthur might remember if he's still listening. Arthur will know. I'm pretty sure Andrew Lantrip played in the Australian Baseball League. I remember writing him up for the Daily Report at one point. So here's a question about Yusevich real quick, because remember he had that incident with the that pseudoscience thing he was doing. Remember he punctured his lung.
Yeah, when he accidentally got his lung punctured.
What was that medical thing he was doing? He was trying. It was a recovery thing, and it was like he punctured his lung. I can't remember what it was, but it was basically pseudoscience. It was like whatever he was doing had been proven not to work, but he was trying to get some kind of recovery edge. And and we talked about it. I was like, does this make him slide on boards? Because it's a very goofy decision to make. And I wonder if that's been a knock on him, but I don't care. If he gets a 36, I'm so down for that. Yeah, Caldwell sliding. Ben Hess at 48. I don't know. I'm not really. I guess it depends on who's there.
Ben Hess.
I think the way things are shaking out, I'm not really. I would take him to 84, not 48.
Yeah,
48's a reach.
The thing with. So here we go. Here's some great information. So Ben Hess is he's a first round talent, but again, health. Thank you, Jerry. Lantrip was a great guy. Injuries did take him down. Pitching coach was Frank Anderson, who left and went to Tennessee. So that think of all the arms Tennessee's had. And again, the other name to watch here, I'll just throw it up, is Sirota. I know it's like a mistype, but with how much they value
36,
I don't know if it's a 36, but let's say you take Yusevich, and maybe there's a world where Sirota
don't get my hopes up. Don't get my hopes up for that, Jeff. Here's one of your favorites. One of your favorites is being taken off the board right here. Carson Bench.
Yeah,
to the Mets.
Yep. Who I think I got wrong in my mock, but I thought he was going the other way.
If you set me up though, Jeff, for a world where Cleveland ends up with Bazana, Yusevich, and Sirota, I mean, I don't know if my body can handle that level of excitement, Jeff. By the way, I've heard some people in Arizona think that Yusevich was going to be off the board by 15. So don't forget at this point in the draft too, teams are still calling. Like when guys start to slide, I know, Jeff, I don't want to steal your thunder here because you said this before. Your camera moved, by the way.
Yeah,
but when guys are sliding down the board like this, teams are calling. Like teams are calling advisors saying, "Hey, you've slid. Like let's do something." Right? Like there's conversations happening right now. So when teams notice a guy like Yusevich is falling, there's phone calls being made to try to see what's out there and what do they have to do to get you to a certain spot.
Yeah. Oh, 100%. They're still talking. They are still talking.
Great move by the Mets, though, if they're getting benched. Yeah. I like Theo Gillen to the Rays, too, by the way. I think Theo Gillen behind Bryce Renier is my number one shortstop.
He had been healthy, if he had been healthy, it's just that track record of health.
I'm sorry. Oh, I got confused again. I'm sorry. I did this. I've done this all cycle. I keep getting Theo Gillen and
Kellen Lindsey.
That's a great point. You know what? Cam Caminiti is still there. This is long after anybody thought he'd be available.
Yeah, I didn't think about Caminiti is still there. But here's the thing. What are we seeing? Prep pitchers are risky. Teams, last few years we've seen prep pitchers slide.
Caminiti is a high school lefty. Who was the comment from earlier saying, Logan Allen and Alex Clemmie and all these guys they've taken the second round and as a lefty. If Caminiti is here at this point, I think he's in play. I wouldn't be surprised if the Blue Jays go there because they're weird, but
and they've taken some prep arms. Brandon Barea recently comes to mind.
Ooh, well, it's not a great example, Jeff. Jesus,
but I mean, I'm just not saying he's Brandon Barea. I'm just saying that's who they took was a prep arm 2 years ago.
I think this is how far can Mathis. So I think he's referencing Cole Mathis.
Yeah.
I think Mathis is probably an 84 guy. I'm not sure how I feel about. Thanks, Rick Tide. I don't think Cole Mathis is a day one guy. I like Cole Mathis, but I don't know if we're talking.
It just depends on monetary savings. Let's be honest. There is a world where I think he probably goes. I think there's a chance he goes in day two because if you need to save some money, he might be an underslot guy in day two, like Mike Boev. Cat, stop putting a bunch of plus signs on the screen, please.
He's happy. The cat is feeling good. All right. Don't
all pluses apparently.
Yeah, we're all happy right now.
So right now, my top players are Trey Yesevich 10, Ryan Waldschmidt 12. If people want to know who's available. Slade Caldwell 14, Wyatt Sanford 20, Brody Breck 21, Kevin Bizzell 22, and Walter Yannick 23. Next up,
you did the foul territory. You called him Walter. You pulled Scott Braun.
Walker.
Walker Yannick.
Ever since you told me that story, now I've been getting it wrong. So thanks, Justin. Thanks a lot.
I shouldn't have done that to you. Him and have MLB lineage. His cousin is former.
I thought it was his uncle.
I think it's his cousin. Was Ken Caminiti, the Padres third baseman.
Yeah. But he's 24. He'd be the next guy on my board. He's 24. Ryan Sloan 25.
Looks like here goes Yesevich to the Blue Jays. So
I mean, it's a great pick
at this point of the draft. Yeah, I mean, geez. So Twins, Orioles, Dodgers, Braves. I think Brody Breck's floor is apparently friend Mike Mahoney from Lake County is saying that Callis is speculating Guardians are the ones pushing Caminiti. I would be fine with that. If you walk away with Bazan and Caminiti, your first two picks, I don't think anyone can complain about that. Caminiti, to a lot of people coming into this draft cycle, was the top high school prep pitcher. I think he still is, right? For most people?
Yeah.
Do you have anybody on the prep ranks ahead of him?
I debated him.
For pitchers?
Sloan? I debated him and Sloan. I really like Sloan as well.
Brewer's pick was Braylon Payne game time. A little off the board there. We were very surprised by that one.
That was a shocker for us. I got to be honest. That's the most shocking pick of the day is Braylon Payne.
Will we know how much Bazana took under slot before 36 or 48? No. We will not know today. But the rumor is at least $1 million.
Yeah, I think it's at least $1.5 million. I'm betting it's at least $1.5 million. I'm betting it was 9.
I could see that. I could see 9.
That's my guess. That is not a rumor.
I could see 9.
That is just a guess.
Yeah, the guess is it was at least $1 million, which would be 9.5. Jeff is guessing under that. I think we heard a lot of people saying 8.5 was the lowest they absolutely could go, and I think Cleveland started at 8.5. I bet you Bazana wanted 9.5, and I bet you they settled at 9. That's what I would go with Jeff's guess. There's a guy from Louisiana Wild if Caminiti and Schmidt. Well, Schmidt's going to LSU
for sure.
I don't know about Caminiti. I don't know.
It's gonna be.
I'd be happy with Caminiti getting to 36 because that would not be. I mean, Jeff, the theory you put out there earlier in the week, right, about Cleveland wanted 2 top 10 talents. Would Cam Caminiti getting to 36 satisfy that theory for you?
Yeah.
I mean, Caminiti was 15. I don't know how he was on your board. Pipeline had him 15. I had him
24 on mine, but I'm lower on prep pitchers in general.
I had 19. Yeah.
Yeah. So he's
but
my highest.
That's still an industry top 20 talent. So they got 2 top 20 talents if they get Caminiti.
I'm just lower on prep arms. That's all.
I know. And this would also satisfy Cleveland's normal MO with young pitchers, young for the class and bloodlines.
Well, relative, right? Because he's a reclassifier. That's one of those things I always like to point out because he's the reclassification. Okay. It's like he's not really super young for the class. He's essentially a junior. Like I know it's me being pedantic, but it is important because, like, if he was actually a guy with 4 years of experience in that, it'd be more valuable than if it wasn't because otherwise he would be a really old senior next year. Like that's kind of
Who is the last reclassified player Cleveland took? Have they ever taken a reclassifier?
Yeah, Jonathan Rodriguez.
That pick has worked out. That took forever for that pick. It hasn't worked out yet, but it's not been terrible. But
for a third rounder, I mean, so far it's been at least passable.
He made the majors and he looked okay in his brief time. Yeah.
But yeah, he's the last reclassifier.
I'm in on Caminiti at 36.
Yeah,
if that happens, I'm full for that.
But I do want to take
Sloan,
a second.
Still happy with Sloan.
Stop it. You do not need pizza, Cat. Go away.
Everyone needs pizza, Jeff.
He's
Come
very
on.
determined to get into my pizza over here. What is on this? It's Canadian bacon and pineapple. And apparently the cat thinks that it's delicious.
Pineapple belongs on pizza. Tell your friends.
Thank you to ABC Cards for subbing. We appreciate that.
Yeah, appreciate that. Yeah, we're trying to get to 3K. So
someone said we hit.
A friend.
We were told we hit it. We hit 3K. We hit it.
Thank you, guys.
I'm not going to make that joke. I'm just going to stop myself. Family friendly.
Hey, by the way, Jeff, one of your favorite players is still on the board. I know you have a couple, but who's the one guy you really like that's still there? College outfielder.
College outfielder who I really like who's still there. I feel like, is this one of those things where you're making fun of me because it's someone I don't like?
No, it's someone you like. We both like him, and you were saying he's not going to get there, and he probably won't get there. I bet you the Orioles take him.
Oh, Ryan Waldschmidt?
Yeah, I bet you it's Ryan Waldschmidt to the Orioles.
I don't know. I kind of think that the thing with the Orioles is they like power. Like that's why I've always been like, this is Vance Honeycutt territory is the Orioles.
God. I would feel so bad if the Orioles took Vance Honeycutt.
Sorry, Aaron. Man, we're losing. We might be under 3K because of my.
Oh no, guys! Pineapple on pizza is amazing, especially with Canadian bacon or bacon in general. Mm-hmm. You know what? It's the Canadian bacon, Jeff. Just do real bacon. All right, come on. Why you gotta be like that?
It's the Blue Jays. It's the Blue Jays selection. It just feels appropriate.
Be a real American and get real bacon.
I don't know. According to this, we're only at 2,884. So I don't know.
I have to look at the back end and see. Hopefully, we'll get to the end of the week. I don't know. Is Canadian bacon is bacon? Canadian bacon is ham. There goes Trey. Okay, so Trey to the Blue Jays.
Yeah,
that's a good pick for the Blue Jays. And you want to know what? That's a smart pick for the Blue Jays because
it's a fantastic pick. It's one of the best. It's one of the best values in this draft so far.
I would be willing to bet they didn't think he'd be there.
No.
YouTube says we're at 2885, so we are not at 3K. Making up a new count for their oh man. Pineapple plus cat talk. All right, look at that. We got people who love cat talk and pineapple on pizza. You have found your home. We'll talk about the Ninja Turtles next in Star Wars and how licorice is disgusting. But, now, if Jeff puts licorice, if Jeff puts black licorice on pizza, then I'm out. Then I'm unsubscribing from my own channel. I can't believe Trey Savage got down to 20 though.
It's mind blowing. I'm just slowly catching up on all this. The Twins.
No, Honeycutt is not a Guardians guy. I can't see.
No, he is
if
not
he's
at
there
all.
at 36.
No, he's they would
I
pass
can't
on
see him
him.
going there.
He's high chase and high K. I know people. People again, it's the excitement because he's got power, but he's Bradley Zimmer. Like he is Bradley Zimmer. That's what the data looks like
Bradley
right now.
is going to be a good outcome for him.
Yeah.
Only thing I'll say about Honeycutt versus Zimmer is Honeycutt, the chase and the strikeouts are horrid, but he has put up great offensive numbers in a conference that's 30 times better than where Bradley Zimmer played. So yeah. I would be willing to say that he's Jose Siri, maybe.
I wrote that. I'm like in my profile, you're hoping it's more Jose Siri.
I think he's Jose Siri.
I have had Culpepper to the Twins about 8 different times in mocks. For whatever reason, I thought like this was a natural fit. I am not on Kalen Culpepper. The data is very mediocre, but a lot of people like him. Like there was a point in time where I heard the Angels were considering him top 10. I had him to the Twins at multiple points, but yeah, he's a utility. He's a utility player. If this is true, they just took a utility player, and
I mean, it could be worse. They could have taken Griffo Farrell. Culpepper, almost a 28% chase rate.
Yeah.
Just under 79% contact rate, 90th percentile exit velocity, 102. That's
some of the worst exit velocities in the class.
Chase rate in the red, contact rate kind of in the gray, which is in the middle, and then the exit velocities are just not great. I don't see it with this pick. I really don't.
I mean, I'm glad. I'm happy about it.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting the way the Twins have drafted because, they have Derek Falvey now, who obviously was a Guardians guy.
Yeah.
They have not drafted like the Guardians. Like he has gone over there and kind of done his own thing, right? Because
no, I mean, Royce Lewis would have been very much a Guardians type of pick if we're, going back and
why? Because he always gets hurt.
Up the middle player, like
before Twins fans come in here and roast me again after my tweet the one night.
It's just one of those situations, at least the way I look at it, where, they have gone for like sliding talent and they've gone for power.
David Van Kirk's asking about Brody Brecht. I bet Brody Brecht is going to the Braves. I bet you that's his floor. I don't know where else will go, but I bet you Brody Brecht's floor is the Braves, don't you think? No, did I lose Jeff? Oh, we've lost Jeff. He's frozen. That's the worst possible thing that could happen tonight. We've had so much good luck and so many good things happen.
Braves or Dodgers.
Oh, you're back. You were frozen on my end.
I'm gonna here's the thing. I'm gonna turn off the live stream. You guys can let me know when someone gets drafted. I'm gonna turn off my live stream so it doesn't risk messing with it.
Okay. I think Brecht's going to the Braves the lowest.
My mock had him to the Dodgers.
Well, that's a pick above the Braves, so yeah.
Yeah.
I'm kind of curious what the Diamondbacks do, because that to me is what's going to affect what Cleveland does, because the Diamondbacks have 3 picks out of like 5 in a row or something. 3 out of 5 picks.
Yeah, and one of them is rumored to be a catcher. And right now the catchers are sliding. Like I thought like Lomavita and Yannick could both be gone by now.
Really, the data on all of them is so bad. There's all these catchers. Malcolm Moore had a low BABIP this year. Was it Cozart that had decent data? I think that was only one.
No, Bazell had some good data. Yannick is just average at everything.
But we don't know if Bazell is a catcher. That's the thing.
No, we don't. As I just tweeted out, as a Guardians fan, I love this pick for the Twins.
Oof. Jeff is going to stir the boat with that one. I don't know. Twins fans did not like my tweet a while ago, but Jeff, let's look at who's on the board. Yeah. And who's picking. Who takes the Cam Caminiti type? The Dodgers could take him.
The Braves.
The Padres could take him. The Phillies. The Phillies make a ton of sense.
Phillies.
So I'm gonna say
even the
Yankees.
The Yankees. Yeah, the Yankees.
Yeah, there's
Houston is probably a no. Arizona could be a maybe, and Texas could be a maybe. We've seen them, get creative. So I mean, honestly, it's like Baltimore and so watch Baltimore draft him. But like Baltimore feels
school pitcher, Jesus, that would be wild for them. That'd be so out of character. Let's see. the Dodgers have $3.6 million to offer, but the Dodgers don't have a second round pick because they signed Ohtani. So the Dodgers don't have a lot of money. So I don't think the Dodgers are in play here for Caminiti because that would be almost all of their money. The Dodgers have $6 million to spend. Their first round pick of $3 million makes up half of that. So I think Caminiti's out in Detroit and LA. What do the Padres have to spend? The Padres have $9 million to spend, 9.3.
Man, everyone wants Honeycutt, and I'm like, Honeycutt is nothing.
No,
like,
Honeycutt isn't. I will be so. The fact the Guardians went Bazana there tells me that
he's
they
the
would not go
antithesis
with
of
Honeycutt.
everything they do. He's
Yeah, I don't think it's going to be.
No, he's in the 40s on my board for a reason.
So the Yankees have $8 million to spend, 8.1. I don't see them committing $3 million on Caminiti, or even 2.5. And Cleveland could beat 2.5 in theory.
Yeah.
Phillies. What do the Phillies have to spend? I think the Phillies don't have a lot of money either. The Phillies have 7-8. I don't know, Jeff. The Yankees,
Arizona,
the Dodgers. Though. Arizona does have money to spend. They have 8-12. Yeah. I would say Caminiti is probably going to be a Diamondback. I thought the Phillies and the Padres would be in play, but I don't think they have the money to pull it off.
My mock I've had Sloan and Caldwell, and then Kevin Bazal is their third guy just to save some money and still give them a catcher. I would take White Sanford of that group, Carter Johnson a close second, Tyson Lewis distant third.
Kalen Culpepper. Who is interviewing Kalen Culpepper? Who is this guy? Oh, it's Xavier Scruggs. Xavier Scruggs has the cowboy hat on, and they're they're leaning into the trope here. God, I don't know.
They are. I'm going to mute myself for a second just because I need to put some food in my system. So I will be right here.
I'll got you for a little bit.
You're going to carry me for like 2-3 minutes? I'll shove my face as quick as I can.
All right. There you go. All right. Honeycutt to the Orioles. I think Honeycutt to the Orioles would make some sense. They took Jude Fabian, and Jude Fabian is essentially the same as Honeycutt. So I could see that. Is Culpepper good? Oof. If you're asking about Kalen Culpepper, you're asking the wrong show because I don't think either Jeff or I are high on Kalen Culpepper. Again, we said it before. The chase rate is almost 28%. That's in the red. You want to be somewhere in the mid 20s at worst. And he is at, what did I say? 27.9. And the contact rate's below 80%. The exit velocities aren't all that special. So don't like Culpepper, but hey, we've been wrong before, so no guarantees there. Minnesota also, the Vikings took Dante Culpepper. That did not work out for the Vikings. They had plenty of good years, but no championships for them. So what a bummer. Old School or Pizza Cutter? Oh, you're tapping into some Avon Lake stuff there, Adam. I'm going to be a bad local Avon Laker tonight and tell you I ordered Papa John's for the draft tonight. So I happen to have a lot of affinity for Old School. Although, for those who may not know, my cousin is actually Russell Carlton of Baseball Prospectus, whose nickname is Pizza Cutter. So I also like the name Pizza Cutter for his nickname too. But no, Old School Pizza over Pizza Cutter. Yeah, Andrew, great point. Chase now, chase later, hard to overcome that. That's why we didn't like Jack Caglione. That's why I don't like Vance Honeycutt. John is saying the Orioles select Honeycutt. Yeah, it makes a lot of sense for the Orioles for Honeycutt because he's a lot like Judd Fabian, and Judd Fabian's not working for them. We'll see. I don't know. Fabian did it in the SEC. He was really, really good, right? He did all the good things in the SEC, and it's not really been great. Like, I think Fabian's probably still a major leaguer, but he's going to be all defense, and you hope he's going to be running into some power now and then because he can't make contact. And I don't know, Honeycutt seems the same to me. So the Baltimore's done a great job developing hitters, though. So I mean, I don't know much about the chase rates of guys like Henderson or Holiday or Kobe Mayo or Colton Cowser. When Jeff gets back on, he can tell us if Cowser chased a lot in college or if Heston Kierstad chased a lot in college, but those guys are working out. I have to imagine Honeycutt chased a lot more in college than those guys did. And those guys were picked much higher in the draft. I mean, that's a nice risk for the Royals to take for sure. Like at this point in the draft, I think Jeff was pretty low on Honeycutt. I had Honeycutt at 38, just below Culpepper, ironically, because I just don't love the chase rates. But I just don't think that the chase rates are going to work. But he does have defense to rely back on, and he could definitely play center field. There's no doubt about that. And the Orioles don't really have a center fielder in their system that looks that great, so he could be the one for them. Ryan Waldschmidt's still there, so Jeff was right. Waldschmidt did not go to the Orioles. I thought he'd be a good pick there. Caldwell's still there. Ryan Sloan's still there. Brody Brecht is still there. Kevin Bazell, Santucci. It's getting thin. It's getting real thin. Tommy White is still there. I'm not a big Tommy White guy either, so I'm curious to see. I think Tommy White ends up in Arizona, but we'll see. Got a pick or question from Adam. If you were the guards and you're pressuring agents and teams to the player you want, let come to you. I'm not understanding the question. Who gets you want to let the draft come to you and dominate the next several picks? I'm not sure I understand the question, Adam. I have to rephrase that. I'm not really sure. Kellen Lindsay to the Dodgers at 23. Not a surprise the Dodgers went high school. They are not afraid of prep targets at all, so that makes a lot of sense there. I really like Kellen Lindsay. He had a huge rise. He had a great combine. People were just raving about him at the combine, so it doesn't surprise me there. I think Kellen Lindsay's going to be a great player. A lot of Trey Turner comps on Kellen Lindsay. I'll be excited to see him play for the Great Lakes Loons and probably steal a bunch of bases off of whoever the catcher is by then, which will probably be like, I don't know, 22-year-old Logan Clark. Because the Guardians, that's the other thing the Guardians need to do in this draft. This is not a great catcher draft. I would love to pop a Ryan Campos or a Ryan, who's the catcher I had laid on my board. Geez, I have to go down and find him. The kid from Cal Poly. I can't think of his name. Ryan Stafford from Cal Poly. Like they have to pop a catcher in this draft. I would love Cole Messina at some point too. Cole Messina has very Austin Hedges vibes, so Cleveland needs a catcher in this draft very, very badly. Let's see so the Dodgers are taking Kellen Lindsay. The Braves are up next with the Padres and Yankees to follow. I don't know. I think the Braves could go. What did I say the Braves have money wise? This is a $3.56 million slot, and the Braves have how much money to spend? Not a lot. The Braves have $7 million to spend. I think they're out on Caminiti here. Caminiti's got to be the most expensive player left, I would think, at this point. So I think they're going to be out on Caminiti. It's just a guess. I think the Braves go Brecht. That's who I would guess. The Braves go Brecht, and then the Padres. Padres could go Cash Mayfield. I could see the Padres going Cash Mayfield. But if you're going to go Cash Mayfield, I think you might as well just go Caminiti. Oh, don't bring up Logan Ice. No, Michael, don't bring up Logan Ice. We're not gonna talk about him on this show. Jeff and I were both big Logan Ice guys. We thought that, at least I did. I thought Logan Ice was going to be a fantastic player. That did not work out at all. Yeah, there's just no catchers in the system right now. Like their catchers for Cleveland right now are essentially it's Cooper Ingle and nobody else. Like Cody Huff is a backup, and that's about it. Like Johnny Tincher is a future coach to me, so you do not have that. All right, if you keep making stupid screen names and comments, you're going to get banned. I'm not really sure why you would even try. It makes no sense why you would keep trying that. Do you have nothing better to do with your time? Like, that's hilarious. Oh, I see. So Adam didn't rephrase his question, but David thinks he summed it up pretty well, saying not spending a lot on 136 and having a lot of money later. You could do that. Yeah, you could come back with a money saver at 36 as well. I mean, again, I think Bazana is going to, we're pretty sure it's $1 million below slot, if not more. you could still go over slot here and have money to spend later in the draft. Like you saved $1 million. And again, don't forget, I'll pull this graphic back up. We've talked about it multiple times. The Guardians always spend over their draft limits. So they can spend 4.99% over the slot. And their total is 19,250,699 without paying a penalty. And we think 9.9 something is off the board there. You still have $10 million to play with right now if you're talking overage. So it would not surprise me if let's say the Dodgers pick us up. Kellen Lindsay, yeah, okay, so that's a good pick for them. They're still going to spend that money. So I don't necessarily think they have to do a money saver at 36. You could, but I don't see why you would. There's guys slipping. Like, why would you? Right,
So
Jeff?
just to jump in very quickly and handle all those questions. I had Honeycutt there in my mock. So that made sense. They go for power. In terms of Kellen Lindsay, I actually had him to the Dodgers in every single mock this month until today. They like speed, right? Kendall George. So they took the guy with the great speed at shortstop. 30th rated player on my board. In terms of Logan Ice, I was very upset with that draft pick. I had Sean Murphy as a first round grade.
That's right. I forgot.
I was the high man on Sean Murphy. I saw him in the pouring rain at the Scrapper Stadium against Youngstown State. It was me and two scouts. One of them was an Oakland scout. I'm like, Cam Caminiti is going to the Braves. So they have money. Caminiti is going to the Braves.
All right. Well, there goes that.
Yeah, I thought that could happen there. They like, they've, they can spread it around. It's $7 million. If they give him, 3.5 to 4, they'll still have a lot to spend, but it does mean they're going to go heavy senior sign later.
It's funny is the Braves draft pitching pretty well, I feel like.
And then they've gone heavy in the preps.
Mm-hmm.
They have gone a lot. They go a lot of pitching.
All the prospects they've traded though have been terrible.
Well, that's just because they've been terrible to
Oakland.
Oakland's not good at evaluations. I mean, they traded a great player in Contreras, so. So according to my board, Ryan Waldschmidt is the number 1 player left.
Did you think he would make it to 36?
No, I didn't think he was getting out of the top 20.
Yeah, I think I mocked him to the Braves, the last one I did with Willie.
We still have Slade Caldwell, who has been one of their rumored targets.
Yeah.
Just to give you a heads up, I can hear your stream again.
Sloan is still there. I would still like Ryan Sloan at 36. I mean, do we think it's guaranteed they're going to go with a prep guy at 36? I mean,
no, I think it's just whoever is available. Like it's seeing who's there. It's not. So you take your top talent. You don't worry about prep or anything else. You see who slides and who you can pay.
I mean, I have Caldwell, Waldschmidt, Sloan, and then Prager after that. Although Wyatt Sanford's still there too.
Yeah, I mean, I've got Waldschmidt, Caldwell, Sanford, Brecht, and then you have a raft where you sat there and talked about all these catchers. You have a raft of catchers that I thought would long be gone by now.
I wonder if there's any catchers they like in this draft. I don't know. It's a group of very weird catchers this year. Like I did see people today saying that Yannick was falling down boards, which shocked me. I like Yannick coming the year. I think you said you didn't really love the data though, right?
No, Yannick? He's fine. Like he's just not sexy. Like he is not too sexy. Like you don't have to worry about that. Like he just does everything okay.
Yeah, what did we say?
Solid.
He's a bunch of 50s across the board, which makes you a very good catcher.
Yes.
Only a catcher. Only at that position, for being a 50 across the board makes you a good catcher. Any other position that wouldn't be fun, right?
I mean, I don't know. I think you can get away with it at like shortstop and at those elite positions, center field,
up the middles. Okay. You think Brecht here for the Braves took Caminiti, so Dodgers are not Dodgers. The Padres are definitely going prep. They always go prep. So this has got to be.
This could be
I don't know
Caldwell.
why.
Could be Sanford.
Caldwell,
Could be
Wyatt
Tyson
Sanford.
Lewis if you want to go for ceiling type. Tyson Lewis has.
We didn't mention Jeff. We didn't mention Carter Johnson.
I do like him quite a bit.
Carter Johnson might be a guy at 36. Oh, look at this. We got the dreaded showcase question. This is obviously facetious. Matthew wanted to know about showcasing Bazana for a trade. Ugh. I won't ban you from that for making that joke, but I'm going to pretend like I didn't see that. My own wife trolled me with that last week at a Guardians game, and I about threw up. I like Cam to the Braves. That's a good pick.
I know. I agree.
I can't believe he got this far down. Like, that's crazy.
I mean, he's the only prep guy taken so far, right? And with William Schmidt pulling his name out, he must have known that like he's not getting his $5 million. It's like,
yeah. God, I'm still super surprised by that one. No one saw that coming. I guess maybe teams were starting to get aware of it after the interview leak, right?
Yeah.
But it's just wild. I didn't think that was happening. So, did you record a video for Braylon Payne for
No.
Oh God! So the Brewers are going to be the only first round team without a video from you for Brewers.
Yeah, because I did one for Cam, because basically I decided like I wasn't going to put my rankings are weird, right? So I mentioned my ranking in each guy, but I did a video for the top 41 guys because 41 is David Shields, so I gave him a bonus, and I did a video for the top 41, so I definitely did not do. But that means I did do like Morlando is probably. Morlando, and I don't think I did one. Morlando, I don't think is in their top 50, top 40 on.
Wow,
I gotta double check that because I feel like I didn't do a video on him. So yeah, those two teams
that was a pick nobody had coming. I want to know what.
Morlando was 43. I debated doing one, but I didn't. He was 43. So yeah, they don't get one either.
I want to know what the Brewers are going to do at 34 now. That's 2 picks ahead of the Guardians. The Brewers have a chance for something really interesting at 34.
Yeah.
But what are they doing with that money?
Well, that's what we'll see at 34 potentially. Or it's going to be that spread it around, get it later.
It's going to be Slade Caldwell because we want Slade Caldwell. The Brewers have been sniping picks from Cleveland for years. So have the Braves, so have the Cardinals, even though the Cardinals stink. Yes, indeed. I'm not doing a product display, but Baja Blast all the way. I'm an OG Baja Blaster. Everybody keeps asking us, Jeff, about Bazana being up this year. I don't know. Like, I have to lean saying no because it just seems so unlikely. But
if there was ever a guy to do it, it's him.
How about non-zero chance? There's a non-zero chance. I wouldn't give it high odds, but I wouldn't rule it out.
I have, if you go and you look on, I did for
Locked On Sports, Locked On Sports Twitter.
Well, they dropped it. It's in ours too. Like they're uploading it to each team so you can go see a 60-second clip I did on why Bazana's number one. So far everyone but Morlando and Braylon Payne because I looked at MLB's top 40 and then I mentioned who I would take, or I also put in my rankings as well, and those two were. Those are a little bit off board. So, though, in fairness, Morlando is 31 for me. The guys outside the top 40 is I was not high on Culpepper. I was not high on what's it called on one of the other ones. Cash Mayfield to the Padres. At points I had him there. That's interesting.
Yeah, that was one that made a lot of sense.
Yeah. Here's the issue with Mayfield. I saw a lot of. Go ahead.
Shout out to Mac Robinson from 92.3. Said he's been tuning in. He just sent me a text that he's appreciated our coverage. So shout out to Mac. I saw him in the chats, the media chats.
Okay.
All right. Mac was on there. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. So Cash Mayfield, he's got great extension. He's a lefty. He's got 2 potential plus offerings. His third pitch is It's because then that's how it is for most high school kids. That's not the knock. The knock here is he turned 19 in February. That makes him ancient for a high school player. He has always been older than the guys he's facing, and that's the thing. Like I saw Willie, who's a friend of ours, discussing this, and it's a very true point. Like teams sometimes put more value in sophomore year data than junior year data because you're playing against older guys. Like when you're the junior guy, you are the older guy. So for a guy like Mayfield, and this is why Cleveland doesn't often draft 19-year-olds, is they've always been the oldest guy. They've always had that extra development. And Mayfield's not like Omar Orlando, who I think turned 19 in May, who's another 19-year-old kid. He's gonna be
20, right?
February. He'll be 20 in February.
Yeah.
He turned 19 and
he'll be 20 before his first full season. Yeah.
Yeah. And the guys who were like that old, the advanced, the super old, were Bruce Beatty.
It's a little weird.
Bruce Beatty and Trevor Rogers, who both made it to the big leagues, but I feel like both have been disappointing based on their draft position.
You mean Brett Beatty? You're talking about Brett Beatty?
Or Brett Beatty, yeah.
Okay. I think there was another.
Nope, Brett Beatty, who at points I feel like has been more well known because his sister was attractive than his performance on the field.
I gotta bring some up to you here real quick while we can do this as an aside. But TK wants to know about the contract being reported on Bazan on Twitter, talking about bonus money. The bonus money is definitely agreed on. I mean, they have it. There's some I's and T's to cross and I's to dot. It's not, he said basically they just got to go through medicals. There's nothing there should be worried about, but they have to go through the standard T's and C's on the contract. But yeah, they have a bonus in place. That's what they're talking about. And we've heard for sure he's taking at least $1 million under, if not more. But that's a
Ben Hess to the Yankees. There we go.
Ooh, that's okay. That's a little weird, but
it's a very Yankees pick. I had Ben Hess to the Yankees in round 2.
It is. It is. Here's an interesting aside, real quick, Jeff. I was coming through some of my memories on Facebook, and I came across the 2016 Eastern League All-Star game, which we were both covering at the time. That's probably the last time I've seen you in person, by the way, which was over
when the Reading Repository fired me from writing a report. That was fun days for me, or whatever their paper was called.
Well, that was when we happened to see a certain prospect there who was not having his best day of his life, and we noticed that. And then that was also Tyler Beatty who started that game, and we were talking because you're talking about someone's attractive wife, and you were like, "Oh,
yes, it was Tyler Beatty."
Tyler Beatty's wife was more famous than him at that game.
She was the talk of that game.
I'll pull up the lineup here, by the way.
Just real quick, the reason Ben Hess is a first round arm who had a back, who's had a stress fracture in his back. Like, how comfortable do you feel having a pitcher who's had a stress fracture in their back, as well as multiple other health issues? He had a bad year this year. He has never had a complete year in terms of health at the college level. So you're drafting a guy who's never been healthy, who really had a bad year, who struggled with his command, and done well with said the Padres be done well with. Can anyone name one? But just to go back, it's like it's health. It's scary health. Sorry, Andrew, I don't understand your question. The Padres be done well with Mayfield makeup. Can anyone name one? I don't know what that means. Sorry, Andrew, you got to rephrase it. You're confusing me. But yeah, I had Hess as a second round guy. He was, I don't know. I kept moving him up. Like, I gotta be honest. Like, I like him as a pitcher. It's not a great draft class. I
prefer Luke Holman.
I do too. I mean, I have Bryce Cunningham one spot ahead of him. I have him at 49 because health
I had Santucci ahead of him. Yeah, I had Santucci ahead of him. I had Luke Holman. I had Luke Holman and Drew Beam ahead of Ben Hess, and I had Cunningham ahead of him as well. I'm also very high on Aiden May, so I have Aiden May ahead of Ben Hess, even though May has a checkered injury history. Jeff, you want to go down memory lane from this 2016 Eastern League All-Star game that was in Akron with some names, real quick?
Sure.
So the starting pitcher for the Western Division that year was Tyler Beatty. So the Guardians have, oh my God, this is crazy.
Kinsner won the home run title. Eventually he got to the big leagues. I remember that.
Jason Krizan.
Krizan, was that his name?
Yeah. Listen to this Western Division lineup of 2016 in the Eastern League. Clint Frazier was in right field. Nolly Rodriguez was hitting fourth, playing first base. Zimmer in center. He was hitting fifth. Hitting ninth was future Indian Christian Arroyo playing short. And then now Tyler Beatty started that game. On the Eastern League, on the Eastern Division team, Jordan Montgomery started that game. You had Reese Hoskins, Dylan Cousins, Rowdy Tellez, Dustin Fowler, Matt Oberste, who was in the home run derby, Ryan Altapia, Tyler Wade, Jorge Alfaro. Not a great list of guys. Harold Ramirez was in that All-Star game. JP Fireisen was in there before he got traded. Lewis Head, Grant Sides, a lot of future Cleveland guys or guys that played for Cleveland or in the minors, I should say.
Yeah, I just remember it being a very weird day. Like I just remember a certain prospect being imbibing too many adult beverages, even though they weren't of age.
Yeah, it was not a certain Cleveland prospect's best day.
No.
Slade, Jason Slade Caldwell's still there. We think that he might be in play at 36.
I just don't know if we're ever going to get the full ABS system because players are opposed to it, and that's going to make that a hard thing to get. So I think that, but I mean, I'm not opposed to going bat first catcher and seeing what you can get. Kevin Bizzell is very much a Guardians type of hitter. He's a draft eligible sophomore. They took, Alex Mooney was draft eligible sophomore last year. So, we know that it's not purely opposed to taking such a player. It's very interesting right now to try to see who is going to go next, because we just got it's Slide City. Well, I don't get to sleep tonight.
We are not sleeping. We're going to be here all night, guys. Seriously. The bat first catcher thing is interesting though, because essentially Bo Naylor was a bat first catcher.
I don't know what you're talking about.
No cold brew.
There's nothing in here.
Bo Naylor was a bat first catcher. He was not even a catcher, really. He was an infielder by trade and converted to catcher. And his defense has come a long way this year. So if you think that there's athleticism there, a guy can be coached, and you're not going to have the full ABS system, I don't think, but you will have the challenge system, which can help. But that only helps in certain counts. Like, it's not going to be every time through. But I think framing is one of those things that if you're not a great framer, the challenge system can help. I would worry more about blocking and throwing. Yeah. Throwing is the biggest thing. And here, that's the hardest thing for me to evaluate on
and Yannick has that.
Is Yannick a catch and throw guy?
Yes, the arm is strong.
Bizzell, I don't know about. That's the thing. Is Bizzell a catch and throw guy? Because the data favors Bizzell of all catchers, right? He has the best chase rate.
His arm is okay. Like, he has the arm for he's Bo Naylor. He's a third baseman. Like, someone asked about Bo, wasn't he a shortstop? It's like Bo was a third baseman. Ryan Sloan hasn't been drafted. Did Malcolm Moore just get popped? Dante Nori. That kind of makes sense. Dante Nori is the fastest guy in this class.
To the Phillies? Oh, yeah.
To the Phillies.
100% that makes sense.
He is, but he's another 19-year-old. He's another guy who's like an older 19, I want to say, as well. But, I mean, that's a big speed guy. But that's another guy who I did not rank because there's not a lot of other traits.
And he's older. I did rank Nori. Where did I have Nori? I didn't write him up, but I put Nori on my list at 88. So, but again, I mean, I'm not an expert at doing these things. I don't often do top 100s. I just write up Guardians type guys mostly.
I don't think I wrote him up, but I'm trying to remember if I maybe did him in like my bonus section of players. But I feel like he just kind of, he was not, no, because my last prep guy was another Michigan kid, Caleb Bonmer, who's got fantastic tools. Nori's just like, he's a solid center field type of guy who's got excellent speed and some on-base skills, but there's no power there. He's a lot older for the level, but he's probably the fastest guy in this class. Like, if you wanted to put money on foot races, if this was, an episode brought to you by FanDuel and we were betting on foot races, Nori would be the guy. But he's gonna be 20 in October. Like, he's older than Cash Mayfield, who we were just complaining about. This is a kid who turned 19 in October. Like, he has always been older in the level. The run is great. The arm is great. His grandfather, he's got some fun bloodlines. Like his grandfather recruited Kyle Schwarber to Indiana. His father is an assistant coach with the Timberwolves. Like here, I'll drop my blog in here again. If you just kind of go through, it's not like cutting guys out, but you can see who I view as the best available. I can always start cutting and pulling into the chat. For me, like, so Norris is fascinating. I mean, he's fast, but
Yannick, by the way, someone was asking about Yannick age. He's going to turn 22 in September. That's not that bad.
I mean, Bazana turns 22 in September as well, doesn't he?
Yeah, and you're right. Pipeline's got Yannick as a 60 grade
arm. Yeah, that's
his I'll take that.
Thank you, Darren Lewis. Appreciate that.
Yeah, I appreciate that.
It's always amazing when people want to throw a tip our way. We thank you. We don't expect it, but we are very appreciative.
Yeah, more than we deserve. Yeah, I mean, no speed for Yannick. I don't know. I'd be perfectly fine with Yannick at 36. I mean, some people said he was sliding, but I also think that he's in play for the Rangers, and I think he's also in play too.
Schmidt's out of the draft. He had no interest. Yeah. I got well, thank you, Darren, for joining us. We hope you appreciate the content. Yes. The stream will be up, so you can always jump in and listen if you want more stuff tomorrow. Schmidt, I had a team reach out to me, a representative of a team, who told me that he did really poorly in interviews at the combine. Felt like he was punting that he went to the combine to maybe increase his NIL money. So yeah. So that he wanted to go to LSU. That was always the plan. So for what it's worth, yeah,
that was really interesting to hear how that played out. So Jeff Waldschmidt's still on the board.
My number one right now.
Slade Caldwell is still there. Ryan Sloan is still there.
Yep.
Wyatt Sanford is still out there, and then Walker Yannick and Braylon Dowdy's still there.
Yep.
And so is Bazell. Honestly, all those names for me, I'd be thrilled with. There's none of those names I'd be upset at 36.
Nope, not a one.
No.
No, it's well, thank you, CSR, as well. Thank you. I appreciate that, man.
No, it's
always amazing.
Anything, trust me. No, we're not. We don't expect anything. We
appreciate it.
We get paid pretty decently by the network, but we love doing this.
Yeah, it's always nice to get a few extra. Yannick to Houston. I thought Houston would go with a catcher, and he is the top catcher in this class. So it's a good value pick because you can always trade him. You can, like, if you're Houston, a team that has a long history of trading your high picks. He makes
also Houston does not have a lot of money to play with either, so like I can understand why they would do this. Houston has the lowest bonus. They have under $6 million to spend, so this makes a ton of sense. I love this pick for Houston.
It's a great value. I have him as a I thought maybe they'd have to settle for Loma Vita, who I'm not quite as high on as the field.
I thought they would go more if they didn't get honestly I like more better.
I love Kevin Bazell. I actually have him higher than Yannick. He has the best contact rates of any hitter. Kevin Bazell does in this entire class. Best contact rates. I don't know if he can catch. That's the big debate.
I want to know where we think Bazell is defensively. I honestly didn't get a lot of chances to watch him defensively, so that's like my big thing. Like, where is he defensively? And it sounds like he's kind of a below average defender. Although Pipeline's got him with a 55 arm, and Pipeline tends to be a little bit generous, so I would probably say.
No, the arm is good. He's like a
average.
I don't know. I think a 55 might fit. Like, the arm is good. He's the third baseman. Before that, you have to have a pretty strong arm there. So I think the arm is not the question. It's just ability as a receiver. Draft noob question from Pork Chop Sandwiches.
Great name.
Yeah. Well, it's pork. I won't even try to do the voice. I'm not going to get myself in trouble.
I was going to show Doug there thinking about pork chop, but that would be
I think it's the G.I. Joe thing. So once you agree, essentially, you're like, okay, you don't go, and then you're a pro. It's not like hockey or other sports where some guys go to school for a bit and come back. No, it's you're done.
Hockey's so weird.
Yeah, and then
you don't take anybody in the first round. It almost never happens where you take someone in the first round anymore and they don't sign. Like, What's
Yeah.
the last time that happened? Was it Brady Aiken? Was he the last one?
No, Gunnar
Or was
Hoagland.
it Carter Stewart? Carter Stewart?
I don't know, Carter Stewart or Gunnar Hoagland, whoever's more recent.
No, Hoagland signed with the Blue Jays. He's out
No,
there, right?
out of high school. He was a comp A
Oh
pick to the
no!
Pirates.
Yeah. Okay, I'm sorry. You're right. So it would have been Aiken or Stewart or Hoagland. Okay.
Yeah.
Brecht is still there, so there is that. I don't know. Well, that's a good one. Mike just said Kyler Murray. I forgot about that crap.
He signed. He signed.
That's right. Oh, he did. He played for Oakland
signed
for like a half a second.
Yeah.
Wow.
And then they agreed to let him play football was part of the signing.
And then he never came back. Yeah.
Yeah.
Rocker didn't sign out of college. Rocker, someone said Kumar Rocker. Kumar Rocker was a college guy.
Yeah. And then he came back the next year. I guess, yeah, he didn't sign out of as a college guy. And then the next year he was drafted again because of medical. So yeah, he's similar to the Brady Aiken of it. But that was, again, a team choice more than a player choice in both those situations.
I'm gonna go back. I like that pick for Houston so much. That's for a team that doesn't have a lot of money to spend. That's a great pick. Like,
no, he's just an average.
And
for a team that has struggled for like at points with their own catching depth, like he is a guy.
And their system's horrid. Their system is just it's flabbergasted.
He was the sixth best player.
No, there goes Caldwell. No. We knew that was going to happen.
Well, we knew that was going to happen. I mean, everyone knew that Caldwell was going to Arizona. I mean, I got this one right in my mock. I got this one right in my mock. Yeah.
Oh, all right. Well, okay. So Brody Brecht, I bet you Texas goes with Brody Brecht, don't you think?
No, they've been on catchers. This could be Caleb Lomavita, Malcolm Moore. It could be Ryan Waldschmidt. They've been on college bats mostly.
I kind of thought Caldwell was not going to get there.
No, I didn't think he was getting past Arizona. But that's two of my top six and with back-to-back picks. I'm very relieved that it's finally draft day. Like, I love it. Like I said, for those who came in late, my son, my wife buys me gifts that are from the kids. So this says, best Christmas ever because we watched Elmo's Nutcracker approximately 7 billion times this Christmas. So this is my Christmas. So
yeah, it was your birthday this past week, so that's a great gift.
Yeah, my birthday was Thursday. I've had the draft fall on my birthday. I've done this show. The first one I ever did back with me and Aram was on my birthday. Took my daughter to her first in-person baseball game. Went to go see the Northwoods coverage. You can probably find that video somewhere on Lockdown Prospects, I would bet. That was the first one. Baz with Bazana, our guess is somewhere between 9 to 9.5. That's kind of our best guess.
Yeah, I'm gonna say 9.3. That's what I'm gonna say. That way he still beats Skeens and he winds up getting a little over. I think the ask was 9.5. That's what I'm gonna guess. Oh, I forgot about JT Ginn. JT Ginn, what round did he go in? Was he first rounder?
That was out of high school. Yeah, it was a first round out of high school.
That's what we're saying.
Yeah, with the Dodgers. And then a second rounder, he was drafted again. I can't remember who drafted him in the second round.
Well, Ginn had Tommy John at Mississippi State. Yeah,
he had that great freshman year, and then he was a draft eligible sophomore too.
I really liked Ginn out of college. Ryan Sloan. Okay, so I've got Waldschmidt and Sloan as the next two up for me.
Waldschmidt and Sloan, I think, are my top two. Let me just double check. So I've got Waldschmidt,
Sloan, and Brecht are next for me.
So no, mine's a little bit different. I've got Waldschmidt, and then after him, so my whole thing got messed up.
Thank you, John. That's a great comp. Well, that's a low bar, John. Harold, come on. I'd rather scratch the walls of my basement and listen to Harold Reynolds talk draft, but thank you.
I've got Waldschmidt.
Dowdy's still there.
Yeah, I've got Wyatt Sanford, Brody Brecht, Kevin Bazell, and then Ryan Sloan would be my next guy up.
I'd be very curious to see. I would not be surprised if Baltimore takes Brody Brecht at 32. But I also wouldn't be surprised if Arizona takes him either.
I wouldn't be shocked if either took Tommy White.
Yeah, I think I mocked Tommy White to the Diamondbacks earlier this week.
Matt McClain, that's a really good pull. Matt McClain, I knew that pick so early in that process. Arizona felt absolutely, completely head over heels in love with Matt McClain. I was kind of shocked because I didn't think he was a top 30 guy. Shows I don't know anything. But then he rescinded. He decided he wanted to go to school, and it completely boned Arizona. So Carter Stewart was medicals. JT Ginn, I believe, was medicals. Kumar Rocker, Brady Aiken. It's often medicals. We have 36 as first.
And they're all pitchers, by the way.
Yeah. Let's see.
Pitchers,
so if I come down,
risky. I think Brecht is going. If he doesn't go to Arizona, then he's going to Baltimore. So that still leaves you with the possibility of Sloan. Although
I got Sloan, and then I got Braylon Dowdy is still there.
Yeah.
Let's see.
Well,
Schmidt isn't going.
The Twins are picking 33rd. The Brewers.
They might be taking Sloan. After. I mean, Culpepper. No.
Yeah. Twins. I could see that. Yeah. Yeah, the Twins, because the Twins also took Chase Petty, who I think.
Yeah.
Didn't we hear Chase Petty was Guardians like Chase Petty during that draft? I thought that was I could be wrong. I like Caldwell to the Diamondbacks. I think we said it before. I like this pick a lot.
No, he was. I had him as the second best prep player in this class. The only real concern was
size, and also Arkansas is not necessarily a baseball hotbed, but it's not as bad as Mississippi.
So okay, this probably won't properly go here. Yeah, so I tried to post my best available. So there you go. Tommy White. He's a compiler, but his data is not good. He's a first base only. He's like 61st on my board. There's a reason why he is still here. Let's put it that way. With all the other guys going, Tommy White is he doesn't
for
his
really good.
And he needs shoulder surgery. So you're drafting a guy coming off a bad year who needs surgery. So how comfortable do you feel with that?
Here's a good question for you, Jeff. Let's say you had to choose between these two.
Malcolm Moore. So they went catcher here, Malcolm Moore.
Oh,
so
I could say for Texas, yeah.
Yeah, it's
let's say you're forced to choose these two players. I know who you choose, but their data, both players' data is really iffy, and actually Tommy's is better. If you had to pick one or the other, Tommy White or Billy Amick?
Billy Amick, yeah, no doubt.
Really?
Yeah.
Tommy White's got a better contact rate. The chase rate's the same, but Billy Amick has a better exit velocity.
Exit velo is what matters.
But there were a lot of people coming into I think it was a month ago. People were saying, "Oh, Billy Amick's going to be a top 30 guy," and he's not a top 30 guy now. I didn't see it with Amick. I feel like the data just says it's kind of rough. He's got one of the worst 100 chase rates in among D1 players. It's funny that Amick and White are back to back in chase rate, but White makes a little more contact. I would probably take Tommy White over Billy Amick, if I'm being honest.
No, got 20 points differential. Tommy White's profile is one of the least appealing to me in the entire draft class.
But White's got 9% better contact rate, and their exit velocities are only 4 miles an hour off.
4 miles an hour is huge. That's how much
it is, but a 9% is a lot in contact rate.
And then White, I mean, neither of them struck out that much, but I had a big gap between that, and especially because there's a slight chance Amick can do something else. White is a first base only, and he needs shoulder surgery.
I think
Amick's there's a little bit of a chance for him to play something else, and he and White needs surgery.
Yeah, I guess you're right. That's so, Jeff. The only left-handed pitcher that makes sense here has to be. Oh God, is it if Cleveland wants to continue their trends of taking a pitcher, a left-handed pitcher in this area? Your options are what? Prager, Santucci, and Jump, or David Shields? I think it's too early for David Shields. I would take Prager at 36, but I don't know.
Yeah.
Thank you, John. Appreciate that. Yeah, Waldschmidt. I mean, if you walk away with Waldschmidt, I'd be happy too. But
No, I mean I'd be ecstatic by Waldschmidt.
I didn't think he'd be here either.
No, he's the number one guy left. Malcolm Moore, who went to the Rangers, is another draft eligible sophomore. Because they moved the draft back, we're going to say that more and more because now guys with early August birthdays are draft eligible sophomores. My big problem with Moore is he's one of the few guys who actually cut down on his chase rate this year. Oh, thank you, John. That's kind of you. I just saw that you left money. I was looking at some things. But when I'm going through and looking at Malcolm Moore, I don't know if he can play catcher, and he doesn't have the power to play first. So it's a really weird high debate line. I don't see any world where White can play third. I mean, I know LSU people say that, but I don't know. Breck's control is a massive concern. If he didn't have that, he'd be long gone. He'd be he'd been a top 10 pick. But then I will also point out Iowa had as talented a rotation as any team in the country this year.
And did nothing with it.
Yeah. All those guys regressed and struggled, and all of them were in the top 100 before the year began, and then only one of them ended up there. So in terms of this, I just think it's easier to push Sirota down than Doughty. I can tell you now, I know a few teams that love Doughty. I think if he's there,
I would be surprised if Doughty's in these next 4 picks.
Yeah. I think Travis is a better player than Rocchio today.
Oh, that's not even close.
Yeah, I think that's why is Waldschmidt sliding? He might only be a left fielder. The batted ball data is good. He did have a torn ACL, which
he came back from that just fine though.
But it slowed his year, so we didn't get to quite see him.
He is a smaller dude numbers. Too. He's not. Yeah. He's not a big guy. He's like what, 6 foot maybe. Oh, it says he's 6'2", so he might be 6'1", whatever. Yeah, Waldschmidt's got great numbers, great tools across the board. He's not a.
There's some people who think he might be a first baseman, like, too. He's not. So it's just it's that.
Yeah, the data is really good there, and that guy is hard to strike out, man. Every game I watched from him, he fouls every pitch off. And
he was doing it in the SEC. It's where he really
he's a pesky hitter.
There we go. As James points out, that would be the right-handed bat everyone's been screaming for.
There you go. Boom.
Yeah. So, I mean, and he's number 1 on my board. Well, here's the thing. Like, I love Marcus Morgan. I hope Cleveland drafts Marcus Morgan tomorrow. He's got one sibling in the WNBA, another who played in the G League, now plays overseas. He comes from one of the most athletic families in this entire draft class. Easy velocity. His control is an absolute mess this year. Cade Obermuller had some of the best spin rates. Dad West was a 2nd-round pick. His data went terrible. Brody Brex is terrible. Like, it's just.
West had a good. I'm sorry, Cade had a good combine.
He did. I mean he's probably a reliever, and but he's a lefty reliever. I mean, his spin rate data was just unbelievable, and again, but this is or Florida. It's like we know Florida has had a hard time with
I was just going to say that Iowa's Florida part too.
Okay, so Dakota Jordan. So I think this is our second question here. Physically, he has the best physical tools of any hitter in the college class. Like it's 70 speed, 70 raw power, maybe even higher. But he has no idea how to make contact with a baseball. You could give him a baseball bat and stand 3 feet away, and he might miss you. He has some of the worst. His data is very similar to Jared Jones, the first baseman from LSU. Both are draft eligible sophomores, but just in terms of high chase, low contact, but big power. And Waldschmidt to Arizona. Well, Arizona is having my favorite draft right now.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Well, don't you wait to see what Cleveland does?
I mean, we'll have to see. I mean, I'm just saying right now, if this is the case, that Waldschmidt was far and away the number 1 player on my board.
Right, but so is Bazana.
No, I know. This isn't me like saying Cleveland's is going to be bad. I'm just saying like they're doing exceptional.
Caldwell and Waldschmidt are a great one too. I agree, and they have another pick after that, don't they? They have one more pick.
Yep, one more before Cleveland. This was the Corbin Carroll pick.
Yeah, this is the rookie. So they took the rookie of the year, and that's funny. They took Caldwell, and then So we're about to go in the CBA. I might take a quick break here before we get to CBA, but all right. So we said this is Waldschmidt at 31. I could see Brecht here at 32. Twins going Dowdy at 33, and then Brewers. What did we say? Brewers would go prep here, right?
We don't know. I mean, they went prep earlier, so we just have to see who's left.
Oh yeah.
They're very weird.
Watch the Brewers go with Mike Sirota. Will that shock you?
Yes, they have not been a Cape heavy team. The Brewers have not been a Cape heavy team.
I don't know who the Brewers are thinking here. Then, you think the Brewers would go with one of the catchers?
They could.
It's Kozart. Kozart's the only one left, right?
No, there's still Bazal. Bazal hasn't gone off the board. Caleb Lobovita hasn't gone off the board.
Oh, there is Lobovita, yeah. Carter Johnson might be out. Carter Johnson could be. Well, they already went prep though, so. But I assume because they're going to save so much money on Braylon Payne, they're going to do it somebody for prep, right?
I mean, not necessarily.
Joey Oakey?
No, it's too early for Oakey. I mean, if you're going to go with someone, you go Sloan. I think they're just going to take whoever's on their board. And again,
Sloan is still here. Shoot.
Yeah, they're going to spread it around. They spread it around last year.
Sloan's going to go to the Twins, isn't he?
Probably, yeah.
Well, that might leave Dowdy, though. If the Brewers don't go Dowdy, then that leaves Dowdy.
Am I breaking up or are you breaking up? Which one is losing it?
That was me.
Okay.
I'm never breaking up with you, Jeff.
No, you're stuck with me. I don't know. Like at this point, my big board. If I got to pull out Waldschmidt. Wyatt Sanford is my number one guy, and he is a very Guardians type of guy. I will say that. Wyatt Sanford, Brody Brecht are my top two. Kevin Bazal.
I don't know. I'm expecting the Diamondbacks next pick to be awesome. I don't know who it is. I have no insight here.
They've been doing a fantastic job. I'm just gonna.
Yeah.
They're crushing it. They're an early favorite for best draft. I mean, they've got two. I mean, I had Waldschmidt higher than Caldwell, but it's two of my top 15. They got two of my top 15 picking like 30. Like that's phenomenal value. Okay, so my 32 rated player is Gage Jump gets added to the board.
Someone said Sloan is asking for $4 million.
From what I heard, $5 million was Schmidt's ask.
So if Sloan's asking for the Brewers, that's the Brewers, right?
I mean, they could.
I bet you that's the Brewers. The Twins don't have that much money to spend, do they?
I don't know how much Culpepper costs.
The Twins have $12 million to spend. I don't think Culpepper costs that much. So the Twins could also pop him. I don't know. It'd be great to get Sloan to 36, but I don't know.
And then for people who are asking, I just updated my best available. I guess I should maybe just do a ticker, right? I can do that. I know how to do that. I've done that before.
Yeah.
I'll start putting together a ticker. It's in banners. That's what it is. Right. So I'll just create a new banner at the bottom. And I'll update this and we'll add this banner. And then as players, I know it's not the ticker. I gotta do something else to make it a ticker. Edit. Scroll across, bottom ticker. There we go. Save. Now we'll see. There we go. So I'll just let that go down there, and then I will update it as it goes. We can always yank it if we have something else. But yeah, it's going to be interesting. I mean, maybe it is Brecht. Like you can make a case again if this team wants traits. That's a traits dude. That is a high traits dude.
His control got better as the year went on. It was starting to improve.
It did. Tommy White, like I said, I think there's going to be some issues with him.
If Tommy White goes to the Diamondbacks, it'll ruin what they were doing for me. But I could see Tommy White going to the Diamondbacks, but I'm not really a big fan. Did one of the data guys, did they do a card for Brody Brecht?
I didn't look and see. I bet he did. He did once.
I'm gonna look because I don't know I don't know a whole lot about the data on Brecht, but I'd be very interested to see if he did one ahead of time.
I'm betting.
Here we go. Here's a Brody Brecht card. So Brody Brecht, poor extension, very middling induced vertical break, but velo great. Whiff rate on all pitches is great. Changeups iffy. Chase rate is bad on the fastball, but great chase rates on cutter. Great chase rates on change and slider. Great whiff rates on everything across the board.
Yeah.
But he also played in the Big Ten, so I don't know. All the extension, though, is kind of iffy. He does not get good marks for extension. It's literally
which maybe they view it as like we can fix it. And yeah,
Lively.
Zeev. Well, Lively had great extension when we got here, but they could maybe work with it. Zeev Travis is better than Rocchio now. You can tell your son. We agree.
Yes,
that Travis is
it's unquestioned.
It's this weird slowdown now. Baltimore. This is where I'm kind of hoping for Tommy White. Just take him on the board. They like power.
What did Arizona do with their last pick?
They're after Baltimore. We don't have it yet. Where do we see?
The PPI was Waldschmidt. Okay.
Yeah. Some of the data. I did a scrape of publicly available data and put it all on a giant spreadsheet. And anytime I found data throughout the year,
Jeff, you're gonna hate this. Baltimore just went with Griffo Farrell. Any chance he's Joey Ortiz?
No.
You don't think so? I don't like that pick either. Griffo Farrell's data was very goofy. I
love this pick because it takes someone up,
right?
And now it means Cleveland can't take him.
All right, so next three are Twins, Brewers, Diamondbacks. Twins could go prep arm here. Brewers, I think the Brewers are in play for one of the shortstops: Tyson Lewis, Wyatt Stanford, maybe Ryan Sloan. I think Twins or Brewers are getting Ryan Sloan. That's my bet.
Griffo Farrell, for those who don't know, was like he's a guy who did bad swing changes. He people got very excited after the opening weekend, and he hit like 2 home runs. He ended up hitting 5 total, which is more than the combined 3 he had a year ago. But he had this really bad combination of some of the worst exit velocities and the highest chase rates. So I think you're hoping to maybe get him back to where he was and just be like a slap hitting contact guy who's a utility infielder. But he was a guy I was out on. The one thing about teaching Brecht command is Cleveland's not been good at teaching guys command.
No.
Look at Alex Clemmie right now, who had a knock where he had like 30 grade command, and somehow it looks like it's gotten worse.
No, it hasn't. It's gotten better.
Has slowly improved.
He's slowly improved. Yeah, his last 2 starts, I think he's walked 1 batter.
So that is an improvement.
It's low A. So yeah.
Just got a very nice tweet from our manager about how much he appreciated the work I put in and hoping next year we can do something bigger. So that's kind to see from our program manager. But yeah, Mike Clevenger is the last real big success story that I remember in terms of command. Again, for what it is worth. Clemmie is a big risk. I mean, you want risk reward. We talked earlier about the cathedral ceilings and, Connor Griffin's cathedral ceilings and basement floors, or maybe dungeon floors. That is DeBarge. Are you telling me that they just took Kyle DeBarge to
the Twins? The Twins when Kalen Culpepper.
Yeah.
I like Kyle. Okay, I actually like Kyle DeBarge more than I like Kalen Culpepper. But that's a weird series of
picks. That's a weird draft. people really liked him, but he is tiny, and he's got a lot of chase this year. I want to say there was something in his data that was not good.
I don't think his chase is horrible. Am I wrong? Did I get that wrong?
I thought he had something.
The chase rate 26%.
Yeah, he had a bad chase rate against bad competition. He had good contact, and his exit velocity was exceedingly mediocre. So he was a guy I wasn't feeling because, hey, he chases a lot, and the power isn't there, and it's not again the same. It's like Griffo Farrell, both better power, but a lot of people liked him. This is another one I was not feeling him. He was not in my top. He didn't make my board.
Well, this is good for, I don't know. The Brewers and the Diamondbacks could totally screw this. I'm gonna take a quick break for a second before this pick comes in. So I'll be right back.
I will still be here. It's a weird. I don't know what maybe the Twins are saving up for round 2 or day 2, but I am just not feeling these selections for them. I don't know what the overall plan is. Other than hey, shortstops. They're collecting potential shortstops, but it's just I don't know, that's really weird. I don't have a good answer. DeBarge is just the second guy who I believe I didn't even have ranked. Yeah. The Twins and I do not agree at all when it comes to this draft. Oh man. Justin, why did you leave now? They took your dude. I like Blake Burke. I am kind of surprised to see him go before Amick and White, but I actually think he's probably better than Amick and White. He's a guy where the exit velocity is really strong. I'll just rank this by exit velocity. And listen, the contact is a little bit of a concern, but let's see, where is he? Where are you, Blake Burke?
No.
I was like, you chose quite the time to leave. I'll let you talk about it.
Blake Burke.
Burke has a 33% chase rate, but an 84% contact rate. So he actually had good contact with his chase.
He is like a poor man's Jack Caglione. The chase isn't even as bad as Caglione, but the power's so good. It's a bad body. It's first base only, but I love the power. I'm kind of worried he might be a platoon player. Maybe he's Rowdy Tellez, or who's the other one?
Dan Vogelbach.
Yeah, there's a possibility he turns into that, but I don't know. I like the kid. I think he can play.
Yeah, I kept moving. He's one of those guys I moved up.
The Brewers without fail take somebody I love every year.
But again, I don't know, this isn't a huge. You had Burke at 42. He's the top of my tier 5. I had him ahead of Vance Honeycutt, ahead of Dakota Jordan, ahead of Billy Amick, ahead of Ben Hess, Kalen Culpepper. I had him higher than anyone that Minnesota has drafted today.
I'm still shocked over how much I think the Twins draft stinks. I think it stinks. It's one of my least favorites so far. That's my least favorite combination of picks tonight.
Yeah.
I don't understand Culpepper and DeBarge. They had to go. I mean, Culpepper's was a first rounder, I guess, but I would have been waiting on something more special at that point, I guess. Well, this is good for Cleveland because they're up next after Arizona. Arizona's going to snake Arizona. See, they're going to snake somebody good here, and then. But you've got a chance to get Sloan or Doughty here, right? They're still here.
Sloan, Doughty, or Brecht.
Yeah,
Kevin Bissell, who I'm also a big fan of.
Are you good with Brecht at this point in the draft?
Yeah, I have him 20. He's my highest rated player. Who is someone taking Dix? Dix there. I love JD Dix. Arizona is crushing this. I
Yep,
love
not
love
surprised.
JD Dix. I'm the high man on Dix. Go ahead and cut that.
I quoted your tweet and I said I think they're about to make the next pick is about to be their great pick, and we both love that. JD Dix is like what 10 minutes from your house?
Yeah, he's like I don't know. He's a switch hitter. He's another guy. Like he is like high school Weatherholt to me. Like he reminds me a lot of Weatherholt.
So this has got to be a prep pitcher, I would think, for Cleveland.
Arizona again, just absolutely crushing this draft. They are.
Yep.
He played with Craig Counsell's kids.
Yeah, 2 high school kids and a college outfielder,
and so a high level performing in the SEC. Like they did a spectacular job in Arizona. Dix was 40th on my board, so you know it's not like he was necessarily, but he had some health issues. I am curious to see. You got Sloan. Sloan and Brecht are definitely my 2 highest at this point.
Yeah, Sloan here would be fantastic. We did hear that Sloan was asking for $4 million, so
Cleveland can afford that. If you just take
Cole Mathis or Ryan Prager next.
Yep. And the other thing, Keys. I did see someone say like that you dislike their draft more than Baltimore's. Yes, because at least I had Vance Honeycutt at 45.
That's a good point.
You know, there's at least some fun ceiling there. The Twins have gone for low ceiling backup types. But apparently that guy who knows so much, Cry Louie, was saying how Cleveland has made the wrong choices.
Oh, I think it might be Brody Brecht is tweeting right now. He just said good, or maybe he's just being motivated by the fact that he's dropping. I don't know. Doughty's the pick.
Talked about him throughout the process. As a guy,
this is a great pick. Jeff, we didn't think Braylon Doughty was going to get to 36.
I didn't think he'd get here.
This is a great pick for Cleveland. A little undersized. He's only 6'1", so I kind of worry about the projection, but there's a really good 2-pitch mix here. I love the breaking stuff.
3-pitch mix.
Definitely has
3-pitch mix.
You like all 3?
Yeah. He throws 4, but I like all 3 of his pitches.
So California kid, Cleveland loves their California kids.
Super athletic, which is important.
Yeah. So this is going to be a pick. So the million that Oklahoma State committed. Oklahoma State has had some really interesting pitching recently. So I like that he was going there because they've done a good job recruiting good pitchers.
And this is from Taylor, who we had on as a guest earlier. Everyone out here loved Doughty, thought he'd go 20 to Toronto or 24 to Atlanta. And here's the other thing. A year ago, who everyone loved out there was Ralphie.
Yeah. Area code games plus makeup. Sponge for pitching knowledge is on the report. He's
got some Bazana like that.
Yeah, but that's an area of California that they really like. So I'm not surprised here. A guy who can get to the mid-90s. This is a really Cleveland's crushing the draft too. We like Arizona's draft.
This is their top 3. I mean, they're up there. So Doughty was 26th on my board. No, I'm sorry. He was 27th. Here's my write-up. I'll just read it straight to you guys. Braylon Doughty has everything a team looks for in a right-handed pitcher except size. He is a very athletic pitcher with high spin rates. Every single pitch moves and is at the higher end of spin rates. His fastball, curveball, and slider all stand out his potential above average to plus offerings. Feels like everything for him moves and is hard to pick up. His changeup is a work in progress, but he hasn't needed it due to 3 other pitches, most notably his curve and fastball. His curve is the best offering, but there's a chance for 3 above average pitches. His control is average, but not a concern. The pitch mix and his general athletic profile allows everything to play up despite less than ideal size. I also do my yearly harping that athleticism is an underrated trait for pitchers as it helps prevent injuries. There's a core 4 of prep arms for me, and Doughty is in that with Sloan, Schmidt, and Caminiti. In terms of size, anything under 6'3" is viewed as undersized for a right-hander. When I started covering the draft, guys like Doughty made it to school all the time because of how draconic pitcher heights were viewed. There's some reason for this. Yes, with ideal height ranges lead to more successful outcomes, but flexibility is always a key. It's easy to see why Doughty is been on the rise due to pitch mix, spin rates, plus athletic traits. Looks like I had like a recopying. Then after that, I lost power So some of my profiles got a little weird. Brecht to Colorado. That's I feel bad for Brecht.
Ooh, poor Brody Brecht. That is oof. That is
Levi Sterling to Pittsburgh.
Hate that.
Yeah, I mean Sterling's stuff is backed up all year. I don't know why you would take him over Sloan unless it's significantly cheaper.
I'm tonight could have not gone any better.
Tanner Burns was a one-pitch guy. He's all fastball and had an okay secondary offering. Doughty is much more athletic. Burns is also kind of had a bit more heft. Like Doughty is more athletic. He's his spin rates are all very high. Yeah, there's a huge difference between him and Burns. Him and Burns are not identical at all outside of being smaller and right-handed.
Yeah. And he's got more, I mean, I think he's a little more athletic than Burns too. Burns always felt
more
kind
athletic.
of very,
yeah.
I think Burns felt kind of stiff to me in his delivery at times.
He's very,
yeah.
Doughty is
and Burns also had shoulder issues in college, which again, Cleveland overlooked. They said, yeah, we're fine. But guess what? He's had health issues since he's been in the system. So what did I say? Hammer curve for Doughty, 6'1".
How do you know he's not going to work out? Like, K-Dude, have you actually seen him or done anything? Like, he is a guy who...
By the way, Braylon Doughty, barely 18 years old. He just turned 18 like a few weeks ago, I think. I think he just literally was... He turned 18... Okay, I'm sorry. He turned 18 last week, Jeff. July 5th. Yeah. He turned 18 July 5th. No, I'm sorry. That's December. He'll turn 19 in December. So it was December 7th, 2005. God, there's people drafted in Jeff. There's people born in 06 that are being drafted. Terrifying. I love the people who probably haven't even watched a second of any draft coverage or have not watched a video or have not read anything, think that, already calling him a bust. Okay. Yeah, so 12/7/05. So yeah, he's a December birthday.
Yeah, I mean, I can tell you there were I talked to a dude in another organization that was like, I was like, well, they might be trying to get him to 48, and he's like, he's not getting to 48. Like, I know another organization who loved.
We didn't think he was going to be at 36.
No. Yeah, it's just you're
Plus,
looking.
He's got. Okay, well, he also pitched very well, had a really good showing on the showcase circuit. This is the one place we can use the word showcase in the proper terms. But Cleveland also likes famous performers, too. Cleveland likes to take guys that play on these high-level competition circuits and travel stuff, and he has performed well.
There's some talk that Sloan might be going to the White Sox in round 2, just as people are wondering if he'll, if he'll be there. I just thought I would pass around that, like,
Loma Vida to the Nationals to end this CBA.
They get a catcher there. Interesting. I didn't think Loma Vida would still be there. He's another guy who people like the power, though the exit velocities haven't been great. And there's a lot of chase. He had he had 2 great capes. He went after his freshman and sophomore years, Loma Vida, and his cape data is really strong. And again, Nationals are like Cleveland and look at some of that stuff. Look at cape data. Look at what you did the year before. So that is a good buy low for them. I'm just kind of, I'm updating I'll update my best available at the bottom here since a bunch of guys listen. I hate Brody Brecht going there because I like Brody Brecht, and Colorado is just, it's Colorado. They have not done a good job of developing guys, and I feel bad for him there. I didn't think necessarily that Prager would still be here. I still believe in Gage Jump, even though he is teeny tiny.
What is he, 5'11", maybe?
Probably.
So Sirota at 48. There's a Prager at 48.
I still think there's a world where Cole Mathis makes sense. Kevin Bazell is still there.
There's a lot of good options for Cleveland there still.
Yeah,
this is the part of the draft where things still kind of look good. But
there's actually an interesting group of college starters at this point. So there you go.
I think if you don't take Prager at 48, you're not getting him.
No, yeah, I agree.
I don't see Prager getting 84, so this is it for him. You're probably going over slot on Dowdy. Let's be honest. This pick is valued at 2.5. I would be surprised if this is anything. I don't know. What do you think? 3? They go 3 here.
Like 3 million.
Yeah.
To Dowdy.
On Dowdy. Yeah.
Yeah, I
the
could
slot's
see that.
257. Yeah.
I mean, I could.
At best, you're getting slot.
Yeah, I could. I think the lowest you get is slot there. So yeah, I realized I can now go up to 1,000. So I'm going to put my whole big board. The guy I kind of wanted here as well was Carter Johnson. We'll see how long he sticks around. You and I both kind of dug him.
White Sox for Sloan.
Yeah, Chicago or Illinois kid. They've been very focused on owning their part of town. So yeah,
they're very careful with prep arms, but I could see a world where Dowdy is a fast mover because of the control. This is a kid who does throw strikes, so I could see this being a guy who does not. I guess we'll see what happens in pro ball, but I would not be surprised if he moves fast for a prep pitcher. Although I'll say that, and then he'll spend a year in Lake County when he probably needs to be an actor.
I mean,
by the second half or something.
they move Parker Messick glacially slow. So,
although Braylon Dowdy has way more stuff than Parker Messick. Here's the next question, Jeff. Where's Dowdy in our rankings now? You think is
he's
Dowdy
top 10
number?
for me.
Yeah, I'd say he might even be top 5. Definitely top 10.
There's a chance of that. That's for sure. I'd have to release it.
Bazana, Manzardo, Ralphie, Churio. I don't know. I might put Dowdy at 5. No,
depends how you feel about Brito and how you feel about. Oh man, I misspelled.
Technically, Angel Martinez is still a prospect, so there's that.
And then Chase.
I forgot about Chase DeLauder because he needs 2 new feet.
That movie, My Left Foot, I believe, was about him.
Jeff, you got a 3D printer at school. Why don't you just 3D print Chase DeLauder 2 new feet?
Robot feet. Well, they're not very high quality. Is the problem?
Neither are his feet.
His current ones.
His current ones aren't working either. The A's are taking Tommy White. Oof.
Oh, that's rough.
That's disappointing.
I mean, I like it. Glad.
It's fine, but
he's at like 60-ish for me.
That's a match made in poop.
It's just.
I will say though, I mean, White's got a lot of power. They got 2 power bats there. He's performed pretty well in the SEC. I can't doubt it. Although
his exit velocities aren't great, but then again, it's hard to judge it because he was hurt. So that's kind of the other side of it.
I don't know. Okay, they got 2 guys with power potential. I mean, Kurtz is going to be a guy who hits 40 home runs for them for 5 years.
They drafted 2 first basemen.
Oh, yeah. Ooh.
Okay, so here we go. I now have it. It allowed me to go. I fixed it. So this is going to show my top 60 players.
That's a weird group of picks. I don't know if I like Oakland's draft.
I mean, it's okay. I like Kurtz's value. But it's a weird one.
I love Nick Kurtz. David Shields to the Kansas City. I like that pick.
That's a nice.
I like David Shields a lot. Although the Royals will probably ruin him because they don't develop prep arms well. But
now I got to go delete him from here.
I do like David Shields a lot. David Shields is a from Pennsylvania. He's still 17.
Yeah, he's another reclassifier.
Yeah, he's still 17.
Also, high school quarterback.
Yep.
I mean, as I said, like
strike thrower.
My write-up on David Shields is more theoretical than existing. He is just all clay to mold.
Yeah, I don't really like. Okay, what's Oakland going to do here? So picks are coming in a lot faster. Jared Thomas. I like Jared Thomas. He's athletic. The chase rates are kind of iffy.
So Colorado took Jared Thomas. It's a very much of them pick. Like he's got some power. Chase rates are more than a little iffy.
Yeah. There's athleticism though.
Yeah.
I know people are going to say, "Oh, Cody Bellinger," because he can play center and he can also play first. He's played a little bit of both. He could be a corner guy.
No, he's not Cody. I mean, he didn't make my top 60. Let's put it that way. There's a lot of gristle left on that. You liked him quite a bit. A lot of the batted ball data was questionable. So it was.
I just like the athleticism. I think he's a really athletic player, and sometimes I like to bet on athletes a little bit. And like I said, I think he's also a draft eligible sophomore. Am I right? He's 20.
Jared Thomas, yes, he's a draft eligible sophomore.
Yeah, I mean he makes contact.
Caleb Bonmer to the White Sox. He was one of my top players left. Bonmer is athletic traits, but it's a mess.
I didn't like him that much. I thought
it's all about the traits.
Yeah. Yeah, Thomas chases a lot. There's some Jack Caglione there. Like obviously not as extreme because nobody chased more than Jack, but Thomas makes a lot of contact for a guy who chases. Maybe he's a more athletic Josh Naylor. I don't know. That is almost 30% chase rate. That's kind of iffy.
It's high. Yeah, that's why.
That's a lot of contact for chase, but. How do we feel about the White Sox so far? Hagen Smith and Caleb Bonmer. I like that. We'd like to. I know Hagen Smith kind of fell for us late in the draft process because we started to look at Chase a little more and that delivery. But you really at one point you really loved.
I did.
Hagen Smith.
It's because of how well he performed, but I also kind of had to come back and be like, it's average-ish command. It's if that, and he's a 2-pitch guy. Luke Dickerson. I told you Dickerson would get drafted.
Virginia commits just, man, I don't know. Dickerson's a Virginia commit, and those guys just don't sign. He's the first Virginia pick to get taken tonight, right?
No, I don't know about that. I'd have to go look.
I don't know. I think he's the first Virginia. You have to ask your friend Aaron. And then we have Aaron Fry here saying, "Do we have the money to be floating Stone to 48?" Probably. I mean, they do. If they want. If Cleveland wants to spend heavy on day one and then kind of ease back on day two, they can. I mean, again, we think $1 million on savings and Bazana, maybe a little bit more. They'll probably go over slot on Doughty, but again, they have $18 million.
I wouldn't be shocked if he's just full slot, and then they still have $900,000. Plus, inevitably, there's going to be someone who's not going to require full slot.
Right. Again, they had $19 million to spend this year. Nobody
Chris
has ever
Cortez.
had 19.
There you go. There's the Angels guy to get to the big leagues this year.
Oh, Chris Cortez has great stuff, man. He was shoving in the.
He is. I'm just kind of surprised.
Series.
What are they going to spend on? Like Christian Moore should be under slot, and now they go and they add Chris Cortez, a reliever in round 2, who's more of a third round guy. Oh, someone point out Bonmer is also a Virginia commit.
Okay.
Back-to-back Virginia commits.
Wow. Okay, so 2 guys not going to get to Virginia. That's pretty crazy. I like Cortez's stuff, by the way. I really think he's going to be a good reliever.
I do too. It's just unusual to see.
Watch the Angels set him out as a starter, but I mean, the stuff is good.
I just thought he was the 3rd best reliever in the class. That's all.
Tyson Neighbors is still here. I got to be honest. I kind of thought Tyson Neighbors would come off this early, but he hasn't.
Or, Ryan Johnson, who I think is a reliever.
You know what? I ended up Johnson throws a ton of strikes, so I like him. I wound up putting Tyson Neighbors above him though, because I just don't think that I don't trust Johnson's delivery, and I think Tyson Neighbors has better stuff.
I can see that.
Did I end up putting him above him? I can't remember.
I ended up with Johnson higher just because of the chance to start, rather than him actually just being a full reliever. Like there's, it's very unlikely, but there is a chance of it. So he got kind of.
Who is the dream now at 48? I don't know. There's a lot of options still available at 48 guys. Like,
I mean, Kevin Bazell and Ryan Sloan, I think, and Ryan Prager are probably my 3 highest valued guys.
I mean, Sloan's still
Dan
there.
Tucci to the Mets.
That sounds about right. Yeah. You know who's still on the board that I like at this point too? I don't know if you like him much as I do, Jeff, but Chase Mobley is a fun one.
No, I'm not as old as you are. I know he's one of your dudes.
Yeah, I do like Chase Mobley.
I also really like Carter Johnson. Let's see if he.
I cannot believe Carter Johnson's still here. There was a lot of buzz for him in the first in the comp round.
Yeah, he's still on the board. A lot of people thought Billy Amick would be gone by this point. It's just kind of a updating.
Yeah, I don't want anything to do with Billy Amick.
No, he's not really for me either, but it's just interesting. Just kind of big names. Wyatt Sanford is my number one guy. I really like that.
Yeah, I've got Sanford. I've got Sanford, Prager, Cole Mathis is on my board at this point still. But I have Sanford and Prager back to back. My 25, 26, 27 are Sanford, Prager, and Mathis. I was pretty high on Mathis, but if Prager and Mathis don't go 48, you're probably not getting either, correct?
Yeah, I don't think they're getting down.
Man, Sloan here would be really interesting if he doesn't go to the Pirates. I could see the Pirates have done 2 prep picks, so I think Pirates are probably out on a prep right here.
Yeah, but I don't think Levi Sterling is super expensive, because he was not even expected to go there.
No, his stuff just backed up. So
yeah,
Wyatt Sanford to the Pirates. So never mind. They
was my highest rated guy by far.
So I said they weren't going to go prep, and they went prep. So clearly,
yeah,
I don't know.
I thought they still had money. Yeah.
All right, here we go. Is this going to be Sloan or Prager?
Sloan and Bazell are my highest rated players left. So I'm sure someone in here will tip us off before we. I can't get the chat software to pop back up. Let's see if it will work now. I can't see that. There we go. What is going on? There we go. We are on the Guardians pick. This is where we are.
All right, here we go. Yeah, the Guardians are going to do their thing at 11, so we have a little bit of time to talk about this. Guardians are taking. Is that in? Oh, they're still on the clock. I thought it said pick. Yeah. I thought it said pick was in.
I think Bazell has a shot at catching.
You'll send him out as a catcher, but yeah.
I mean, the reason he's in my top 30 is because I think he can catch. I'm not saying he's going to be great, but I think he can catch.
I didn't see enough of him to sit there and say for sure. You probably saw more than I did. So
I've seen a pretty low bar at catcher anymore.
Pick is in. Dex would no, you can't go. It's Jacob Cozart. They went and got a catcher.
Oh, interesting. I was a little bit lower.
Jacob Cozart. Cozart had some very concerning the chase rate, very concerning contact rate.
Yeah, low contact rate.
The chase rate's okay, but the contact is really iffy, and I don't mind this pick though. I'm a little surprised by it, but I don't mind it.
Yeah. I'm going to go fix the spelling of his name on my big board right now while I'm sitting here. Listen, if you wanted a catcher, he was.
It's interesting because he's more power over hit.
Yeah. But his exit velocities weren't great.
No, it's a Cleveland. The one area Cleveland is willing to go ahead and deal with strikeout rates is a position of defensive value, and catcher is one of those picks.
I mean, he's just he's not the most exciting. Like he's a sure catcher. Owen Hall next to Detroit. That's interesting. He's got bat speed. And
I think this is our friend's guy.
Did he mention him at all to you?
I know. I just texted him. But this should be his. This should be his guy. NC State's his area.
Yeah.
So, 20. I mean, Pipeline says 20 home run potential and an average arm. This is I don't know, kind of a surprise. I did not see this coming at this pick, but a little surprised too. But we loved him. Okay, well. I mean, they needed a catcher. They needed a catcher in this draft.
Yeah.
He was the best one available. There was, well, you like Bazell more.
Yeah.
I think
quite a bit more.
I think it's more likely.
But he's more likely a catcher.
Yeah, there's a higher probability that Cozart is a catcher than
and that's the thing. He's one of the last of the sure catchers at this point on the board. Yeah, I don't like I said, it was not Mike Zunino comp is they comped him to Mike Zunino. Peyton Toll is an interesting out of Boston, probably a reliever.
I like him. Also, he hits some tanks at first base.
He does.
He hits some tanks. Maybe he could be a Michael Lorenzen type.
Yeah, it's I don't know. People are gonna be like, man, must not like the Cozart pick because it definitely did take a little bit of the air out of the room. He's a no doubt
caught us off guard.
He's a no doubt catcher who doesn't have a carrying trait. He improved his chase rate and his exit velocity this year, which is not something we often see. Both of those get better. Bazell is not a no doubt catcher. This guy is. So you're kind of going and betting on the ability as a.
It sounds like they were not expecting Cozart to be there.
I could see that. Like, I mean, the run on catchers didn't come together as expected. Like, I thought I had the big three guys.
End of the 30s.
I thought they'd all be gone by the 30s. And then they were, there was a world where I did see Cozart going higher. And NC State's been good.
Patrick Bailey.
Yep. A few other catchers throughout. I'm trying to think. He played a little bit after his freshman year in the Cape. It was pretty terrible, but it was very small. And then last year he was in the Coastal Plain League. He improved every single year in college in terms of his performance. His big jump this year came from a really big increase in his walk rate. But the problem is walk rate is really not a transmittable stat. It tends to be one of those things that is not a direct line of if you do it, then you're going to continue to do it. So, yeah, I mean, he hit 19 home runs. Like, there you go for people who wanted home runs. And of course, he bats left-handed.
Career. More walks than strikeouts in college. 30 home runs in his college career. 510 slugging. He was pretty good on Team USA's roster. So again, there's some higher level performance.
So like, here's this. No, this is where this goes. I hate to break it to you. Strong arm, athletic player. It doesn't work that way. You just can't develop a guy always into a catcher, or there wouldn't be a constant shortage of catchers. There's a reason why it's the hardest position to fill. They went with a guy who can be a no doubt catcher who has shown some framing skills, has good enough arm. And yeah, that's where he goes. Boston Bateman, that's another guy you liked, goes to San Diego.
Sasquatch, darn it. I love San Diego. San Diego has the most interesting drafts, man. They take some.
Reds took Tyson Lewis.
Okay, that's an interesting one.
He's just high athletic traits. Like if you think you can get it there, definitely not cool. I mean, you always need catchers, and this system had like none of them. So they took the last. He was where they took him relative to all things. It's like, where was he on my big board? I'll go look, but it's like this was about where I had him, maybe a little bit higher, honestly. Yeah, I had him. I gotta find him.
I had Cozart 44.
I had him 50.
48. Yeah,
I had him 50. They took him.
I had Cozart below Bazell. I had him below all the other catchers and Bazell. So it's not a huge reach. I don't think it's a reach at all. I know. I just didn't consider catcher this early. I mean, I think we thought Bazell, but I like it. I mean, it took a little bit to kind of like talk through it, but I've talked myself into Cozart being a really good piece here. Especially you're talking about a power and walks guy at catcher, and Jeff, God knows this team needs guys who are willing to be patient. I would even be
Again, though,
thrilled
we're
with a
not sure.
passive.
Walks doesn't always translate. It's just what
That's
I would
fair.
go.
That's fair.
Like, when you don't want the big increase to be walk rate, because walk rate is just, it does not translate 100%. So if you're taking him, you're buying that he's like maybe 50 power, 50 hit, maybe 55 power. The contact in the zone really pushed him down my board. It's a really poor contact in the zone. He's gonna get eaten alive.
It's power over hit. It's power over
Yeah.
hit for sure.
I mean, there's a degree, like I said, of feeling like he's going to get a bit eaten alive by good pitching. So we'll have to.
This should be. No. Oh, Cole Mathis is going to the Cubs. That's cold-hearted.
I knew he was going. So Bryce Cunningham, another Cape performer.
Oh no, man!
I told you Cole Mathis was going somewhere in round 2. I was very, very sure about that one because the data is too good. Like, and he was awesome on the Cape. He was really productive after a slow start due to injury, and yeah. There's not too many good players. People don't develop. I hate to break it to you, Coach Humph, but that's not how baseball works. Like, if everyone could develop catchers based on taking a strong arm guy, there'd be one of those guys in the big leagues. There's currently 0. Every guy there was a catcher who was, had those traits and skills and experience before he came in. Sloan to the Mariners.
That makes sense. They've done pretty well with some prep pitching, and
I had them getting in my one mock. It wasn't Sloan, but I had them taking a prep arm in round 2 after going college, after taking Sinte.
Did the Cubs have a lot of money to spend? The Cubs had how much did they have to spend?
I mean, Mathis is probably
Cubs. I'm sorry. The Mariners. The Mariners had just over $9.5 million to spend. That's not a lot. So I'm kind of surprised to see Sloan get here.
Well, how do you say his name? No, I can't say it.
Saintcha
was probably under slot. Like, he was not a top 15 guy on most boards.
Man, I'm so bummed about Cole Mathis.
He wasn't getting through round 2. Like, there was no way he was getting through round 2. There's too much good data, and his batted ball data was strong, and his Cape data was strong. Like,
yeah, I like that kid though. I mean, we had him on here. We really liked him.
Yeah,
I think Cole Mathis is going to hit. He's just going to keep hitting, and if he's healthy next year, like, he could play third. He can increase his value. I just think that dude is going to be such a smart hitter at the next level. What is
Carter Johnson to the Marlins? There we go. They saved some of that money.
I'm kind of surprised. I'm kind of surprised he got this far.
Well, they saved that
Carter
money.
Johnson a lot.
They paid him down.
That's a good pick for them. You know what? I guess we shouldn't be shocked. The Marlins are having a good draft.
I mean, more Orlando and then him.
Yeah, that's a great draft so far. Morlando was definitely a higher talent coming into the year, and like you said, people kind of started overthinking it with him. Supposedly, he had a great combine too. By the way,
yeah, no, he did. So, I mean, he just killed the ball.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised. That's a very Rays-like draft, and I think it's going to be good. The Marlins are going to make some trades at the deadline, so they're going to restock their system a little bit. So I think it's going to be good.
I mean, it's a nice stretch. Tyson Lewis, Boston Bateman, Bryce Cunningham, Cole Mathis, Ryan Sloan, Carter Johnson. Now let's watch what the Brewers do here, because they should have money to spend.
Yeah. Hey, my buddy Anthony on Twitter wants to know what Cozart's like defensively. Could he grow into a strong defensive catcher, 20 home run pop? I think that's exactly what he's going to be. I think he's going to be a good defender with 20 home run pop. I don't think he's going to hit a ton.
No, he's Austin Hedges. He is current Austin, a little bit better than, or former Austin Hedges. I don't think there's enough contact in his game. He has really poor contact. He has some of the worst contact rates in college baseball last year. And if
I
he's
think you're looking at an OBP power catcher.
Yeah, but if you can't, if college guys are able to make him miss in the zone, what's going to happen when he faces real pitching? Like, that's the thing. He is, he's it's really poor. It's not like a little bit poor. It's really poor.
Yeah, Cozart did. I mean, he walked more than he struck out, but yeah, you're right.
I mean, 70% contact. We're talking about a guy whose contact rate is by Zach Stewart, who had big time power. But in Billy Amick, you're talking about how you want nothing to do with Billy Amick. He's got Billy Amick contact rates. He's a backup. I just think he's a backup. I don't think there's enough and he's not a plus defender. He's just a solid defender. He's an okay defender. Like,
all right, we went from saying we like the Cozart pick to now we're saying we don't like it.
I never said I liked it. I said it was okay. It makes logical sense there. But it's not one that I think they didn't take the best players on the board. And our friend might get mad at me for phrasing it, and I'm sure he strongly disagrees with me, but I don't see, it's a fine value, but he was not higher because of that contact rate. That's a pretty serious concern for me.
I would have rather had Carter. I mean, there are players I definitely would have liked to have had at 36 over Cozart for sure. And it's 18 games and 61 plate appearances. So you got to be careful, but he did play on the Cape in 2022. And
what he does though.
Bad.
Yeah, it was very small, and he was a freshman. What he does though? What he does really well is pull the ball.
Hit by pitches. Oh,
no, he pulls the ball.
Did someone tweet data?
Yeah, his air pull is 85th percentile. So we know that is big from what they like. His Z swing. Here, I'll retweet this. But yeah, and we know they like pull data. They like guys who pull. That's a big thing there. So
the race took one of my guys, Emilian Petrie.
Oh, you did like him. I was not so big on him. That's one of those rare disagreements. Oh, so that's Brewers took Bryce McCogg, who has Mekage, whose dad's a bullpen coach. Like, he was a guy who just missed. Cal Steven, one of your favorites, to the Blue Jays from Mississippi State.
Thanks, Blue Jays. Thanks.
Yeah, that's a good pickup there.
Yeah, air pull 85th percentile. You're right. That's Exit velocity is not bad. I mean, 90th exit velocity is 78th percentile. That's not terrible. X damage is good. So again, it's all power.
Yeah.
For a guy who walks a lot, here's a concern. For a guy who walks a lot,
it's all passivity.
He chases more than I would like, actually.
Yeah.
It's a 52nd percentile in chase rate. I don't know. Now I'm looking at this data, and now I'm a little God, I gotta wonder what they saw here. This is all right. Well,
ask your friend. It's his dude. He's gonna be mad at us. We're sitting here.
It is his dude. I mean, he's crushing with Cooper Ingle, so I guess we'll see. But Cooper Ingle had way better data.
Yes, and was not a catcher at the time. In fairness, he was
he was
plays all over.
He caught more than he played anywhere else. Still,
but he was a Billy Amick to the Twins.
Ooh, the Twins are having my least favorite draft. I gotta be honest. Oh, Cal Steven to the Blue Jays. That was one of my favorites.
Twins are having my least. Twins are having the worst draft in my opinion.
They are.
It's not even close right now.
It's bad. I hope Twins fans are in shambles.
I mean,
their fans are so angry though. They're going to come over here and rip us a new one.
That's the angriest fan base. I don't understand it.
They are. They took two shortstops who may not be shorts. Well, I think Cleveland can play short. They took two shortstops with power questions, and they took a first baseman. I think Amick's a first baseman.
Yeah,
and he has a lot of contact issues. That is super bizarre. Hey, you know what? There's a reason that they get paid money to do this, and we're talking about it. So I guess I'll defer to them. But on the outside looking in, I don't love it.
I don't
I
understand
don't
it.
love it. No,
I'm loving it. What do you mean? I love it.
I love Cal Steven of the Blue Jays, though. I don't know much about the Blue Jays pitching development, but I love Cal Steven. I think he can.
I mean,
pitch.
Alec Manaea shows how good they are at it.
Mm,
I mean, see, you got it wrong. I just think that
no, we don't
I mean,
pick again tonight. This is it.
no, I love the Twins draft, dude. What do you mean? Ethan Anderson to the Orioles. That makes sense. A catcher who can't catch.
I don't think he's a catcher.
No.
Thank God Cleveland didn't take him because you want to know what I like Kozar more than I like Ethan Anderson because
yes, 100%.
Virginia hitters don't hit. 2, he's all contact, nothing else, and 3, he's definitely not a catcher. Kozar at least has power and is probably going to be a defensive catcher.
Yeah, if you can see it, like on the bottom of my board, I've got my scrolling. Sirota is still out there, by the way. My scrolling list here, and what kind of stands out is like Kozart was in my top 50. Like he was in my top 50. So, like relative to all things, I am okay with that pick. It just I think there's a chance for a starter, more than likely a backup. It didn't ruin he's 50th on my board. They took him 48. It's just like I had a lot of guys I liked. A lot of guys slid. And I would have loved to have gotten one of those guys who slid a bit. I live in Wisconsin. I mean, I don't know. Like, aren't I also in an area where supposedly like I should be upset by weather? But yeah, I don't.
I mean, Ohio's no picnic either with weather.
Ohio's weather is worse than Wisconsin's because we get all of our snow goes over 2 Great Lakes and then deposits over there. Here in Wisconsin, they're always like, "Oh, you don't know what it's like in the winter." I'm like, "No, I had worse winters in Ohio. I hate to be the bearer of bad news. I know it's a pride point that like the winters are rough here, but trust me, I've seen worse." We got a bit of a slowdown now. I don't know. Is my page just not refreshing? What's Atlanta has to be doing something kind of cheap, right? They took Caminiti. Carter Holton. More pitching.
No thanks.
He didn't have great data. And Vanderbilt,
he's small, and Vanderbilt pitchers just stink.
I think, I don't know. I'm trying to remember. I might have actually had Carter Holton to them at one point. No, it was Arizona. I had him to Arizona. That's where it was. But I had him in this range.
Oh, I missed the Tigers getting Owen Hall. We must have been talking about
Oh, you didn't
Kozart.
hear that? Yeah, with Kozart. I mean, that's a solid pick. I kind of dug him, but again, he was like in that next tier of guys with Boston Bateman.
Yeah, I think Owen Hall can start. I think I agree with you that Boston Bateman is a reliever, but Owen Hall I think can start.
We got Ethan.
Oklahoma kids have been interesting, man.
We got Ethan here from Locked On Pirates. I do want to say very quickly, Griffin Burkholter, who was one of those other guys who remember to go to Cleveland, just went to Philly. That's a very Philly pick. None of the
Ballinger guys went to Cleveland, huh?
No. Cleveland, which again I said, they don't take a ton of guys from there. I wish they took more. We have good relations with them.
That's true.
Wyatt Sanford was my highest available player, Ethan. So you definitely. I didn't have Levi Sterling as high, but I think they did well. I think the Pirates did well. Who did they take? It's been so long. Were they Connor?
It took Connor Griffin.
Yeah,
it took Connor and Wyatt, and they also took.
So they took 17-year-olds. The Pirates were scrolling for underage players. Levi Sterling, Connor Griffin, Wyatt Sanford. Isn't Sanford also 17, or he's young for the class? Why are the Pirates taking all of the younger players? What's that about, Ethan? Why are your Pirates being skeevy?
I don't love that. I got to be honest, Ethan.
I
like Stanford. I like Stanford. And I like Griffin.
Arizona took someone way off the board.
What do we got?
Ivan Luciano.
Okay, sure. Did they just go Isaac, or is this the who was the pick for the Boston? one year?
Ivan Luciano, the guy they just drafted in the second round. He's committed to Miami of Ohio.
Okay.
Oh, that's a great one. Wyatt Sanford's dad actually played for the Pirates. That's cool.
Oh, okay. I like him. And I thought
that was a great pick. No, I really like that. Luciano is 17 years, 8 months. So he fits this underage theme. Gosh, he's a catcher who has really bad sprint data, good pop times, okay arm, decent exit velocity. His swing sequences are pretty good for a kid his age, but he's got a lot of moving pieces. This feels like a savings pick, right? Like
they went pretty good on their three out of like 6 there, whatever it was. So
yeah,
I could see that.
This feels like
the
savings.
Who was the infielder that Boston took that was off the board? It was so weird. Who was
Nick
that
York?
weird infielder?
No.
Yeah, is this a Nick York pick?
No,
the Rangers took Dylan Drayling. You know what?
There you go. That's a rough one for you.
Well, I knew he wasn't getting to Cleveland at this point.
No, I know, but Sorota's still there. This draft went from college batch to high schoolers real fast. Here's the thing with like they had to get something right. It's just weird to see a guy get sniped from Miami of Ohio. I've never seen a Mac guy
strange.
I've never seen a Mac guy get sniped. They had him rated 220 on MLB.com's big board. 220. So this is 100% because they have to save some money for Caldwell. And who else did they get? And Ryan Waldschmidt is probably going to be a little bit costly. And who was their third piece that we kind of liked? JD Dix. Love the Dix.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you should go talk to him. He lives like 5 minutes from you.
Yeah, I could go show up at his house and get myself arrested at 10 o'clock at night. That would be awesome.
I'll be here by myself tomorrow because Jeff's going to go to a high schooler's house.
Yeah, I'm going to show up at a high schooler's house. Is JD here? We're not done. I mean, Cleveland's done, but we still got the comp picks and then the Ohtani pick.
There's only 2 more picks tonight. There's 1 more pick tonight.
No, there's a bunch. We got all the competitive balance B plus the Ohtani picks.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was looking at the wrong
1,
round.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8,
I'm
9 more picks.
I'm going to jump off in 10 more minutes because
we got
I got
9 picks.
Okay. That was the end of round 2. I'm sorry. So we got comp B.
Yeah, we got comp B. I saw someone point out like Willie is our friend and he thinks Kozar can start. That's fine. It's differing opinions. It's what happens. Like, what can I say? We have different opinions. There's a world where he starts and there's a world where he's Logan Ice. Like there's a lot of in between.
Oh, Jeff. Oh no.
Listen, their second round catching history has been so spectacularly good, that second, third round, that with such luminaries as I'll just stop. He's fine. He's a fine value. Like I'm being such a whiny jerk. I need to stop.
Nobody from Akron is being taken.
Oh, we've seen that. Akron's got 1 pitcher that's decent. Is there going to be a televised presser or just on YouTube? Or probably just end up being something that they like.
It's just on Zoom with media.
Yeah.
They only send the link out to media.
And then I don't know
something on Bally's or something.
Yeah, I don't know how it works because we're not allowed to like mess with any of that. We're not real media. Guardians.
We're tolerated media is what we are. We're tolerated, man. Tell you what, man, I'm curious to see what happens with Dylan Drayling in Texas because the year they took Josh Young, I really liked him.
Tyler Bell. There we go. I had Tyler Bell. No, I had him to Detroit. I didn't have him there. Tyler Bell was one of those guys we knew would go in this range. Another Illinois kid. Tampa's gone prep heavy. Listen, we joke about being tolerated media because there's Chris Lavonis to the Brewers. They're going for a lot. I'm half joking. Lavonis had some.
Boy, the Rays are having a great night by the way. Gillen, I like Petrie. I don't know about Bell as much, but I really liked Gillen. I like Petrie. Yeah. Yes, Cleveland's done for the day.
Yes, Cleveland's done for the day. Tolerated media is just because like they let us do things, but then don't always let us do things. So
they send us some details, and they won't send us.
Yeah.
They won't send us all the details.
You're right. They should draft 2 catchers every year. I just really liked like Cole Mathis and other guys there. That's all. It's a valuation relative to what was available because we had so many weird picks. There was actually a lot of really good talent, And it just made me sad that they didn't get any of it. That they took a guy who was a little bit lower.
Yeah, the data on Cozart is kind of iffy. Like,
how about the fact that like Bazell, Prager, Jump, Holman, Sirota, Jordan are all still on the board, as is Stovall and Johnson. There's a lot of interesting college guys. I mean, I took 2 more guys.
Thank God
Sirota's
still there.
I mean,
yeah, I like Stovall. Holman's still there. Burkholder's still there.
No, Burkholder went. Burkholder went.
Oh, where did he go?
Phillies.
Oh, wow. So the Phillies took Nori and Burkholder, huh?
Yep, 2 center fielders of speed.
Okay. The Phillies have a type. Prep. Phillies always take prep. It's always a prep pitcher or it's always a speedy prep hitter. Are those? Here's the question.
Or big pitcher. But I don't think
pitcher.
I think
Mickey, how big was Mickey? Wasn't that dude big?
There's a world where those 2 guys get the same bonus. Burkholder and Nori, like,
yeah,
like I'm not exactly.
You know who's I mean, Prager's still there. That's good.
Yeah. I mean, I got my big board going across down there.
Yeah, Prager is still there.
And last year for catchers, they took Ralphie was a catcher at the time. They took Cooper Engel, and they took Johnny Tincher. Okay, Blake Larson, another guy who I was not as high on. The White Sox. Like he was not a guy that was really.
He's got the shallow approach angle.
Yeah.
The White Sox have a type too, don't they? They have Schultz, they got Hagen Smith, they got Blake Larson. All those guys have that low approach angle.
So, Fino, is that you like Jump or Jump is jumping on the board here? Oh, there you go. Dason Hill to the Twins. That's one of your favorites.
I mean, I like Dason Hill. I just have concerns about Texas pitchers. Like, I kind of wanted Cleveland to stay out of that one because
he's super young. He won't be 18 until Christmas.
He's a left-handed Tristan McKenzie. Like he is so small. He's $160, maybe 6'5", and you're hoping. You're hoping the same thing with him and McKenzie. You're hoping that he fills out his frame and he takes a leap in fastball stuff. Everything here you said about McKenzie as a prep player, I think you say about Dason Hill.
I'm with you, Fino. I like Jump quite a bit. He's up there for me as well.
I think you like Jump. I like Jump out of high school, didn't you?
Yes, I liked him out of high school. I thought it could be a Cleveland guy. That UCLA class, if we want to give some serious shade, they had one heck of a recruiting class, and somehow they had like 5 or 6 really good prospects, and all of them regressed. Like they somehow apparently Carlos just said Dason Hill is Tristan McKenzie on the broadcast.
There you go.
But like they had one of the best recruiting classes, and somehow everyone pooped the bed in that recruiting class. Like across, I've never seen anything like.
They all left.
Everyone left or regressed. It's like, how does UCLA keep getting recruits? I've been watching them for a decade get high name recruits, and basically, it's like since that Bauer Cole class, it's been disappointment after disappointment after disappointment. Yeah. So maybe I'll get myself in trouble for talking, but out of school. But yeah, it's just weird.
I have to assume that Bazell is still here because teams must not think he can.
Oh, there you go. Another one of your favorites.
No,
Marlins come back. Grab
Aiden
May.
The Marlins haven't. No. All right, that's it. The Marlins. Oh man, the Marlins are up there with one of my favorite drafts. Loving the Marlins draft right now. Marlins have taken Orlando,
Johnson, and May. That's pretty solid. But honestly though, if I told you Cleveland would come out of this with Doughty and Bazana and Cozart, you'd have been good. Like that's the thing. Luke Holman, there we go. Another one of my guys. Reds take Holman. That's a fun pick. College pitchers are going fast and furious now. Holman,
this is about the area where college pitching is going to start picking back up because you got these back end starter types with maybe some meat left on the bones. I'm going to jump in and see if they're doing a presser right now. They're scheduled to be about 11, so I want to see if they are doing any media. Damn, I'm really annoyed with how good the Marlins draft has been. I got to be honest. Our buddy Spencer, Spencer, is it Jones? Spencer Jones? Spencer Morris. Spencer Morris. Spencer Jones is the hitter from Vanderbilt.
From the Yankees?
Spencer Morris. No, I'm sorry. Spencer Morris is saying how much he likes the Texas draft. And who else has Texas taken tonight?
They took Malcolm Moore. And who did they take in round 2? They took Moore and Drayling. That's it.
He said he was annoyed by how good their draft has been. I have to be honest. I don't know if I like their draft that much.
I'm not a big Malcolm
Moore. I
Moore.
like Drayling and Moore. No, I love Drayling, but yeah, no, Malcolm Moore.
I had Moore.
But Texas has taken over the years Josh Young, Aaron Zavala, Justin Foskey. I really liked his draft year, and I like Davis Wenzel too a little bit, not as much, but all right, they haven't started yet over here yet. Are you jumping on with them as well?
Yeah, I'll at least listen, and then I'll see if I get a chance to.
Paul Gillespie, 11-15, they're saying. So
15, good old Paul Gillespie.
We can go. Huh?
It's a good old Paul Gillespie.
So that's interesting. They're having Paul Gillespie do it. Oh no, the Tigers just took Ethan Schiefelbein. How dare you?
That's another one of your favorites. Teams are just not being respectful to you.
Yeah, they're not listening to me. I didn't think Ethan Schiefelbein would be. I thought he would pull a William Schmidt.
Yeah,
you were kind of draft. I thought he'd go to UCLA. UCLA can. It's all again. We just talked about it. UCLA can. It's always
84 is our next pick. That'll be tomorrow. Noon is when it starts. Noon Eastern, 11 my time.
2 o'clock.
2 o'clock. 1 o'clock my time. I think at this point, Sirota, yes, he could be pulled down because Bazana is going to be under slot. Doughty should be close to slot, and Cozart should be close to slot as well. So it's like they didn't. How can I phrase this in a family-friendly way? They did not use all of their money yet. So jump to Oakland. Might as well jump to Oakland, is what you're saying, or Sacramento. I like that pick for them. College heavy so far for them, but Gage Jump is a good value. Again, college pitchers just flying off the board. Prager still there is kind of a surprise for me at this point.
Would love to get Prager and Sirota tomorrow somehow. I don't know if you can get both. Might be able to get one.
Yeah, I mean, give me at this point, honestly, give me Sirota or Bazell tomorrow or Prager, and then try to get some. Well, maybe just it's gonna be weird. I'm gonna say Bazell or Sirota, and then maybe try to get someone like Luke Sennard a bit later on, who I'm a big believer
I gotta
in.
text our friend Rahilio and tell him. I'm sure they know, but this draft has been great for the Tigers. Rainier, Owen Hall, and Schiefelbein. I'm digging it.
So I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 players left from my top 60 of the first, and Ryan Johnson to another reliever to the Angels. They just took Ryan Johnson.
So the Angels' entire draft class is going to be up in the majors this year.
Yeah,
is what we're saying.
Yeah. So let me move Ryan Johnson off mine. So now in the first,
you're gonna have to ask Taylor what's going on here because I'm so confused on the.
So
Angels.
In the first,
that delivery is so ugly, man. That delivery is so ugly. So they turned Shohei Ohtani, father and son, card break. So they turned Ohtani and Sam Watson. So they turned Ohtani into Ryan Johnson. How embarrassing!
So I of my
guys, it could be worse. If you're mad at Cleveland, it could be worse. It could be the Angels.
So let's see, my big board ended at 61 players this year. Of that 61, 53 went in the first 74 selections. That's not too bad. I've got 9 guys left. That's it. I don't even have a top 10 for tomorrow, based on where I did my initial board. And 2 of those guys I knew were long shots to ever go. And that's Sennard and Sean Keys at Bucknell and Corey Collins. Honestly, I had 3 big long shots on here, but yeah, I still have Garrett Scholl still there. I like Garrett Scholl. I like Garrett Scholl.
Joey Oakey's still there. I wonder if Joey Oakey's going to get to school at this point.
I think I don't know. It's Iowa, so who knows?
Tyson Lewis is gone, right? He went.
Yeah, he went to Boston.
Peyton Stovall. I just saw him scroll across the board.
Yeah.
Peyton Stovall still there. Ryan Forcucci, I know he got hurt this year. He'd be an interesting guy tomorrow.
I think he's going to need Tommy John, is my understanding.
Hey, this year's Zach Plesac. Daniel Egan, I still want to see Daniel Egan tomorrow. I do love Daniel Egan.
Yeah.
Small school though. If they don't take Bazell, how would you feel about Cole Messina? Cole Messina's got a plus makeup grade there. You take two Austin Hedges.
I said tomorrow, I kind of like, Marcus Morgan's kind of one of those guys I just dig. Like, he's got all the traits, but not the production.
Tomorrow's a day you can do that too. Take one of those guys and be like, let's throw a dart and see if we can develop them.
Thank you to Argenis, to Michelangelo. I think Bazana is going to get signed and probably start in low A because they take their time.
No, Lake County. That's high A.
You think they'll put him? I guess they have put a few guys in high A.
There's no way Bazana's going to Lynchburg. Are you kidding me? You know how poop that league is, man? There's no way.
I know, but they slow. They like a man with a slow hand, and they slow hand and slow play.
Who was it? Who was the JUCO outfielder they took last year? The center fielder. Mike, are you still on here?
Barrett Reebok?
No, not Barrett Reebok. The other kid. Mike, are you still on here? Who's the outfielder I'm thinking of? He's in Lake County this year. He was one of the JUCO kids.
He's on the JUCO kids?
Or Arthur would know too. Who is it? Mike Mahoney. I don't know if Mike might have to work tomorrow, so he might not be on here.
No, they're both here.
Mike, what outfielder am I thinking of? Not who's the outfielder from last year's draft class?
Thank you to Ryan for the super chat. That's
thank you.
Always appreciate that. That's so rare to see. Thank you.
All right. You're gonna make me look this up, and I was trying to be lazy asking someone who's at Lake County more than I am. Tommy Hawk should be in high A, but he's not. No, who's the other outfielder that plays? He's like their fourth, not Zararte, but the other guy.
Zararte?
Not Zararte. It's another guy.
Zararte.
Arthur or Michael should know. Come on, guys. Advincula.
Jonah Advincula.
Jonah
Advincula. Advincula. His brother is a prospect to watch. He was a
JUCO kid, right?
No,
I'm sorry. Washington State. They sent Jonah Advincula. They sent Jonah Advincula to Lake County to start. He didn't go to low A. So why wouldn't you send Bazana there?
Because they slow play everything.
Not Advincula. If Advincula's so good, then
is he, or is he just a backup who's not playing that much?
He plays almost every day.
Does he? Okay.
Just because we're too busy watching Justin Boyd every day.
I mean, they seem to love to very, very, but maybe, in a case with Bazana, it'll be something different. But like I would have thought, thank you to everyone for all these kind words throughout. Where it was fun.
I don't think Bazana's going to Akron, guys. I think it's more likely he starts in Lake County.
Yeah.
Now it might be for 2 weeks. He might play 2 series in Lake County, but I think he's starting in Lake County.
He's going directly to the big leagues. That's what Justin said. You heard it here.
How funny would it be if he goes right to Columbus? How funny if he goes right to Columbus? That would be wild. Where did Wyatt Langford start last year, Jeff?
Wasn't it Double A?
Wyatt Langford skipped double. Did he go right to Double A?
I think Wyatt Langford might have gone right to Double A. I could be wrong. I'll double check that.
Mercer says he has inside info. It's Akron. I don't think you do, because the Guardians even said tonight they're not even thinking that far ahead yet. So I'd be surprised if they would say that. Yes, we're gonna do it. We're gonna do a daily podcast. We're gonna after this, right? We're gonna get live stream record tomorrow's episode.
Yeah, we're gonna do tomorrow's episode.
We're gonna do meet in a few minutes. We're gonna listen on the press conference, and then.
But here comes a giant thunderstorm in my area, so who knows? No, he started in high A for 24 games.
Had 100. Yeah, he played 100. He had 106 at bats in high A. So
and then he went Double A and then Triple A. He went 3 levels last year. And again,
that will be what they do with Bazana.
Thank you to everyone for all the kind words.
Awesome.
I think one of the things too is again, he's got name brand recognition. He's got name value. So he makes a lot of sense for a chance to get a first round pick next year as a favorite for Rookie of the Year. So I think there is, and his profile is one that would typically work for that. So I think there is a value in trying to get him ready to go. Are we going to do the day 2 live stream?
Yeah, I think enough people. I mean, we'll try it out. If we
Yeah,
get enough people
we'll see.
tuning in, we'll do it.
So yeah, if people
we
show
stay
up,
strong
we'll
about
keep it going.
300.
Yeah.
If
So
you
as long as
build
people,
it, they will come, Ray. If you build it, people will come.
so
I'll be here. I took the day off for this tomorrow, so I'm
I mean,
I'm down.
I have an agreement with my wife where she's not going to kick me out of the house for not doing bedtimes for the next few days, and I can lock myself in the basement. And
my wife already went to bed. She's like, it's fine, do whatever.
Well,
I went upstairs and said hi to her before the 36 pick. I went upstairs just in time for Blake Burke to go off the board. So
normally I do bedtime. This is the one time a year where I did not.
Yeah.
So I'm sure my daughter tomorrow might bounce down and say hello. She was like, I want to be on YouTube. I'm like, well, you were before, so whatever.
Yeah. All right. Well, we've been on for almost 5 hours, Jeff. I think we can log off so we can do another half-hour podcast for tomorrow. Just a heads up, I don't think any of tomorrow's podcasts will include the Rays series because they lost 2 or 3.
Why?
Who cares? Here's your weekend recap.
They didn't have an offense.
Pitching good, offense bad.
Ball no go far. Ball no go far.
Only Big Christmas ball go far. Only Big Christmas because you threw him a strike. Why would anybody throw John Kenzie Noel a strike? I don't understand. But that'll be the extent of tomorrow's Guardians coverage as far as Major League. The rest of it will be all draft.
Okay. So thank you all. Remember to rate and review. Tell a friend to check it out. Let's make sure we get to 3,000. And I'm trying to get to 5,000 followers. I was short. And hey, I was first to the Bazana pick. That should get me there alone. So thank you all. And make sure to go Guardians go.